500 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Buying, with the fettered traders of the Middle Ages, but have no meaning when opposed to the communistic abolition of buying and selling, of the bourgeois conditions of production, and of the bourgeoisie itself. You are horrified at our intending to do away with private property. But in your existing society, private property is already done away with for 9/10 of the population. Its existence for the few three is solely due to its non-existence in the hands of those 9/10. You reproach us, therefore, with intending to do away with a form of property, the necessary condition for whose existence is the non-existence of any property for the immense majority of society. In one word, you reproach us with intending to do away with your property. Precisely so, that is just what we intend. From the moment when labor can no longer be converted into capital, money, or rent, into a social power capable of being monopolized, i.e., from the moment when individual property can no longer be transformed into bourgeois property, into capital, from that moment, you say, individuality vanishes. You must, therefore, confess that by individual you mean no other person than the bourgeois, than the middle-class owner of property. This person must, indeed, be swept out of the way, and made impossible. Communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society, all that it does is to deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation. It has been objected that upon the abolition of private property all work will cease, and universal laziness will overtake us. According to this, bourgeois society ought long ago to have gone to the dogs through sheer idleness, for those of its members who work, acquire nothing, and those who acquire anything, do not work. The whole of this objection is but another expression of the tautology, that there can no longer be any wage labor when there is no longer any capital. All objections urged against the communistic mode of producing and appropriating material products, have, in the same way, been urged against the communistic modes of producing and appropriating intellectual products. Just as, to the bourgeois, the discipline, the words for the few were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. B. The words into capital were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. C. The words and made impossible were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 501. Appearance of class property is the disappearance of production itself, so the disappearance of class culture 3 is to him identical with the disappearance of all culture. That culture, the loss of which he laments, is, for the enormous majority, a mere training to act as a machine. But don't wrangle with us so long as you apply, to our intended 6 abolition of bourgeois property, the standard of your bourgeois notions of freedom, culture, law, and c. Your very ideas are but the outgrowth of the conditions of your bourgeois production and bourgeois property, just as your jurisprudence is but the will of your class made into a law for all, a will, whose essential character and direction are determined by the economical conditions of existence of your class. The selfish misconception that induces you to transform into eternal laws of nature and of reason, the social forms springing from your present mode of production and form of property historical relations that rise and disappear in the progress of production. This misconception you share with every ruling class that has preceded you. What you see clearly in the case of ancient property, what you admit in the case of feudal property, you are of course forbidden to admit in the case of your own bourgeois form of property. Abolition of the family. Even the most radical flare up at this infamous proposal of the communists. On what foundation is the present family, the bourgeois family, based? On capital, on private gain. In its completely developed form this family exists only among the bourgeoisie. But this state of things finds its complement in the practical absence of the family among the proletarians, and in public prostitution. The bourgeois family will vanish as a matter of course when its complement vanishes, and both will vanish with the vanishing of capital. Do you charge us with wanting to stop the exploitation of children by their parents? To this crime we plead guilty. But, you will say, we destroy the most hallowed of relations, when we replace home education by social. The German editions have here and below education Bildung instead of culture.ed. The words are intended were inserted in the English edition of 1888 ed. See in the German editions the end of the sentence reads as follows, a will, whose content is determined by the material conditions of existence of your class. Ed. D. In the German editions the sentence reads as follows, this selfish conception you share with all the ruling classes which have perished. Ed. 502 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. And your education is not that also social, and determined by the social conditions under which you educate, by the intervention, direct or indirect, of society, by means of schools, and see? The communists have not invented the intervention of society in education, they do but seek to alter the character of that intervention, and to rescue education from the influence of the ruling class. The bourgeois claptrap about the family and education, about the hallowed correlation of parent and child, becomes all the more disgusting, the more, by the action of modern industry, all family ties among the proletarians are torn asunder, and their children transformed into simple articles of commerce and instruments of labor. But you communists would introduce community of women, screams the whole bourgeoisie in chorus. The bourgeois sees in his wife a mere instrument of production. He hears that the instruments of production are to be exploited in common, and, naturally, can come to no other conclusion than that the lot of being common to all will likewise fall to the women. He has not even a suspicion that the real point aimed at is to do away with the status of women as mere instruments of production. For the rest, nothing is more ridiculous than the virtuous indignation of our bourgeois at the community of women which, they pretend, is to be openly and officially established by the communists. The communists have no need to introduce community of women, it has existed almost from time immemorial. Our bourgeois, not content with having the wives and daughters of their proletarians at their disposal, not to speak of common prostitutes, take the greatest pleasure in seducing each other's wives. Bourgeois marriage is in reality a system of wives in common, and thus, at the most, what the communists might possibly be reproached with, is that they desire to introduce, in substitution for a hypocritically concealed, an openly legalized community of women. For the rest, it is self-evident that the abolition of the present system of production must bring with it the abolition of the community of women springing from that system, i.e., of prostitution both public and private. The communists are further reproached with desiring to abolish countries and nationality. The working men have no country. We cannot take from them what they have not got. Since the proletariat must first of all acquire. Manifesto of the Communist Party 503. Political supremacy, must rise to be the leading class of the nation, 3 must constitute itself the nation, it is so far, itself national, though not in the bourgeois sense of the word. National differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. The supremacy of the proletariat will cause them to vanish still faster. United action, of the leading civilized countries at least, is one of the first conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. In proportion as the exploitation of one individual by another is put an end to, the exploitation of one nation by another will also be put an end to. In proportion as the antagonism between classes within the nation vanishes, the hostility of one nation to another will come to an end. The charges against communism made from a religious, a philosophical, and, generally, from an ideological standpoint, are not deserving of serious examination. Does it require deep intuition to comprehend that man's ideas, views, and conceptions, in one word, man's consciousness, changes with every change in the conditions of his material existence, in his social relations and in his social life? What else does the history of ideas prove, than that intellectual production changes its character in proportion as material production is changed? The ruling ideas of each age have ever been the ideas of its ruling class. When people speak of ideas that revolutionize society, they do but express the fact, that within the old society, the elements of a new one have been created, and that the dissolution of the old ideas keeps even pace with the dissolution of the old conditions of existence. When the ancient world was in its last throes, the ancient religions were overcome by Christianity. When Christian ideas succumbed in the 18th century to rationalist ideas, feudal society fought its death battle with the then revolutionary bourgeoisie. The ideas of religious liberty and freedom of conscience merely gave expression to the sway of free competition within the domain of knowledge. The German editions of 1848 have the national class instead of the leading class of the nation. Ed. The word material was added in the English edition of 1888. Ed. The German editions have the ideas of enlightenment instead of rationalist ideas. Ed. 504 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Undoubtedly, it will be said, religious, moral, philosophical and juridical ideas too have been modified in the course of historical development. But religion, morality, philosophy, political science, and law, constantly survived this change. There are, besides, eternal truths, such as freedom, justice, etc., that are common to all states of society. But communism abolishes eternal truths, it abolishes all religion and all morality, instead of constituting them on a new basis, it therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. What does this accusation reduce itself to? The history of all past society has consisted in the development of class antagonisms that assume different forms at different epochs. But whatever form they may have taken, one fact is common to all past ages, viz., the exploitation of one part of society by the other. No wonder, then, that the social consciousness of past ages, despite all the multiplicity and variety it displays, moves within certain common forms, or general ideas, which cannot completely vanish except with the total disappearance of class antagonisms. The communist revolution is the most radical rupture with traditional property relations, no wonder that its development involves the most radical rupture with traditional ideas. But let us have done with the bourgeois objections to communism. We have seen above, that the first step in the revolution by the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of ruling class, to win the battle of democracy. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads on the rights of property, and on the conditions of bourgeois production, by means of measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which, in the course of the movement, outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the old social order, and are unavoidable as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. In the German editions the beginning of the sentence reads, undoubtedly, it will be said, religious, moral, philosophical, political, juridical ideas, etc. ed. The German editions have in forms of consciousness instead of or general ideas. Ed. See the words necessitate further inroads upon the old social order were added in the English edition of 1888. ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 505. These measures will of course be different in different countries. 260. Nevertheless, in the most advanced countries, the following will be pretty generally applicable. 1. Abolition of property in land and application of all rents of land to public purposes. 2. A heavy progressive or graduated income tax. B3. Abolition of all right of inheritance. 4. Confiscation of the property of all emigrants and rebels. 5. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state, by means of a national bank with state capital and an exclusive monopoly. 6. Centralization of the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state. 7. Extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, the bringing into cultivation of waste lands, and the improvement of the soil generally in accordance with a common plan. 8. Equal liability of all to labor. Establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. 9. Combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries, gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country, by a more equable distribution of the population over the country. D. 10. Free education for all children in public schools. Abolition of children's factory labor in its present form. Combination of education with industrial production, and c. 8 cubic centimeters. When, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, 6. The public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class, if, by means of the German editions have here expropriation.ed. The German editions have a heavy progressive tax. Ed. See the German editions have all transport instead of the means of communica. Tion and transport.ed in the editions of 1848.9 reads, combination of agriculture with industry, promotion of the gradual elimination of the contradictions between town and countryside. In subsequent German editions the word contradictions was replaced by distinctions.ed. The German editions have associated individuals instead of a vast association. Of the whole nation.ed. 506. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. A revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. Ill. Socialist and Communist literature. 1. Reactionary socialism. A. Feudal socialism. Owing to their historical position, it became the vocation of the aristocracies of France and England to write pamphlets against modern bourgeois society. In the French Revolution of July 1830, and in the English Reform agitation, these aristocracies again succumbed to the hateful upstart. Thenceforth, a serious political contest was altogether out of question. A literary battle alone remained possible. But even in the domain of literature the old cries of the Restoration period had become impossible. In order to arouse sympathy, the aristocracy were obliged to lose sight, apparently, of their own interests, and to formulate their indictment against the bourgeoisie in the interest of the exploited working class alone. Thus the aristocracy took their revenge by singing lampoons on their new master, and whispering in his ears sinister prophecies of coming catastrophe. 3. In this way arose feudal socialism, half lamentation, half lampoon, half echo of the past, half menace of the future, at times, by its bitter, witty, and incisive criticism, striking the bourgeoisie to the very heart's core, but always ludicrous in its effect, through total incapacity to comprehend the march of modern history. The aristocracy, in order to rally the people to them, waved the proletarian alms bag in front for a banner. But the people, so often as it joined them, saw on their hindquarters the old feudal coats of arms, and deserted with loud and irreverent laughter. Not the English Restoration 1660 to 1689, but the French Restoration 1814 to 1830. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888. In the German editions the end of the sentence reads, and whispering in his ears more or less sinister prophecies. Ed. 508. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. One section of the French Legitimists and Young England 261 exhibited this spectacle. In pointing out that their mode of exploitation was different to that of the bourgeoisie, the feudalists forget that they exploited under circumstances and conditions that were quite different, and that are now antiquated. In showing that, under their rule, the modern proletariat never existed, they forget that the modern bourgeoisie is the necessary offspring of their own form of society. For the rest, so little do they conceal the reactionary character of their criticism that their chief accusation against the bourgeoisie amounts to this, that under the bourgeois regime a class is being developed, which is destined to cut up root and branch the old order of society. What they upbraid the bourgeoisie with is not so much that it creates a proletariat, as that it creates a revolutionary proletariat. In political practice, therefore, they join in all coercive measures against the working class, and in ordinary life, despite their highfalutin phrases, they stoop to pick up the golden apples dropped from the tree of industry, 3 and to barter truth, love and honor for traffic in wool, beetroot sugar, and potato spirits ** as the parson has ever gone hand in hand with the landlord, 15 so has clerical socialism with feudal socialism. Nothing is easier than to give Christian asceticism a socialist tinge. Has not Christianity declaimed against private property, against marriage, against the state? Has it not preached in the place of these, charity and poverty, celibacy and mortification of the flesh, monastic life and mother church? Christian socialism is but the holy water with which the priest consecrates the heart burnings of the aristocrat. This applies chiefly to Germany, where the landed aristocracy and Squire Archie have large portions of their estates cultivated for their own account by stewards, and are, moreover, extensive beetroot sugar manufacturers and distillers of potato spirits. The wealthier British aristocracy are, as yet, rather above that, but they, too, know how to make up for declining rents by lending their names to floaters of more or less shady joint stock companies. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888. The words dropped from the tree of industry were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. The German editions have here feudal lord. Ed. See the German editions of 1848 have holy instead of Christian. The texts of these editions contain an obvious misprint, Hutage of today for Heilige Holy. Ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 509. B. Petty bourgeois socialism. The feudal aristocracy was not the only class that was ruined by the bourgeoisie, not the only class whose conditions of existence pined and perished in the atmosphere of modern bourgeois society. The medieval burgesses and the small peasant proprietors were the precursors of the modern bourgeoisie. In those countries which are but little developed, industrially and commercially, these two classes still vegetate side by side with the rising bourgeoisie. In countries where modern civilization has become fully developed, a new class of petty bourgeois has been formed, fluctuating between proletariat and bourgeoisie and ever renewing itself as a supplementary part of bourgeois society. Individual members of this class, however, are being constantly hurled down into the proletariat by the action of competition, and, as modern industry develops, they even see the moment approaching when they will completely disappear as an independent section of modern society, to be replaced, in manufactures, agriculture and commerce, by overlookers, bailiffs and shopmen. In countries like France, where the peasants constitute far more than half of the population, it was natural that writers who sided with the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, should use, in their criticism of the bourgeois regime, the standard of the peasant and petty bourgeois, and from the standpoint of these intermediate classes should take up the cudgels for the working class. Thus arose petty bourgeois socialism. Sismondi was the head of this school, not only in France but also in England. This school of socialism dissected with great acuteness the contradictions in the conditions of modern production. It laid bare the hypocritical apologies of economists. It proved, incontrovertibly, the disastrous effects of machinery and division of labor, the concentration of capital and land in a few hands, overproduction and crises. It pointed out the inevitable ruin of the petty bourgeois and peasant, the misery of the proletariat, the anarchy in production, the crying inequalities in the distribution of wealth, the industrial war of extermination between nations, the dissolution of old moral bonds, of the old family relations, of the old nationalities. In its positive aims, however, this form of socialism aspires either to restoring the old means of production and of exchange, and with the German editions have this class still vegetates instead of these two classes. Still vegetate.ed. The German editions have the petty bourgeoisie instead of these intermediate classes. Ed. 510 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Them the old property relations, and the old society, or to cramping the modern means of production and of exchange, within the framework of the old property relations that have been, and were bound to be, exploded by those means. In either case, it is both reactionary and utopian. Its last words are, corporate guilds for manufacture, patriarchal relations in agriculture. Ultimately, when stubborn historical facts had dispersed all intoxicating effects of self-deception, this form of socialism ended in a miserable fit of the blues. 3. See German, or true, socialism. The socialist and communist literature of France, a literature that originated under the pressure of a bourgeoisie in power, and that was the expression of the struggle against this power, was introduced into Germany at a time when the bourgeoisie, in that country, had just begun its contest with feudal absolutism. German philosophers, would-be philosophers, and beaux esprits, eagerly seized on this literature, only forgetting, that when these writings immigrated from France into Germany, French social conditions had not immigrated along with them. In contact with German social conditions, this French literature lost all its immediate practical significance, and assumed a purely literary aspect. 0 Thus, to the German philosophers of the 18th century, the demands of the First French Revolution were nothing more than the demands of practical reason 262 in general, and the utterance of the will of the revolutionary French bourgeoisie signified in their eyes the laws of pure will, of will as it was bound to be, of true human will generally. The work of the German literati consisted solely in bringing the new French ideas into harmony with their ancient philosophical conscience, or rather, in annexing the French ideas without deserting their own philosophic point of view. In the German editions the sentence reads, in its further development this trend ended in a cowardly fit of the blues. Ed. In the German editions the beginning of the sentence reads, German philosophers, semi-philosophers, and lovers of fine phrases. Ed. See in the German editions of 1848 there follows, it must have appeared as idle speculation on true society, on the realization of humanity. In subsequent German editions the words on true society were omitted. Ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 511. This annexation took place in the same way in which a foreign language is appropriated, namely, by translation. It is well known how the monks wrote silly lives of Catholic saints over the manuscripts on which the classical works of ancient heathendom had been written. The German literati reversed this process with the profane French literature. They wrote their philosophical nonsense beneath the French original. For instance, beneath the French criticism of the economic functions of money, they wrote alienation of humanity, and beneath the French criticism of the bourgeois state they wrote, dethronement of the category of the general, and so forth. 3. The introduction of these philosophical phrases at the back of the French historical criticism they dubbed philosophy of action, true socialism, German science of socialism, philosophical foundation of socialism, and so on. The French socialist and communist literature was thus completely emasculated. And, since it ceased in the hands of the German to express the struggle of one class with the other, he felt conscious of having overcome French one-sidedness and of representing, not true requirements, but the requirements of truth, not the interests of the proletariat, but the interests of human nature, of man in general, who belongs to no class, has no reality, who exists only in the misty realm of philosophical fantasy. This German socialism, which took its schoolboy task so seriously and solemnly, and extolled its poor stock in trade in such mountebank fashion, meanwhile gradually lost its pedantic innocence. The fight of the German, and, especially, of the Prussian bourgeoisie, against feudal aristocracy and absolute monarchy, in other words, the liberal movement, became more earnest. By this, the long-wished-for opportunity was offered to true socialism of confronting the political movement with the socialist demands, of hurling the traditional anathemas against liberalism, against representative government, against bourgeois competition, bourgeois freedom of the press, bourgeois legislation, bourgeois liberty and equality, and of preaching to the masses that they had nothing to gain, and everything to lose, by this bourgeois movement. In the German editions the sentence reads, for instance, beneath the French criticism of money relations they wrote, alienation of humanity, and beneath the French criticism of the bourgeois state they wrote, elimination of the domination of the abstractly general, etc. Ed. B. The German editions have French theories instead of French historical criticisms. Ed. 512 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. German socialism forgot, in the nick of time, that the French criticism, whose silly echo it was, presupposed the existence of modern bourgeois society, with its corresponding economic three conditions of existence, and the political constitution adapted thereto, the very things whose attainment was the object of the pending struggle in Germany. To the absolute governments, 11 with their following of parsons, professors, country squires and officials, it served as a welcome scarecrow against the threatening bourgeoisie. It was a sweet finish after the bitter pills of floggings and bullets with which these same governments, just at that time, zero-dosed the German working-class risings. While this true socialism thus served the governments as a weapon for fighting the German bourgeoisie, it, at the same time, directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of the German Philistines. In Germany the petty bourgeois class, a relic of the 16th century, and since then constantly cropping up again under various forms, is the real social basis of the existing state of things. To preserve this class is to preserve the existing state of things in Germany. The industrial and political supremacy of the bourgeoisie threatens it with certain destruction, on the one hand, from the concentration of capital, on the other, from the rise of a revolutionary proletariat. True socialism appeared to kill these two birds with one stone. It spread like an epidemic. The robe of speculative cobwebs, embroidered with flowers of rhetoric, steeped in the dew of sickly sentiment, this transcendental robe in which the German socialists wrapped their sorry eternal truths, all skin and bone, served to wonderfully increase the sale of their goods amongst such a public. And on its part, German socialism recognized, more and more, its own calling as the bombastic representative of the petty bourgeois Philistine. It proclaimed the German nation to be the model nation, and the German petty Philistine to be the typical man. To every villainous meanness of this model man it gave a hidden, higher, socialistic interpretation, the exact contrary of its real character. It went to the extreme length of directly opposing the brutally destructive tendency of communism, and of proclaiming its supreme end. The German editions have material instead of economic. Ed. The German editions have to the German absolute governments. Ed. See the words just at that time were added in the English edition of 1888. Ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 513. Impartial contempt of all class struggles. With very few exceptions, all the so-called socialist and communist publications that now, 1847, circulate in Germany belong to the domain of this foul and enervating literature. Too conservative, or bourgeois, socialism. A part of the bourgeoisie is desirous of redressing social grievances, in order to secure the continued existence of bourgeois society. To this section belong economists, philanthropists, humanitarians, improvers of the condition of the working class, organizers of charity, members of societies for the prevention of cruelty to animals, temperance fanatics, hole and corner reformers of every imaginable kind. This form of socialism has, moreover, been worked out into complete systems. We may cite Proudhon's Philosophie de la Mesure as an example of this form. The socialistic bourgeois want all the advantages of modern social conditions 3 without the struggles and dangers necessarily resulting therefrom. They desire the existing state of society minus its revolutionary and disintegrating elements. They wish for a bourgeoisie without a proletariat. The bourgeoisie naturally conceives the world in which it is supreme to be the best, and bourgeois socialism develops this comfortable conception into various more or less complete systems. 5. In requiring the proletariat to carry out such a system, and thereby to march straightway into the social zero New Jerusalem, it but requires in reality, that the proletariat should remain within the bounds of existing society, but should cast away all its hateful ideas concerning the bourgeoisie. A second and more practical, but less systematic, form of this socialism sought to depreciate every revolutionary movement in the eyes of the working class, by showing that no mere political reform, but only a change in the material conditions of existence, in the revolutionary storm of 1848 swept away this whole shabby tendency and lured its protagonists of the desire to dabble further in socialism. The chief representative and classical type of this tendency is Herr Karl Grun. Note by Engels to the German edition of 1890. The German editions have, want the living conditions of modern society. Ed. B. The German editions have here, a more or less complete system. Ed. C. This word was added in the English edition of 1888. Ed. 514 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Economical relations, could be of any advantage to them. By changes in the material conditions of existence, this form of socialism, however, by no means understands abolition of the bourgeois relations of production, an abolition that can be effected only by a revolution, but administrative reforms, based on the continued existence of these relations, reforms, therefore, that in no respect affect the relations between capital and labor, but, at the best, lessen the cost, and simplify the administrative work, of bourgeois government. Bourgeois socialism attains adequate expression, when, and only when, it becomes a mere figure of speech. Free trade, for the benefit of the working class. Protective duties, for the benefit of the working class. Prison reform 3, for the benefit of the working class. This is the last word and the only seriously meant word of bourgeois socialism. It is summed up in the phrase, the bourgeois is a bourgeois for the benefit of the working class. 3. Critical utopian socialism and communism. We do not here refer to that literature which, in every great modern revolution, has always given voice to the demands of the proletariat, such as the writings of Babeuf and others. The first direct attempts of the proletariat to attain its own ends, made in times of universal excitement, when feudal society was being overthrown, these attempts necessarily failed, owing to the then undeveloped state of the proletariat, as well as to the absence of the economic conditions for its emancipation, conditions that had yet to be produced, and could be produced by the impending bourgeois epoch alone. B. The revolutionary literature that accompanied these first movements of the proletariat had necessarily a reactionary character. It inculcated universal asceticism and social leveling in its crudest form. The socialist and communist systems properly so called, those of Saint-Simon, Fourier, Owen and others, spring into existence in the early undeveloped period, described above, of the struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie, see section I. Bourgeois and proletarians. The German editions have here, solitary confinement. Ed. The German editions have material conditions instead of economic conditions, and the end of the sentence is, and could be only the product of the bourgeois epoch. Ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 515. The founders of these systems see, indeed, the class antagonisms, as well as the action of the decomposing elements in the prevailing form of society. But the proletariat, as yet in its infancy, 3 offers to them the spectacle of a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement. Since the development of class antagonism keeps even pace with the development of industry, the economic situation, as they find it, does not as yet offer to them the material conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. They therefore search after a new social science, after new social laws, that are to create these conditions. Historical action is to yield to their personal inventive action, historically created conditions of emancipation to fantastic ones, and the gradual, spontaneous zero-class organization of the proletariat to an organization of society specially contrived by these inventors. Future history resolves itself, in their eyes, into the propaganda and the practical carrying out of their social plans. In the formation of their plans they are conscious of caring chiefly for the interests of the working class, as being the most suffering class. Only from the point of view of being the most suffering class does the proletariat exist for them. The undeveloped state of the class struggle, as well as their own surroundings, causes socialists of this kind to consider themselves far superior to all class antagonisms. They want to improve the condition of every member of society, even that of the most favored. Hence, they habitually appeal to society at large, without distinction of class, nay, by preference, to the ruling class. For how can people, when once they understand their system, fail to see in it the best possible plan of the best possible state of society? Hence, they reject all political, and especially all revolutionary, action. They wish to attain their ends by peaceful means, and endeavor, by small experiments, necessarily doomed to failure, and by the force of example, to pave the way for the new social gospel. Such fantastic pictures of future society, painted at a time when the proletariat is still in a very undeveloped state and has but a fantastic conception of its own position, correspond with the first. The words "as yet in its infancy" were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. B. In both cases the word "new" was added in the English edition of 1888 ed. C. The German editions have social instead of historical. Ed. And the word "spontaneous" was added in the English edition of 1888 ed. In IH2 Phi 516 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Instinctive yearnings of that class for a general reconstruction of society. But these socialist and communist publications contain also a critical element. They attack every principle of existing society. Hence they are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. The practical measures proposed in them, such as the abolition of the distinction between town and country, of the family, of the carrying on of industries for the account of private individuals, 3. And of the wage system, the proclamation of social harmony, the conversion of the functions of the state into a mere superintendence of production, all these proposals point solely to the disappearance of class antagonisms which were, at that time, only just cropping up, and which, in these publications, are recognized in their earliest indistinct and undefined forms only. These proposals, therefore, are of a purely utopian character. The significance of critical utopian socialism and communism bears an inverse relation to historical development. In proportion as the modern class struggle develops and takes definite shape, this fantastic standing apart from the contest, these fantastic attacks on it, lose all practical value and all theoretical justification. Therefore, although the originators of these systems were, in many respects, revolutionary, their disciples have, in every case, formed mere reactionary sects. They hold fast by the original views of their masters, in opposition to the progressive historical development of the proletariat. They, therefore, endeavor, and that consistently, to deaden the class struggle and to reconcile the class antagonisms. They still dream of experimental realization of their social utopias, of founding isolated phalansteres, of establishing home colonies, of setting up a little Icaria *duodecimo editions of the New Jerusalem, and to realize all these castles in the air, they are compelled to appeal to the feelings and purses of the bourgeois. By phalansteres were socialist colonies on the plan of Charles Fourier. Icaria was the name given by Cabet to his utopia and, later on, to his American communist colony. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888. Home colonies were what Owen called his communist model societies. Phalansteres was the name of the public palaces planned by Fourier. Icaria was the name given to the utopian land of fancy, whose communist institutions Cabet portrayed. Note by Engels to the German edition of 1890. In the German editions the beginning of the sentence reads as follows, their positive propositions concerning the future society, for example, abolition ol the contradiction between town and country, of the family, of private profit, ed. This word was added in the English edition OT 1888 ed. Manifesto of Communist Party 517. Degrees they sink into the category of the reactionary or a conservative socialists depicted above, differing from these only by more systematic pedantry, and bv their fanatical and superstitious belief in the miraculous effects of their social science. They, therefore, violently oppose all political action on the part of the working class. Such action, according to them, can only result from blind unbelief in the new gospel. The Owenites in England, and the Fourierists in France, respectively oppose the Chartists and the Reformists. 263. In the English edition of 1888 the word or is omitted, but it is given in all other authorized editions ed. B. The German editions have fanatical superstition. Ed. 4. Position of the Communists in relation to the various existing opposition parties. Section 2 has made clear the relations of the Communists to the existing working class parties, such as the Chartists in England and the agrarian reformers in America. 264 The Communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class, but in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. In France the Communists ally themselves with the Social Democrats against the conservative and radical bourgeoisie, reserving, however, the right to take up a critical position in regard to phrases and allusions traditionally handed down from the Great Revolution. In Switzerland they support the radicals, without losing sight of the fact that this party consists of antagonistic elements, partly of democratic socialists, in the French sense, partly of radical bourgeois. In Poland they support the party that insists on an agrarian revolution as the prime condition for national emancipation, that party which fomented the insurrection of Krakow in 1846. 265. The party then represented in Parliament by Ledru Rollin, in literature by Louis Blanc, in the daily press by the Reform. The name of social democracy signified, with these its inventors, a section of the Democratic or Republican Party more or less tinged with socialism. Note by Engels to the English edition of 1888. The party in France which at that time called itself Socialist Democratic was represented in political life by Ledru Rollin and in literature by Louis Blanc, thus it differed immeasurably from present-day German social democracy. Note by Engels to the German edition of 1890. The words "and take care of" were added in the English edition of 1888 ed. Manifesto of the Communist Party 519. In Germany they fight with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary wave, against the absolute monarchy, the feudal squirearchy, and the petty bourgeoisie. 3. But they never cease, for a single instant, to instill into the working class the clearest possible recognition of the hostile antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat, in order that the German workers may straightway use, as so many weapons against the bourgeoisie, the social and political conditions that the bourgeoisie must necessarily introduce along with its supremacy, and in order that, after the fall of the reactionary classes in Germany, the fight against the bourgeoisie itself may immediately begin. The Communists turn their attention chiefly to Germany, because that country is on the eve of a bourgeois revolution that is bound to be carried out under more advanced conditions of European civilization, and with a much more developed proletariat, than that of England was in the 17th, and of France in the 18th century, and because the bourgeois revolution in Germany will be but the prelude to an immediately following proletarian revolution. In short, the Communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. In all these movements they bring to the front, as the leading question in each, the property question, no matter what its degree of development at the time. Finally, they labor everywhere for the union and agreement of the democratic parties of all countries. The communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Working men of all countries, unite. In the German editions the end of the sentence reads, against the absolute monarchy, the feudal landowners and Philistinism Kleinbürgerei. Friedrich Engels. The movements of 1847–266. The year 1847 was certainly the most stormy we have experienced for a very long time. A constitution and a united diet in Prussia 267, an unexpectedly rapid awakening in political life and a general arming against Austria in Italy, a civil war in Switzerland 268, a new parliament of pronounced radical complexion in Britain, in France scandals and reform banquets, in America the conquest of Mexico by the United States. That is a series of changes and movements such as no other recent year can show. The last turning point in history was the year 1830. The July Revolution in France and the Reform Bill in Britain finally secured the victory of the bourgeoisie, and in Britain this was, indeed, the victory of the industrial bourgeoisie, the manufacturers, over the non-industrial bourgeoisie, the rentiers. Belgium, and to a certain extent Switzerland, followed suit. Here again the bourgeoisie triumphed. 269 Poland rose in revolt, 270 Italy chafed under Metternich's heel. Germany was seething. All countries were preparing for a mighty struggle. But after 1830 there was everywhere a setback. Poland fell, the insurgents in Romagna were dispersed, 271 the movement in Germany was suppressed. The French bourgeoisie defeated the Republicans in France itself, and betrayed the liberals of other countries whom it had spurred on to revolt. The liberal ministry in Britain could accomplish nothing. Finally, in 1840, reaction was in full swing. Poland, Italy, and Germany were politically dead. The Berliner Politisches Wochenblatt 3 sat enthroned in Prussia, Herr de Immens. The allusion is to Frederick William IV, who paranissed this reactionary newspaper F.D. The movements of 1847–521. All too clever constitution was repealed in Hanover 272, the decisions of the Vienna Conference of 1834 were in full force. 273 The conservatives and the Jesuits were thriving in Switzerland. In Belgium, the Catholics were at the helm. Guizot ruled supreme over France. In Britain, under pressure from the growing power of Peel, the Whig government was in its last throes, and the Chartists were vainly endeavouring to reorganize their ranks after their great defeat of 1839. 274 Everywhere the reactionary party was victorious, everywhere the progressive parties were broken up and dispersed. The arrest of the historical movement. This seemed to be the final result of the mighty struggles of 1830. 1840 was, however, also the peak of reaction, just as 1830 had been the peak of the revolutionary movement of the bourgeoisie. From 1840 onward the movements against the existing state of affairs began afresh. Though often defeated, in the long run they gained more and more ground. While in England the Chartists reorganized themselves and became stronger than ever, Peel was forced time and again to betray his party, dealing it a fatal blow by the repeal of the Corn Laws, 275, and finally himself to resign. The radicals gained ground in Switzerland. In Germany, and especially in Prussia, the liberals were pressing their demands more vigorously with every year. The liberals emerged victorious from the Belgian elections of 1847. France was an exception, for there the reactionary ministry secured a triumphant majority in the 1846 elections, and Italy remained dead, until Pius IX mounted the papal throne, and at the end of 1846 attempted a few dubious reforms. So came the year 1847, and with it a series of victories for the progressive parties of nearly all countries. Even where they sustained defeat, this was more advantageous to them than an immediate victory would have been. The year 1847 decided nothing, but everywhere it brought the parties into sharp and clear confrontation. It brought no final solution of any questions, but it posed all questions in such a way that now they must be solved. Among all the movements and changes of the year 1847, the most important were those in Prussia, in Italy, and in Switzerland. In Prussia, Friedrich William IV was at length forced to grant a constitution. The sterile Don Quixote of Sans Souci, 276 after long struggles and labor pains, was delivered of a constitution which was to establish for all time the victory of the feudalist, patriarchal, absolutist, bureaucratic, and clerical reaction. But he had miscalculated. The bourgeoisie was strong enough by then to turn even that constitution into a weapon against the king and all the reactionary. 52 Friedrich Engels. Classes of society. In Prussia, as everywhere else, the bourgeoisie began by refusing him money. The king was in despair. One could say that in the first days after the refusal of the money Prussia was without a king. The country was in the throes of revolution without knowing it. Then by good luck came the 15 million from Russia. Friedrich William was king again, the bourgeoisie of the Diet crumpled up in alarm, and the revolutionary storm clouds scattered. The Prussian bourgeoisie was, for the time being, defeated. But it had made a great step forward, had won for itself a forum, had given the king a proof of its power, and had worked the country up into a great state of agitation. The question, who shall govern Prussia, the alliance of nobles, bureaucrats, and priests headed by the king, or the bourgeoisie, is now posed in such a way that it must be decided in favor of one side or of the other. In the United Diet a compromise between the two parties was still possible, but today no longer. Now it is a matter of life and death struggle between the two. To make matters worse, the committees, those unhappy inventions of the Berlin Constitution manufacturers, are now assembling. 277 They will make the already complicated legal issues so enormously more involved, that no man will any longer know where he stands. They will tie matters up into a Gordian knot which will have to be cut with the sword. They will complete the final preparations for the bourgeois revolution in Prussia. We can therefore await the advent of this Prussian revolution with the utmost calm. The United Diet will have to be convened in 1849 whether the king wants it or not. We will give His Majesty a breathing space till then, but not a moment longer. Then he will have to resign his scepter and his unimpaired crown 278 to the Christian and the Jewish bourgeois of his realm. Thus 1847 was politically a very good year for the Prussian bourgeoisie in spite of their temporary defeat. The bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie of the other German states have also noted this and shown the most heartfelt sympathy towards them. They know that the victory of the Prussian bourgeoisie is their own victory. In Italy we have witnessed the amazing spectacle of the man who occupies the most reactionary position in the whole of Europe, who represents the petrified ideology of the Middle Ages, the Pope, taking the lead in a liberal movement. The movement grew to power in a night, carrying along with it the Austrian Archduke of Tuscany and the traitor Charles Albert of Sardinia, undermining the throne. A Pius IX ed. Leopold II, Duke of Tuscany ed. The movements of 1847–523. Of Ferdinand of Naples, its waves sweeping over Lombardy to the Tyrolese and Styrian Alps. Today the movement in Italy resembles that which took place in Prussia from 1807 to 1812. 279 As in Prussia of those days, there are two issues, external independence and internal reforms. For the moment there is no demand for a constitution, but only for administrative reforms. Any serious conflict with the government is avoided in the meantime so as to maintain as united a front as possible in face of the foreign overlord. What kind of reforms are these? To whose advantage are they? In the first place to that of the bourgeoisie. The press is to be favored, the bureaucracy to be made to serve the interests of the bourgeoisie, cf. the Sardinian reforms, the Roman Consulta, 280 and the reorganization of the ministries. The bourgeois are to be granted extended influence on communal administration, the bon plaisir 3 of the nobles and of the bureaucracy is to be restricted, the bourgeoisie is to be armed as guardia civica. Hitherto all the reforms have been and could be only in the interests of the bourgeoisie. Compare the Prussian reforms of Napoleonic times. These are exactly the same, only that in many respects they go further, the administration made subservient to the interests of the bourgeoisie, the arbitrary power of the nobility and the bureaucracy broken, municipal self-government established, a militia inaugurated, the corvée abolished. As earlier in Prussia, so today in Italy, the bourgeoisie, owing to its growing wealth and, in particular, to the growing importance of industry and commerce in the life of the people as a whole, has become the class upon which the country's liberation from foreign domination mainly depends. The movement in Italy is thus a decisively bourgeois movement. All the classes now inspired with a zeal for reform, from the princes and the nobility down to the Piffereri and the Lazzaroni, 281 appear for the nonce as bourgeois, and the Pope himself is the first bourgeois in Italy. But once the Austrian yoke has finally been thrown off, all these classes will be greatly disillusioned. Once the bourgeoisie has finished off the foreign enemy, it will start on the separation of the sheep from the goats at home, then the princes and the counts will again call out to Austria for help, but it will be too late, and then the workers of Milan, of Florence, and of Naples will realize that their work is only really beginning. Finally, Switzerland. For the first time in its history, this country has played a definite part in the European system of states. For the first time it has dared to act decisively and has had the courage to enter. A power of arbitrary decision ed. 524 Friedrich Engels. The arena as a federal republic instead of as heretofore an agglomeration of 22 antagonistic cantons, utter strangers to one another. By most resolutely putting down the civil war, it has assured the supremacy of the central power. In a word, has become centralist. The de facto centralization will have to be legalized through the impending reform of the Federal Pact. Who, we again ask, is going to profit by the outcome of the war, by federal reform, by the reorganization of the Sonderbund cantons? The victorious party, the party which was victorious in the individual cantons from 1830 to 1834, the liberals and radicals, i.e., the bourgeoisie and the peasantry. The rule of the patriciate in the former imperial towns was already overthrown as a result of the July Revolution. Where it had been practically restored, as in Bern and Geneva, revolutions followed in 1846. Where it as yet remained intact, as for instance in Basel City, it was shaken to its foundations in the same year. There was little feudal aristocracy in Switzerland, and where it still survived it found its chief strength in an alliance with the herdsmen of the Upper Alps. These men were the last, the most obstinate and the most rabid enemies of the bourgeoisie. They were the mainstay of the reactionary elements in the liberal cantons. Aided by the Jesuits and the Pietists, 282 they covered the whole of Switzerland with a network of reactionary conspiracies, cf. the canton of Vaud. They thwarted all the plans laid before the Diet by the bourgeoisie, and hindered the final defeat of the Philistine patriciate in the former imperial cities. In 1847 these last enemies of the Swiss bourgeoisie were completely broken. In almost all the cantons the Swiss bourgeoisie had had a pretty free hand in commerce and industry. In so far as the guilds still existed, they did little to hamper bourgeois development. Tolls within the country hardly existed. Wherever the bourgeoisie had developed to any considerable extent, political power was in its hands. But although it had made good progress in the individual cantons and had found support there, the main thing was still lacking, namely centralization. Whereas feudalism, patriarchalism, and philistinism flourish in separated provinces and individual towns, the bourgeoisie needs for its growth as wide a field as possible. Instead of 22 small cantons it needed one large Switzerland. Cantonal sovereignty, which best suited the conditions in the old Switzerland, had become a crushing handicap for the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie needed a centralist power, strong enough to. The original has by mistake 1846. Ed. The movements of 1847-525 impose a particular course of development on the legislation of the individual cantons and, by sheer weight of influence, to cancel out the differences in their constitutions and laws, to wipe out the vestiges of the feudal, patriarchal, and Philistine legislation, and energetically to represent the interests of the Swiss bourgeoisie in relation to other countries. The bourgeoisie has won for itself this centralist power. But did not the peasants also help in overthrowing the Sonderbund? Certainly they did. So far as the peasants are concerned, they will play the same part towards the bourgeoisie as they played for so long towards the petty bourgeoisie. The peasants will remain the exploited arm of the bourgeoisie, they will fight its battles for it, weave its calico and ribbons, and provide the recruits for its proletariat. What else can they do? They are owners, like the bourgeois, and for the moment their interests are almost identical with those of the bourgeoisie. All the political measures which they are strong enough to put through, are hardly more advantageous to the bourgeoisie than to the peasants themselves. Nevertheless, they are weak in comparison with the bourgeoisie, because the latter are more wealthy and have in their hands the lever of all political power in our century industry. With the bourgeoisie, the peasantry can achieve much, against the bourgeoisie, nothing. It is true that a time will come when the fleeced and impoverished section of the peasantry will unite with the proletariat, which by then will be further developed, and will declare war on the bourgeoisie, but that does not concern us here. Enough that the expulsion of the Jesuits and their associates, those organized opponents of the bourgeoisie, the general introduction of civil instead of religious education, the seizure of most of the church estates by the state, benefit above all the bourgeoisie. Thus the common factor in the three most noteworthy movements of the year 1847 is that all are primarily and chiefly in the interests of die bourgeoisie. The party of progress was, everywhere, the party of the bourgeoisie. It is indeed the characteristic feature of these movements that those countries which remained backward in 1830 are precisely those which last year took the first decisive steps to raise themselves to the level of 1830, that is, to secure the victory of the bourgeoisie. So far, then, we have seen that the year 1847 was a brilliant year for the bourgeoisie. Let us proceed. In Britain a new parliament lies assembled, a parliament which, in the words of John Bry * the Quaker, is the most bourgeois cm. 526 Friedrich Engels. Convened. John Bright is the best authority in the matter, seeing that he himself is the most determined bourgeois in the whole of Britain. But the bourgeois John Bright is not the bourgeois who rules in France or who thunders with pathetic bravado against Frederick William IV. When John Bright speaks of a bourgeois he means a manufacturer. Ever since 1688, separate sections of the bourgeois class have been ruling in England. But, in order to facilitate their seizure of power, the bourgeoisie has allowed the aristocrats, its dependent debtors, to retain their rule in name. Whereas, in reality, the struggle in England is between sections of the bourgeoisie, between rentiers and manufacturers. The manufacturers are able to represent it as a struggle between the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, or, in case of necessity, as a struggle between the aristocracy and the people. The manufacturers have no interest in maintaining the appearance of government by the aristocracy, for the lords, the baronets and the squires do not owe them a farthing. On the other hand they have a great interest in destroying this appearance, for with it the rentiers lose their last sheet anchor. The present bourgeois or manufacturers' parliament will see to this. It will change the old feudal-looking England into a more or less modern country of bourgeois organization. It will bring the British constitution nearer to those of France and of Belgium. It will complete the victory of the English industrial bourgeoisie. Another advance of the bourgeoisie, for an advance within the bourgeoisie is also an extension and a strengthening of bourgeois rule. France alone appears to be an exception. The power which fell into the hands of the whole of the big bourgeoisie in 1830 is being year by year increasingly limited to the rule of the wealthiest section of this big bourgeoisie, to the rule of the rentiers and the stock exchange speculators. They have made the majority of the big bourgeoisie serve their interest. The minority, which is headed by a section of the manufacturers and shipping owners, is continually diminishing. This minority has now made common cause with the middle and petty bourgeoisie who have no electoral rights and celebrates its alliance at reform banquets. It despairs of ever coming to power with the present electorate. After long hesitation, it has made up its mind to promise a share of political power to the sections of the bourgeoisie next below itself, and especially the bourgeois ideologists, as being the least dangerous, the lawyers, doctors, and so on. It is, of course, still very far from being able to keep its promise. Thus also in France we see approaching the struggle within the bourgeoisie which in Britain has already been almost ended. But, as the movements of 1847–527. Always in France, the situation is more sharply defined, more revolutionary than elsewhere. This distinct division into two camps is also an advance for the bourgeoisie. In Belgium the bourgeoisie won a decisive victory in the elections of 1847. The Catholic ministry was forced to resign, and here also the liberal bourgeoisie now rule for the time being. In America we have witnessed the conquest of Mexico and have rejoiced at it. 283 It is also an advance when a country which has hitherto been exclusively wrapped up in its own affairs, perpetually rent with civil wars, and completely hindered in its development, a country whose best prospect had been to become industrially subject to Britain, when such a country is forcibly drawn into the historical process. It is to the interest of its own development that Mexico will in future be placed under the tutelage of the United States. The evolution of the whole of America will profit by the fact that the United States, by the possession of California, obtains command of the Pacific. But again we ask, who is going to profit immediately by the war? The bourgeoisie alone. The North Americans acquire new regions in California and New Mexico for the creation of fresh capital, that is, for calling new bourgeois into being, and enriching those already in existence, for all capital created today flows into the hands of the bourgeoisie. And what about the proposed cut through the Tehuantepec Isthmus? 284 Who is likely to gain by that? Who else but the American shipping owners? Rule over the Pacific, who will gain by that but these same shipping owners? The new customers for the products of industry, customers who will come into being in the newly acquired territories, who will supply their needs? None other than the American manufacturers. Thus also in America the bourgeoisie has made great advances, and if its representatives now oppose the war, that only proves that they fear that these advances have in some ways been bought too dear. Even in quite barbarous lands the bourgeoisie is advancing. In Russia, industry is developing by leaps and bounds and is succeeding in converting even the boyars into bourgeois. Both in Russia and Poland serfdom is being restricted and the nobility thereby weakened in the interest of the bourgeoisie, and a class of free peasants is being created which the bourgeoisie everywhere needs. The Jews are being persecuted entirely in the interest of the settled Christian bourgeois, whose business was spoiled by the peddlers in Hungary. The feudal magnates are more and more changing into wholesale corn and wool merchants and cattle dealers, and consequently now appear in the Diet as bourgeois. What of all? 528 Friedrich Engels. The glorious advances of civilization in such lands as Turkey, Egypt, Tunis, Persia, and other barbarous countries? They are nothing else but a preparation for the advent of a future bourgeoisie. In these countries the word of the prophet is being fulfilled. Prepare ye the way of the Lord. 3 Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? B. The bourgeois. Wherever we look, the bourgeoisie are making stupendous progress. They are holding their heads high, and haughtily challenge their enemies. They expect a decisive victory, and their hopes will not be disappointed. They intend to shape the whole world according to their standard, and, on a considerable portion of the earth's surface, they will succeed. We are no friends of the bourgeoisie. That is common knowledge. But this time we do not grudge the bourgeoisie their triumph. We can chuckle over the haughty looks which the bourgeois deign to bestow, especially in Germany, upon the apparently tiny band of Democrats and Communists. We have no objection if everywhere they force through their purposes. Nay more. We cannot forbear an ironical smile when we observe the terrible earnestness, the pathetic enthusiasm with which the bourgeois strive to achieve their aims. They really believe that they are working on their own behalf. They are so short-sighted as to fancy that through their triumph the world will assume its final configuration. Yet nothing is more clear than that they are everywhere preparing the way for us, for the Democrats and the Communists, than that they will at most win a few years of troubled enjoyment, only to be then immediately overthrown. Behind them stands everywhere the proletariat, sometimes participating in their endeavors and partly in their illusions, as in Italy and Switzerland, sometimes silent and reserved, but secretly preparing the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, as in France and Germany, finally, in Britain and America, in open rebellion against the ruling bourgeoisie. We can do still more. We can say all this to the bourgeoisie straight out, we can lay our cards on the table. Let them know in advance that they are working only in our interest. They still cannot for that reason give up their fight against the absolute monarchy, the nobility, and the clergy. They must conquer or already now go under. In Germany in a very short time they will even have to ask for our help. Isaiah 40, 3 ed. B. Psalms 24, 7,8 ed. The movements of 1847 529. So just fight bravely on, most gracious masters of capital. We need you for the present, here and there we even need you as rulers. You have to clear the vestiges of the Middle Ages and of absolute monarchy out of our path, you have to annihilate patriarchalism, you have to carry out centralization, you have to convert the more or less propertyless classes into genuine proletarians, into recruits for us. By your factories and your commercial relationships you must create for us the basis of the material means which the proletariat needs for the attainment of freedom. In recompense whereof you shall be allowed to rule for a short time. You shall be allowed to dictate your laws, to bask in the rays of the majesty you have created, to spread your banquets in the halls of kings, and to take the beautiful princess to wife, but do not forget that the hangman stands at the door. 3. Written about January 20th, 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung No. 7, January 23, 1848, signed, F.E. A. Heinrich Heine, Reuer Olaf. Ed. Friedrich Engels. The beginning of the end in Austria. It will endure Metternich and me, said the late Emperor Franz. If Metternich does not wish to give his emperor the lie, he had better die as soon as possible. This checkered Austrian monarchy, scraped together by theft and by inheritance, this organized jumble of 10 languages and nations, this planless mishmash of contradictory customs and laws, is at last beginning to disintegrate. Honest German citizens have for years been fervent admirers of the director of this creaking state machine, the cowardly swindler and assassin Metternich. Talleyrand, Louis Philippe, and Metternich, 3 most mediocre minds and hence most suitable for our mediocre times, are regarded by German citizens as 3 gods who for 30 years have manipulated world history as if it were a puppet show. Going by his own daily experience, the honest citizen regards history as a kind of plot hatched in a tavern or as feminine gossip on a somewhat larger scale. Certainly, there is no country over which the tidal wave of revolution, the triple Napoleonic invasions 285 passed away so completely without trace as Austria. Certainly, there is no country where feudalism, patriarchalism, and faint-hearted Philistinism defended by the paternal rod, have been maintained so immaculately or harmoniously as in Austria. But is it Metternich's fault? On what does the might, the tenacity, the stability, of the House of Austria rest? When Italy, France, England, Belgium, North and West Germany, one after another extricated themselves from feudal barbarism during the latter half of the Middle Ages, when industry was The beginning of the end in Austria 531. Developing, trade expanding, the towns thriving and the burghers acquired political importance, one part of Germany lagged behind West European development. Bourgeois civilization followed the sea coasts and the course of the big rivers. The inland, especially the barren and impassable mountainous regions, remained the seat of barbarism and of feudalism. This barbarism was especially concentrated in the South German and South Slav inland areas. Protected by the Alps from Italian civilization and by the mountains of Bohemia and Moravia from that of North Germany, these inland countries had the additional good fortune of being the basin of the only reactionary river in Europe. The Danube, far from linking them with civilization, brought them into contact with a much more vigorous barbarism. When the great monarchies developed in Western Europe in the wake of bourgeois civilization, the inland countries of the upper Danube likewise had to unite in a great monarchy. This was required if only for the needs of defense. Here, in the center of Europe, the barbarians of all tongues and of all nations associated under the scepter of the House of Habsburg. Here they found in Hungary a mainstay of solid barbarism. The Danube, the Alps, the rocky breastworks of Bohemia, these are the basis for the existence of Austrian barbarism and of the Austrian monarchy. The House of Habsburg supported the burghers against the aristocracy and the towns against the princes because this was the only condition on which a great monarchy was possible. When, later on, it again supported the petty bourgeoisie, this was because the petty bourgeoisie in the rest of Europe had become reactionary themselves with regard to the big bourgeoisie. On both occasions it supported the petty bourgeois for decidedly reactionary purposes. But now this method has miscarried. The House of Austria was thus from the first the representative of barbarism, of reactionary stability in Europe. Its power rested on the foolishness of the patriarchalism entrenched behind the impassable mountains, on the inaccessible brutality of barbarism. A dozen nations whose customs, character, and institutions were flagrantly opposed to one another clung together on the strength of their common dislike for civilization. Hence the House of Austria was invincible as long as the barbarous character of its subjects remained untouched. Hence it was threatened by only one danger, the penetration of bourgeois civilization. But this sole danger was not to be averted. Bourgeois civilization. 532 Friedrich Engels. Could be warded off for a time, it could be temporarily adapted and subordinated to Austrian barbarism. But it was bound to overcome feudal barbarism sooner or later, and shatter the only link which had held the most variegated provinces together. This explains Austria's passive, hesitant, cowardly, sordid and underhand policy. Austria can no longer act, as before, in an openly brutal, thoroughly barbarous way because it must make concessions to civilization every year, and because its own subjects become less reliable every year. Every decisive step would lead to a change at home or in the neighboring countries, every change would mean a breach in the dam behind which Austria laboriously protects itself against the rising tides of modern civilization. The first victim of any change would be the House of Austria itself, which stands or falls with barbarism. Although Austria was still able to disperse the Piedmontese, Neapolitan, and Romagnese rebels with cannon fire in 1823 and 1831, it was forced to set in motion a still undeveloped revolutionary element, the peasantry. In 1846 in Galicia, it had to stop the advance of its troops near Ferrara in 1847 and resort to conspiracy in Rome. 286 Counter-revolutionary Austria uses revolutionary means. This is the surest sign that its end is approaching. Once the Italian insurrections of 1831, and the Polish Revolution of 1830 had been suppressed and the French bourgeois had given guarantees of good behavior, Emperor Franz could go to his grave in peace. The time seemed miserable enough to endure even his feeble-minded offspring. 3. As yet the realm of the crowned idiot was still safe from revolutions. But who could ensure it against the causes of revolutions? As long as industry remained domestic industry, as long as every peasant family or at least every village produced its own industrial products, without putting much on the market, industry itself remained feudal and excellently suited to Austrian barbarism. As long as it remained mere manufactory, rural industry, few products of the inland countries were made available for export and foreign trade was minimal, industry existed in a few districts only and was easily adaptable to the Austrian status quo. If manufacture could only produce relatively few big bourgeois even in England and France, then it could only produce a modest middle class in thinly populated and remote Austria, and even this only here and there. As long as hand labor existed, Austria was safe. A Ferdinand I ed. The beginning of the end in Austria 533. But machinery was invented and machines ruined hand labor. The prices of industrial products fell so swiftly and so low that first of all manufacture and then, gradually, the old feudal domestic industry went under. Austria fortified itself against the machines by a consistent system of prohibitive tariffs. But in vain, it was precisely the system of prohibitive tariffs which was responsible for bringing machinery into Austria. Bohemia used machinery in the cotton industry, Lombardy for silk spinning, Vienna even started to produce machinery. The results were quick to follow. The workers in manufacture became destitute. The entire population of the manufacturing districts was torn out of its hereditary mode of life. The former Philistines grew into big bourgeois and lorded it over hundreds of workers just as their princely and aristocratic neighbors lorded it over hundreds of peasant serfs. Through the collapse of the old type of industry, these peasant serfs lost their old occupations and acquired new needs as a result of the new industry. It was no longer possible to carry on feudal agriculture alongside modern industry. The abolition of corvée became a necessity. The feudal position of the peasants in relation to the landowners became untenable. The towns became thriving. The guilds were oppressive for the consumers, useless for those who belonged to them and intolerable for those engaged in industry. Competition had to be permitted surreptitiously. The position of all classes in society was radically changed. The old classes withdrew more and more into the background before the two new classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Agriculture declined in importance compared with industry, the countryside gave way to the towns. Such were the consequences of machinery in some areas of Austria, especially in Bohemia and Lombardy. They gave rise to a reaction which affected the entire monarchy to a greater or lesser degree. Everywhere they undermined the old barbarism, and with it the foundations of the House of Austria. While in Romagna in 1831 the battered Austrian soldiers replied to cries of Viva Italia with grape shot, in England the first railways were built. Like machinery, railways immediately became a necessity for all European countries. Austria had to have them, willy-nilly. In order not to give increased power to the already growing bourgeoisie, the government built them itself, but it went from Scylla to Charybdis. It prevented the establishment of powerful bourgeois joint stock companies only by borrowing from the same bourgeois the money to build the railways, by putting itself in pawn to Rothschild, Arnstein, Escalise, Siena, etc. 534 Friedrich Engels. Still less did the House of Austria escape the effects of the railways. The mountain ranges which separated the Austrian monarchy from the outside world, Bohemia from Moravia and Austria, Austria from Styria, Styria from Illyria, Illyria from Lombardy, fell before the railways. The granite walls behind which each province had maintained a separate nationality and a limited local existence, ceased to be a barrier. All of a sudden the products of large-scale industry, of machinery, forced their way, almost free of transport costs, into the most remote corners of the monarchy, destroyed the old hand labor and shattered the feudal barbarism. Trade between the provinces, and with the civilized outside world, acquired an unheard of importance. The Danube, flowing towards the backward regions, ceased to be the main artery of the empire. The Alps and the Bohemian forests no longer exist. The new artery now passes from Trieste to Hamburg, Ostend, and Le Havre, far beyond the frontiers of the empire, through the mountain ranges to the remote coasts of the North Sea and the ocean. Participation in the general interests of the state, in what was happening in the outside world became a necessity. The local barbarism began to disappear, particular interests began to diverge here, to merge there. Nationalities separated in one place to link up somewhere else, and out of the confused agglomeration of mutually alien provinces emerged larger and better defined groups with common tendencies and interests. It will endure Metternich and me. The French Revolution, Napoleon, and the July upheavals had been withstood. But there was no withstanding steam. Steam forced its way through the Alps and the Bohemian forests, steam robbed the Danube of its role, steam tore Austrian barbarism to shreds and thereby pulled the ground from under the feet of the House of Habsburg. In Europe and America they now have the pleasure of seeing Metternich and the whole House of Habsburg crushed between the wheels of the steam-driven machines, and the Austrian monarchy being cut to pieces by its own locomotives. It is an exhilarating sight. The vassals rebel in Italy, and Austria dare not utter a word. The liberal pestilence invades Lombardy and Austria hesitates, vacillates, quakes before its own subjects. In Switzerland the oldest rebels against Austria, the L/R Swiss, yield to Austrian suzerainty 287, they are attacked, but Austria shivers at the bold words of Oxenbien, if only one single Austrian soldier enters Switzerland I will throw 20,000 men into Lombardy and proclaim the Italian Republic. And Austria goes off to beg in vain for assistance from the despised courts of Munich, Stuttgart, and Karlsruhe. In Bohemia, the estates refuse to pay their taxes of 50,000 guilders, Austria still wants. The beginning of the end in Austria 535. To enforce payment but needs its troops in the Alps so badly that for the first time since the foundation of Austria it has to give way to the estates and do without the 50,000 guilders. In Hungary, the Diet is preparing revolutionary proposals and is sure of a majority for them. And Austria, which needs the Hungarian hussars in Milan, Modena, and Parma, Austria itself puts forward revolutionary proposals 288 to the Diet although it knows very well that these are its own death warrant. This unshakable Austria, this eternal bulwark of barbarism, no longer knows where to turn. It is suffering from the most terrible rash. If it scratches itself in front then it itches behind, and if it scratches behind, then it itches in front. And with these comical scratchings, the House of Austria scratches itself out of existence. If old Metternich does not follow his upright Franz pretty quickly he may live to see the imperial monarchy which he held together at the price of such exertions falling apart and most of it into the hands of the bourgeoisie. He may live to have the unspeakable experience of seeing the burgher tailors and burgher grocers refusing to doff their hats to him in the Prater 289 and calling him plain Herr Metternich. A few more shocks, one or two more costly mobilizations and Charles Rothschild will buy up the whole Austrian monarchy. We observe the victory of the bourgeois over the Austrian imperial monarchy with real satisfaction. We only wish that it may be the really vile, really dirty, really Jewish bourgeois who buy up this venerable empire. Such a repulsive, flogging, paternal, lousy government deserves to be under the heel of a really lousy, unkempt stinking adversary. Herr Metternich can depend on us to shear this adversary later as ruthlessly as Metternich will soon be shorn by him. The fall of Austria has a special significance for us Germans. It is Austria which is responsible for our reputation of being the oppressors of foreign nations, the hirelings of reaction in all countries. Under the Austrian flag Germans have held Poland, Bohemia, Italy in bondage. We have to thank the Austrian monarchy for the Germans being hated as vile mercenaries of despotism from Syracuse to Trento, from Genoa to Venice. Anyone who has seen what deadly hatred, the bloody and completely justified thirst for revenge against the Tedeschi 71 reign in Italy must be moved to an undying hatred of Austria and applaud when this bulwark of barbarism, this scourge of Germany collapses. A German's ed. 536 Friedrich Engels. We have every reason to hope that the Germans will revenge themselves on Austria for the infamy with which it has covered the German name. We have every reason to hope that it will be Germans who will overthrow Austria and clear away the obstacles in the way of freedom for the Slavs and Italians. Everything is ready, the victim lies there awaiting the knife which will cut its throat. May the Germans not lose their chance this time. May they be bold enough to say the words which Napoleon himself did not dare to utter: La dynastie de Habsburg ist der Regner. 3. Written about January 25, 1848, printed according to the newspaper, first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 8, January 27, 1848. Time. Signed, F.E. The Habsburg dynasty has ceased to reign. Ed. Karl Marx. The Debat Social of February 6. On the Democratic Association. The Debat Social of February 6 defends the Brussels Association Démocratique and its branches. 290. We shall permit ourselves a few comments on the character of this defense. It may well be in the interest of the Belgian Radical Party to point out to the Catholics that they are acting against their own interest in denouncing the Belgian Radical Party. It may well be in the interest of the Belgian Radical Party to distinguish between lower and higher clergy, and to compensate the clergy in general with compliments for the truths it addresses to a part of it. We understand nothing of this. We are merely astonished that the Debat could overlook the fact that the attacks of the Flemish Catholic papers against the Association's Démocratiques were printed immediately in the Independence, 3, and the Independence is not, as far as we know, a Catholic newspaper. The Debat Social declares that the Belgians are demanding political reforms through the democratic associations. We realize that the Debat has forgotten the cosmopolitan character of the Association Démocratique for a moment. Or perhaps it has not even forgotten it. It has merely remembered that a society which strives to promote democracy in all countries will work first on the country in which it resides. The Debat Social is not content with saying what the Belgians want of the Association's Démocratiques. It goes further. It says what the Belgians do not want of them, what one consequently should not want if one belongs to the association, which the Belgians have founded to demand political reforms. Avis Auxiliary Étrangers, asterisk. The political reforms which the Belgians wish to demand through the democratic associations, says the Debat, are not those utopias pursued by certain Democrats in L'Indépendance Belge ed. BC Note 8 ed. Warning to Foreigners, ed. 538. Karl Marx. Countries where the social institutions permit no hope of any effective reforms, where it is therefore just as reasonable to think of castles in the air as of the modest well-being of the already free nations. He who possesses nothing does just as well in dreaming of millions at a stroke as of $100 of rent or profit. Here the Debat is evidently speaking of the communists. We should like to ask it if the modest well-being of free England manifests itself in the poor rate growing faster than the population. We should like to ask it if by the modest well-being of the free nations it understands the destitution in Flanders. We should like it to let us into the secret whereby it intends to replace wages with $100 of profit or rent. Or does it understand by the modest well-being of the free nations the modest well-being of the free capitalists and landowners? We should finally like to ask it if it has been charged by the Brussels Association Démocratique to give the lie to those utopians who do not believe in the modest happiness of the free nations. However, the Debat Social is evidently not speaking of communists in general, but of the German communists, who, because political developments in their homeland do not allow them to found a German alliance or a German association liberal, 291 sink in despair into the arms of communism. We remind the Debat that communism originated in England and France, and not in Germany. German communism is the most determined opponent of all utopianism, and far from excluding historical development in fact bases itself upon it. For the time being we give this assurance to the Debat Social in return for its own assurance. Germany is retarded in its political development, it still has a long political development to undergo. We should be the last to deny this. On the other hand, however, we believe that a country of more than 40 million inhabitants, when it prepares for a revolution, will not seek the model for its movement in the radicalism of small free countries. Does the Debat understand by communism the throwing of class antagonisms and of class struggle into sharp relief? In that case, it is not communism which is communistic, but political economy and bourgeois society. We know that Robert Peel has prophesied that the class antagonism in modern society must erupt in a terrible crisis. 292 We know that Guizot himself in his History of Civilization * believes he is FPG. Guizot, Histoire générale de la civilisation en Europe, ed. The Débat social on the Democratic Association 539. Setting forth nothing but particular forms of the class struggle. But Peel and Guizot are utopians. Realists are men who regard the mere statement of social facts as an offense against benevolent worldly wisdom. The Débat social is quite free to admire and to idealize North America and Switzerland. We ask it whether the political constitution of North America could ever be introduced in Europe without great social upheavals. We believe, for instance, if the Débat will pardon our boldness, that the English Charter, 293, if it were to be put forward not by individual enthusiasts for universal suffrage but by a great national party, presupposed a long and arduous unification of the English workers into a class, and that this charter is being striven for with quite another purpose and must bring about quite different social consequences than the Constitution of America or of Switzerland ever strove for or ever brought about. In our eyes those people are utopians who separate political forms from their social foundation and present them as general, abstract dogmas. The manner in which the Débat social attempts to defend the association démocratique by simultaneously eliminating certain Democrats who are dissatisfied with the modest well-being of the free nations is demonstrated yet again when it comes to speak of the discussions on free trade held within the association. 294 6 sittings, says the Débat, were devoted to the discussion of this interesting question, and many workers from the various workshops of our city asserted here principles which would not have been out of place at the famous Congress of Economists held in Brussels in September last. Before this the Débat notes that the association voted almost unanimously that absolute free trade between all nations should be considered as a goal of democracy. After this, in the same issue of the Débat we find a thoroughly commonplace speech by Mle Hardy W., scraped together from the most decayed leavings of the English free trade cookshop. And to round off, Cobden is glorified. 295 After this presentation in the Débat social, will anyone doubt that the association voted by a great majority for free trade in the sense of the Congress of Economists and of the bourgeois free traders? Written about February 10, 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 13, February 13, 1848 time 3 new constitutions. Our predictions concerning the imminent triumph of the bourgeoisie 3 are in fact being fulfilled more rapidly than we could have expected. In less than a fortnight 3 absolute monarchies have been transformed into constitutional states, Denmark, Naples, and Sardinia. The movement in Italy has developed with remarkable rapidity. The Papal State, Tuscany, and Sardinia in succession took their place at its head, one country impelled the next further and further, one advance always brought another in its wake. The Italian Customs Union 296 was the first step towards constituting the Italian bourgeoisie, which decisively took the lead in the national movement and came daily more into collision with Austria. The bourgeoisie had achieved almost everything which could be achieved under an absolute monarchy, and a representative constitution daily became a more pressing necessity for it. But the winning of constitutional institutions, this was precisely the difficulty for the Italian bourgeoisie. The princes were reluctant, the bourgeoisie dared not confront them too threateningly as it did not want to throw them into the arms of Austria again. The Italians of the Customs Union might have gone on waiting for a long time, when help suddenly came to them from a quite unexpected quarter. Sicily rebelled, the people of Palermo drove the royal troops out of the city with unprecedented bravery. The people of Abruzzi, Apulia, and Calabria attempted a new insurrection, Naples itself prepared for battle, and Ferdinand. Palermo with 200,000 inhabitants defeated 13,000 men. Paris with 1,000,000 inhabitants defeated 7,000 to 8,000 men in the July Revolution. See this volume, pages 520-29 ed. 3 New Constitutions 541. The Bloodhound, pressed from all sides, with no hope of obtaining Austrian troops, was the first of all the Italian princes to have to grant a constitution and complete freedom of the press. The news reached Genoa and Turin, both cities demanded that Sardinia should not lag behind Naples. Charles Albert, too involved in the movement to withdraw, and also in need of money on account of armament against Austria, had to yield to the very emphatic representations of Turin and Genoa and similarly grant a constitution. There is no doubt at all that Tuscany must follow, and that Pius IX himself will have to make new concessions. The Italian bourgeoisie has gained its decisive victory in the streets of Palermo. It is now victorious. What will ensue can only be the exploitation of this victory in all respects and the securing of its results against Austria. This victory of the Italian bourgeoisie is again a defeat for Austria. How old Metternich must have gnashed his teeth in rage, the man who saw the Neapolitan revolution coming from afar, who again and again begged the Pope and Tuscany for permission to march his troops across their territories, and who nonetheless had to hold back his Pandars and Croats on the Po. One courier after another came to him from Naples. Ferdinand, Code, and Del Caretto were screaming for help, and Metternich, who in 1823 and 1831 297 had reigned so omnipotently in Italy, could do nothing. He had to look on quietly and see his last, his most reliable ally defeated and humiliated in Italy, and the whole weight of Naples placed on the scales against Austria thanks to a revolution. And he had 150,000 men waiting on the Po. But England was there, and had the Austrians crossed the Po, it would have been the signal for the occupation of Venice and the bombardment of Trieste, and so Metternich's hangmen had to stand still and watch with their rifles in their hands while Naples was snatched from them. England's conduct in the whole Italian affair has been very proper. While the other great powers, France as much as Russia, have done everything to support Metternich, England has taken its place, quite alone, on the side of the Italian movement. The English bourgeoisie has the greatest interest in thwarting an Austro-Italian protective customs union and conversely in bringing about an anti-Austrian customs union in Italy based on free trade. For this reason it supports the Italian bourgeoisie, which for the time being itself still needs free trade for its development, and which is therefore the natural ally of the English bourgeoisie. In the meantime Austria is arming. These armaments are completely ruining its finances. Austria has no money, and it has 542 Friedrich Engels. Turned to Rothschild for a loan. Rothschild has declared that he does not want a war and will not, therefore, provide any money in support of war. Indeed, is there any banker who will still advance money to the rotten Austrian monarchy for a war in which a country like England may involve itself? Metternich can thus no longer count on the bourgeoisie. He turns to the Emperor of Russia who, in the last few years, has also become a great capitalist, thanks to the mines of the Ural and Altai regions and to the corn trade, to the White Tsar, who has already once helped Frederick William IV with 15 million silver rubles, and who in general seems to be turning into the Rothschild of all declining absolute monarchies. Tsar Nicholas is said to have granted 75 millions in return for a Russian percentage, it goes without saying, and on good security. All the better. If the Tsar has to cover the expenses of the Prussian and Austrian monarchies in addition to his own, if his money is wasted on arming unsuccessfully against Italy, then his treasure will soon be exhausted. Will Austria risk a war? We hardly think so. Its finances are chaotic, Hungary is in full ferment, Bohemia is not secure, on the battlefield itself, in Lombardy, guerrillas would spring up everywhere. And more than anything else the fear of England will restrain Metternich. At this moment Lord Palmerston is the most powerful man in Europe, his decision determines the issue, and this time his decision has been made known clearly enough. At quite the other end of Europe, in Denmark, a king 3 dies. His son, B.A. Kors, jovial Schnapstipler, immediately convokes an assembly of notables, a committee of the estates, in order to deliberate upon a common constitution for the Duchy Esk and Denmark. And so that the Germans shall disgrace themselves everywhere, the duchies have to declare that they do not want this constitution, because it would mean their being torn away from their common German homeland. 298 It is really too ridiculous. The duchies have a considerably smaller population than Denmark, and yet the number of their representatives is to be the same. Their language is to have equal rights in the assembly, in the official records, in everything. In short, the Danes make every possible concession to the Germans, and the Germans persist, in their absurd national obstinacy. The Germans have never been national-minded where the interests of nationality and the interests of progress have coincided, they were always so where A. Christian 8 ed. B. Frederickville ed. C. Schleswig and Holstein ed. 3 New Constitutions 543. Nationality has turned against progress. Where it was important to be national-minded, they played the cosmopolitans. Where it was important not to be directly national-minded, they were so to the point of absurdity. In every case they made themselves ridiculous. Either the inhabitants of the duchies are capable people, and more advanced than the Danes, in which case they will obtain preponderance over the Danes in the Chamber of Estate Deputies and have no reason for complaint, or else they are German sluggards and lag behind the Danes in industrial and political development, in which case it is high time they were taken in tow by the Danes. But it is really too absurd for these upright Schleswig-Holsteiners to beg the 40 million Germans to help them against the Danes and to refuse to take up their positions on a battlefield where they can fight with the same advantages as their opponents. It is too absurd that they should appeal to the police of the German Confederation 299 against a constitution. The Danish constitution is as much a blow against Prussia as the Neapolitan against Austria, although in itself it is only a reaction to abortive Prussian constitutional experiment of February 3. 300. As a further addition to its many embarrassments, the Prussian government now has received a new constitutional state as neighbor, at the same time it loses a faithful protégé and ally. While Italy and Denmark have thus stepped into the ranks of the constitutional states, Germany lags behind. Every nation is moving forward. The smallest, weakest nations are always able to find a point in the European complications which enables them, in spite of their big reactionary neighbors, to win for themselves one modern institution after another. Only the 40 million Germans never bestir themselves. It is true that they are no longer asleep, but they still only talk and bluster, they have yet to act. But if the German governments were to set any great hopes on the bourgeoisie's fear of action, then they would be very much deceiving themselves. The Germans are the last in line because their revolution will be quite different from the Sicilian. The German bourgeois and the Philistines know very well that behind them stands a daily growing proletariat which on the day after the revolution will put forward quite different demands than they themselves desire. The German bourgeois and Philistines therefore behave in a cowardly, indecisive, and vacillating manner. They fear a conflict not less than they fear the government. A German revolution is far more serious than a Neapolitan revolution. In Naples there is a confrontation only between Austria and England. In a German revolution the whole of the East and the 544 Friedrich Engels whole of the West will confront each other. A Neapolitan revolution will achieve its aim as soon as downright bourgeois institutions have been won. A German revolution will only really begin when it has got this far. For this reason the Germans must first of all be thoroughly compromised in the eyes of all other nations. They must become, more than they are already, the laughing-stock of all Europe. They must be compelled to make the revolution. But then they will really arise, not the cowardly German burghers but the German workers. They will rise up, put an end to the whole filthy, muddled official German rule, and with the radical revolution restore the honor of Germany. Written in the middle of February 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 15, February 20, 1848. Time: Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels on the Polish question. Speeches in Brussels, on February 22, 1848. On the occasion of the second anniversary 301 of the Krakow insurrection. Speech by Mr. Karl Marx. Gentlemen, there are striking analogies in history. The Jacobin of 1793 has become the communist of the present day. In 1793, when Russia, Austria and Prussia divided up Poland, the three powers produced the Constitution of 1791, 302, which had been condemned unanimously because of its alleged Jacobin principles. And what had it proclaimed? The Polish Constitution of 1791. Nothing other than a constitutional monarchy, legislation placed in the hands of the representatives of the country, freedom of the press, freedom of conscience, public judicial trial, abolition of serfdom, etc. And all this was then called pure Jacobinism. Thus you see, gentlemen, that history has moved on. The Jacobinism of those days has today become, as far as liberalism goes, the most moderate imaginable. The three powers have marched with history. In 1846, when by incorporating Krakow into Austria they confiscated the last remains of Polish nationality, they gave the name communism to what they once called Jacobinism. Now, what is the communism of the Krakow Revolution? Was it communism to have wanted to restore Polish nationality? This is as much as to say that the war waged against Napoleon by the European coalition to save nationalities was a communist war, and that the Congress of Vienna 303 was made up of crowned communists. Or was the Krakow Revolution communist because it wanted to set up a democratic government? Nobody will charge the millionaire citizens of Bern and New York with communist leanings. Communism denies the necessity for the existence of classes, it wants to abolish all classes, all class distinctions. The revolutionaries of Krakow wanted only to abolish political distinctions between the classes, they wanted to give equal rights to the different classes. 546 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. But, briefly, to what extent was the Krakow Revolution communist? Was it perhaps that it tried to break the chains of feudalism, to turn tributary property into free property, into modern property? If one asked French proprietors, do you know what Polish Democrats want? The Polish Democrats want to have the kind of property ownership which you already have, the French proprietors would answer, they are quite right. But if you say, with Engels, to the French proprietors, the Poles want to abolish property as you instituted it by the revolution of 1789 and as it still exists in your country. What? They will shout, they are revolutionaries, communists, these scoundrels must be trampled down. The abolition of guilds, of corporations, the introduction of free competition, is now called communism in Sweden. The Journal de Debats went further, to abolish the unearned income constituted by the right of corruption for 200,000 electors, is to abolish a source of revenue, to destroy an acquired property, to be communist. Doubtless the Krakow Revolution also wanted to abolish one kind of property. But what kind of property? One which could not be destroyed in the rest of Europe any more than the Sonderbund 304 in Switzerland, both having already disappeared. No one will deny that in Poland the political question is tied to the social question. The one has always been inseparable from the other. Better ask it of the reactionaries. During the Restoration 305 were they only fighting political liberalism and its inevitable load of Voltairianism? A very renowned reactionary writer loudly professed that the highest metaphysics of a de Maistre and of a de Bonald was in the end a question of money, and is not every question of money a directly social question? The men of the Restoration did not conceal the fact that to bring back good politics it was necessary to bring back good property rights, feudal property, moral property. Everybody knows that loyalty to monarchy cannot dispense with tithes and corvée labor. Let us go further back. In 1789 the political question of the rights of man included the social question of free competition. And what then happened in England? In all questions from the Reform Bill until the abolition of the Corn Laws, 306 did the political parties fight about anything except changes in property rights, questions of property, social questions. Here, in Belgium itself, is the struggle of liberalism with Catholicism anything but the struggle of industrial capital with large landed property? Celebration, à Bruxelles. 20e anniversaire. Révolution polonaise. Du 22 février 1846. T0C0URS. MOKOKCES. Pa MM, AJC Nault, Karl Marx, Leluel, F. Engels et Louis Lubl 1 Avocat. Bruxelles. C. G. Vogler, Libraire 184 8. Cover of the pamphlet containing the speeches on the Polish question by Marx and Engels. On the Polish question 549. And the political questions which have been debated for the last 17 years, are these not basically social questions? Thus, however you look at it, whether from a liberal, radical, even aristocratic point of view, could you still reproach the Krakow Revolution with having joined a social question to a political question? The men who led the Krakow revolutionary movement were deeply convinced that only a democratic Poland could be independent, and a democratic Poland was impossible without the abolition of feudal rights, without the agrarian movement which would transform the tied peasants into free proprietors, modern proprietors. Replace the Russian autocrat by Polish aristocrats and you will have given despotism naturalization papers. It was thus that the Germans, in their war against foreign rule, exchanged 1 Napoleon for 36 Metternichs. 307 If the Polish lord no longer has a Russian lord over him, the Polish peasant will still have a lord over him, but a free lord in place of a slave lord. This political change will have altered nothing in his social position. The Krakow Revolution has given a glorious example to the whole of Europe, by identifying the national cause with the democratic cause and the emancipation of the oppressed class. If this revolution has been stifled for the moment by the bloody hands of hired assassins, it is now rising gloriously and triumphantly in Switzerland and Italy. It sees the confirmation of these principles in Ireland, where the narrowly nationalist party has gone to its grave with O'Connell, and where the new National Party is above all reforming and democratic. 308 It is Poland once again which has taken the initiative, no longer feudal Poland, but democratic Poland, and from this moment its emancipation has become the point of honor for all the democrats of Europe. Speech by Mr. Friedrich Engels. Gentlemen, the insurrection whose anniversary we are celebrating today has failed. After some days of heroic resistance, Krakow fell, and the bleeding ghost of Poland, which had risen for a moment before the eyes of its assassins, descended again into its grave. The Krakow Revolution was a defeat, a very deplorable defeat. Let us render the last honors to the fallen heroes, lament their setback, and offer our sympathy to the 20 million Polish people whom this failure has again enchained. 19 * 550 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. But, gentlemen, is that all we have to do? Is it enough to shed a tear on the tomb of an unhappy country and to pledge against its oppressors an implacable hatred, till now not very potent? No, gentlemen. The anniversary of Krakow is not only a day of mourning, it is a day of rejoicing for us other Democrats, for the defeat itself contains a victory whose fruits are ours to gather, while the results of the defeat are only transitory. This victory is the victory of young democratic Poland over the old aristocratic Poland. Yes, the latest struggle of Poland against its foreign oppressors has been preceded by a hidden struggle, concealed but decisive within Poland itself, a struggle of oppressed Poles against Polish oppressors, a struggle of democracy against the Polish aristocracy. Compare 1830, 309 and 1846, compare Warsaw and Krakow. In 1830 the ruling class in Poland was as selfish, narrow-minded, and cowardly in the legislative body as it was devoted, enthusiastic and courageous on the field of battle. What did the Polish aristocracy want in 1830? To safeguard its own acquired rights with regard to the emperor. 3. It limited the insurrection to the little country which the Congress of Vienna was pleased to call the Kingdom of Poland. 310. It restrained the uprising in the other Polish provinces, it left intact the degrading serfdom of the peasants and the infamous condition of the Jews. If the aristocracy, in the course of the insurrection, had to make concessions to the people, it only made them when it was too late, when the insurrection had failed. Let it be said clearly, The insurrection of 1830 was neither a national revolution, it excluded three-quarters of Poland, nor a social or a political revolution, it changed nothing in the internal condition of the people, it was a conservative revolution. But within the conservative revolution, within the national government itself, there was one man who vigorously attacked the narrow views of the ruling class. He proposed really revolutionary measures before whose boldness the aristocrats of the Diet recoiled. By calling the whole of ancient Poland to arms, by thus making the war for Polish independence a European war, by emancipating the Jews and the peasants, by making the latter share in landed property, by reconstructing Poland on the basis of democracy and equality, he wanted to make the national cause the cause of freedom, he wanted to identify the interest of all peoples with that of the Polish people. A Nicholas I. ed. On the Polish Question 551. Need I name the genius who conceived this plan, at once so vast and so simple? It was Leluel. In 1830, these proposals were continually rejected by the blind self-interest of the aristocratic majority. But these principles, ripened and developed by the experience of 15 years of servitude, we saw inscribed on the flag of the Krakow uprising. At Krakow, it was clearly seen that there were no longer men who had much to lose, there were no aristocrats, every step that was taken bore the stamp of that democratic, I might almost say proletarian, boldness which has only its misery to lose and a whole country, a whole world, to gain. There, no hesitation, no scruples, the three foreign powers were attacked together, the freeing of the peasants, agrarian reform, the emancipation of the Jews were proclaimed, without caring for a moment whether this offended certain aristocratic interests. The Krakow Revolution wanted neither to re-establish ancient Poland nor to preserve what the foreign governments had let remain of the old Polish institutions, it was neither reactionary nor conservative. No, it was even more hostile to Poland itself than to its foreign oppressors, hostile to the ancient Poland, barbarous, feudal and aristocratic, based on the serfdom of the majority of the people. Far from wanting to re-establish the ancient Poland, it aimed to overthrow it utterly, and to found on its ruins, with a wholly new class, with the majority of the people, a new Poland, modern, civilized and democratic, worthy of the 19th century, and which might be really the outpost of civilization. The difference between 1830 and 1846, the immense progress made within unhappy Poland itself, bleeding and torn, the Polish aristocracy completely separated from the Polish people and thrown into the arms of the oppressors of its country, the Polish people irrevocably committed to the democratic cause, and finally the class struggle, the motive force of all social progress, established in Poland as here, that is the victory of democracy proved by the Krakow Revolution, that is the result which will bear fruit when the defeat of the insurgents has been avenged. Yes, gentlemen, by the Krakow insurrection the Polish cause, from being national, as it was, has become the cause of all peoples, from a question of sympathy, as it was, it has become a question of interest of all democrats. Until 1846 we had a crime to avenge, henceforth we have allies to support, and we shall do it. And it is above all our Germany which ought to congratulate itself on this explosion of democratic passion in Poland. We are, ourselves, on the eve of a democratic revolution, we shall have to fight. 552 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Barbarian hordes from Austria and Russia. Before 1846 we might have had doubts as to what side Poland would take if there were a democratic revolution in Germany. The Krakow Revolution has removed all doubts. Henceforth the German people and the Polish people are irrevocably allied. We have the same enemies, the same oppressors, for the Russian government weighs on us as much as on the Poles. The first condition for the deliverance both of Germany and of Poland is the overturning of the present political state in Germany, the downfall of Prussia and Austria, the driving back of Russia beyond the Dniester and the Dwina. The alliance of the two nations is therefore not by any means a beautiful dream, a charming illusion, no, gentlemen, it is an inevitable necessity resulting from the common interests of the two nations, and it has become necessary through the Krakow Revolution. The German people, which until now had little of its own except words, will now have deeds to offer its Polish brothers, and just as we German Democrats present here clasp hands with the Polish Democrats, so the whole German people will celebrate its alliance with the Polish people on the very field of the first battle won in common over our common oppressors. First published in March 1848 in, printed according to the text in celebration, à Bruxelles, du 10e celebration, anniversaire de la Révolution Polonaise du 22 février 1846, Bruxelles, 1848 translated from the French published in English in full for the first time. Friedrich Engels. A word to the Reforma. The Reforma of Lucca has printed a reply to one of those well-known and vile articles which the Augsburger Zeitung * is accustomed to publish on instructions from the Imperial Chancellery in Vienna. 311 That trashy rag from the Lect had not only praised to the skies the loyalty of the 518,000 Austrian soldiers to their feeble-minded Ferdinand, but had also claimed that all these soldiers, Bohemians, Poles, Slovaks, Croats, Hajdux, Wallachians, Hungarians, Italians, etc., were burning with enthusiasm for German unity and would willingly part with their lives for it. As soon as it should be the will of the Emperor, as though this were not precisely the misfortune that so long as Austria exists Germany has to risk seeing its unity defended by Hajdux, Croats and Wallachians, as though the unity of Germany so long as Austria survives could be anything else but the unity of Germany with Croats, Wallachians, Magyars and Italians. The Reformer replies very aptly to the lying claim of the Algemanic that Austria is in fact defending the interests of the German nation in Lombardy, and concludes with an appeal to the Germans, drawing a parallel between the Italian movement of 1848 and the German wars of liberation in 1813 and 1815. The Reformer evidently thought that by doing so it was paying a compliment to the Germans, otherwise it would never have equated. Allgemeine Zeitung, Augsburg, ed. Augsburg is situated on the Lech ed ca pun on the name, Allgemeine Zeitung allgemein means thoroughly. Weil ed. 554 Friedrich Engels. Against its better judgment, today's progressive Italian movement with precisely those reactionary wars to which Italy directly owes its subjugation to Austria, to which Germany owes the restoration of as much as possible of the old confusion, fragmentation, and tyranny, and to which the whole of Europe owes the infamous treaties of 1815. 312 The Reforma may take our word for it, Germany is fully enlightened as to the wars of liberation, both through the consequences of the wars themselves and through the ignominious end to which the heroes of that glorious age have come. Only the hired papers of the government still puff their cheeks and trumpet forth praise for that stupidity-intoxicated period, the public laughs and even the Iron Cross turns red with shame. Precisely these newspapers, precisely these enthusiastic French eaters of 1813, are now raising the same outcry against the Italians as they did before against the French, who sing paeans of praise to Austria, to Christian Germanic Austria, and who preach crusades against Romance knavery and Romance frippery, for indeed Italians are just as much Romance as the French. Would the Italians like an example of the sympathy they may expect from the worthy blusterers of the age of liberation, of the kind of ideas these red-headed visionaries entertain about the Italian nation? We shall merely quote the well-known song by Auguste Adolphe Ludwig Folion III, Yon land of marvels all may sing, where mandolins and soft guitars do ring and, neath darkling leaf, the golden orange gleams, but I the purple German plum esteem and Borsdorf's apple on its leafy beam. And how these poetic ravings of an ever cool-headed Philistine drivel on. Then come the most ludicrous pictures of bandits, daggers, fire-belching mountains, Romance knavery, the infidelity of Italian women, bugs, scorpions, poison, vipers, assassins, etc., seen by this virtuous lover of plums running around in dozens on all the highways of Italy, and finally the gushing Philistine thanks his God that he is in the land of love and friendship, of shindies with chair legs, of faithful, blue-eyed pastors' daughters, of probity and cosiness, in short in the land of German loyalty. Such are the superstitious and novelettish ideas entertained by the heroes of 1813 about Italy, which of course they have never seen. August Folian composed the music and Johann Friedrichsen wrote the words ed. A word to the Reforma 555. The Reforma and the men of the Italian movement in general can rest assured, public opinion in Germany is definitely on the side of the Italians. The German people have just as great an interest in the fall of Austria as the Italian people. They greet with undivided applause every step forward by the Italian people, and, we hope, they will not be missing from the battlefield at the right moment to put an end to all the Austrian magnificence once and for all. Written about February 22, 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 16, February 24, 1848. Time signed, F. Engels. Friedrich Engels. Revolution in Paris. The year 1848 is turning out well. The Sicilian Revolution with its long train of constitutions is hardly over before Paris experiences a victorious insurrection. The opposition deputies had publicly pledged themselves to defend the right of assembly against Guizot, Dutch Attell, and Hébert by means of a courageous demonstration. All the preparations had been made. The hall was ready and awaited the banquet guests. Then suddenly, when the time had come to act, the poltroons of the left, M. Dillenburg at their head, beat, as always, a cowardly retreat. The banquet was called off. But the people of Paris, stirred up by the loudmouths in the chamber, raging at the cowardice of these epiciars three and made discontented at the same time by protracted general unemployment, the people of Paris refused to be called off. At midday on Tuesday, all Paris was on the streets. The masses were shouting, "Down with Guizot, long live the reform!" They proceeded to Guizot's residence, which was protected by the troops with difficulty, but the windows were nevertheless broken. The masses proceeded to Dillenburg's house as well, shouted "Down with Brud!" and broke his windows, too. Brud, the cowardly originator of the whole outbreak, sent to the government and asked for a security guard. The troops stood by and quietly looked on. Only the municipal guard struck out, and that with the greatest brutality. The municipal guard is a corps consisting in the main of natives of Alsace and a grocers, here Philistines ed. B. February 22, 1848. Revolution in Paris 557. Lorraine, that is, men who are half German, they receive 3.5 francs a day and look very plump and well nourished. The municipal guard is the basest body of soldiers in existence, worse than the gendarmerie, worse than the old Swiss guard. If the people win, things will go badly for it. Towards evening the people began to resist. Barricades were set up, guard posts stormed and set on fire. A police spy was cut down in the Place de la Bastille. Arms shops were looted. At 5 o'clock marching orders were sounded for the National Guard. But only a very few turned up, and those who did shouted "Down with Guizot." During the night calm was restored. The last barricades were taken and the outbreak appeared to be over. On Wednesday morning, however, the revolt began again with renewed vigor. A large part of the center of Paris lying to the east of the Rue Montmartre was strongly barricaded. After 11 o'clock the troops no longer dared venture in there. The National Guard gathered in large numbers, but only to hold the troops back from any attacks on the people and to shout "Down with Guizot, long live the reform!" There were 50,000 soldiers in Paris, disposed according to Marshal Gérard's defense plan 313 and holding all strategic points. But these points were so numerous that all of the troops were kept busy with them and were thus already forced into inaction. Apart from the municipal guard there were almost no soldiers free for an offensive. Gérard's excellent plan was of infinite help to the outbreak. It paralysed the troops and made it easier for them to maintain the passivity to which they were in any case inclined. The detached forts also proved to be anything but beneficial to the government. They had to be kept manned and thus also withdrew a considerable section of the troops from the battle area. No one thought of a bombardment. In general, not a single person gave a thought to the fact that these bastilles even existed. One more proof how fruitless are all defense plans against a mass revolt in a great city. Towards noon the outcry against the ministry in the ranks of the National Guard was so strong that several colonels sent word to the Tuileries that they would not hold themselves responsible for their regiments if the ministry were to remain. At 2 o'clock the aged Louis Philippe was forced to drop Guizot and form a new ministry. Hardly had this been made public when the National Guard went home in jubilation and illuminated their houses. 558 Friedrich Engels. But the people, the workers, the only ones who had erected the barricades, battled with the municipal guard and thrown themselves against the bullets, the bayonets and the horses' hoofs. These workers had no desire to fight merely for M. Mole and M. Bill Alt. 314 They continued the struggle. While the Boulevard des Italiens was full of joy and jubilation, there was heavy shooting in the Rue Saint-Avoye and Rambouillet. The battle lasted long into the night and was continued on Thursday morning. Evidence of the general participation of the workers in the battle was the tearing up of the rails on all the railways around Paris. The bourgeoisie has made its revolution, it has toppled Guizot and with him the exclusive rule of the stock exchange grandees. Now, however, in the second act of the struggle, it is no longer one section of the bourgeoisie confronting another, now the proletariat confronts the bourgeoisie. News has just arrived that the people have won and proclaimed the Republic. We confess that we had not dared hope for this brilliant success by the Paris proletariat. 3 members of the provisional government belong to the definitely Democratic Party, whose organ is the Reform. The 4th is a worker for the first time in any country in the world. The others are Lamartine, Dupont de L'Eure and 2 men from the National 315. By this glorious revolution the French proletariat has again placed itself at the head of the European movement. All honor to the workers of Paris. They have given the world an impulse which will be felt by every country in turn, for the victory of the Republic in France means the victory of democracy in the whole of Europe. Our age, the age of democracy, is breaking. The flames of the Tuileries and the Palais Royal are the dawn of the proletariat. Everywhere the rule of the bourgeoisie will now come crashing down, or be dashed to pieces. Germany, we hope, will follow. Now or never will it raise itself from its degradation. If the Germans have any energy, any pride, or any courage, then in a month's time we too shall be able to shout, "Long live the German Republic!" Written on February 25 to 26, 1848. Printed according to the newspaper first published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, published in English for the first Zeitung number 17, February 27, 1848. Time: Albert ed. Friedrich Engels. To the editor of the Northern Star Trademark. Dear Sir, after the important events accomplished in France, the position taken by the Belgian people and government is of a greater interest than in ordinary times. I hasten, therefore, to inform your readers of what has happened since Friday, 25th of February. The excitement and inquietude was universal in this town on the evening of that day. All sorts of rumors were spread, but nothing was really believed. The railway station was full of a crowd of people of all classes, anxious for the arrival of news. The French ambassador, ex-Marquis de Rumigny, himself was there. At 12:30 at night, the train arrived, with the glorious news of Thursday's revolution, and the whole mass of people shouted, in one sudden outburst of enthusiasm, "Vive la République!" The news spread rapidly all over the town. On Saturday all was quiet. On Sunday, however, the streets were crowded with people, and everyone was curious to see what steps would be taken by 2 societies, the Association Démocratique and the Alliance. 317 both bodies assembled in the evening. The Alliance, a set of middle-class radicals, resolved to wait, and thus retired from the movement. The Association Démocratique, however, took a series of most important resolutions, by which this body placed itself at the head of the movement. They resolved to meet daily, instead of weekly, to send a petition to the town council, reclaiming the arming, not only of the middle-class civic guard, but of all citizens in districts. In the evening some rioting took place in the streets. The people cried, "Vive la République," and assembled in masses around the town hall. Several arrests took place, but nothing of any consequence occurred. Among the individuals arrested, there were 2 Germans, a political refugee, M. Wolf, and a working man. Now, you must 560 Friedrich Engels. Know that there existed here, in Brussels, a German working men's society, 318, in which political and social questions were discussed, and a German democratic newspaper. 3. The Germans, resident in Brussels, were known for being generally very active and uncompromising Democrats. They were almost all members of the Democratic Association, and the vice president of the German Society, Dr. Marx, was also vice president of the Democratic Association. The government, perfectly aware of the narrow sentiment of nationalism prevalent among a certain class of the population of a small country like Belgium, immediately profited by these circumstances, in order to spread the rumor that the whole agitation for the Republic had been got up by the Germans, men who had nothing to lose, who had been expelled from 3 or 4 countries for their turpitudes, and who intended to place themselves at the head of the intended Belgian Republic. This precious piece of news was reported on Monday through the whole town, and in less than a day the whole mass of the shopocracy, who form the body of the Civic Guard, raised one unanimous outcry against the German rebels, who wanted to revolutionize their happy Belgian fatherland. The Germans had fixed a place of meeting in a coffee house, where every one of them was to bring the latest news from Paris. But the outcry of the shopocrats was so great, and the rumors of government measures against the Germans were so manifold, that they were obliged to give up even this innocent means of communicating with each other. On Sunday evening already the police had succeeded in prevailing upon the publican, proprietor of the German Society's room, to refuse them the room for any future meeting. The Germans behaved perfectly well during these times. Exposed to the most petty persecutions of the police, they yet rested at their post. They assisted every evening at the meeting of the Democratic Association. They abstained from all tumultuous crowding in the streets, but they showed, though personally exposing themselves, that in the hour of danger they would not abandon their Belgian brethren. When, after a few days, the extraordinary agitation of Sunday and Monday had ceased, when the people had returned to their work, when the government had recovered from their first terror, then commenced another series of persecutions against the Germans. The government published orders, according to which all foreign Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung ed. To the editor of the Northern Star 561. Working men, from the moment they had no work, were to be expelled the country, and all foreigners indiscriminately, whose passports were out of order, were to be treated in the same way. Thus, while they took these measures, they excited, by the rumors they spread, the masters against all foreign working men, and made it impossible to any German to find work. Even those who had work lost it, and were, from that moment, exposed to an order of expulsion. Not only against working men out of work, but also against women, they commenced their persecution. A young German Democrat, who lives, according to the French and Belgian custom, with a French lady, just as married people live, and whose presence at Brussels appears to have importuned the police, was suddenly exposed to a series of persecutions, directed against his mistress. She, having no passport, and whoever before thought in Belgium of asking passports from a woman, was threatened with immediate expulsion. And the police declared that it was not for her sake, but for the sake of the individual with whom she lived. 7 times in 3 days, the commissary of police was at her house, she had to pass at his office several times, and was sent to the Central Police Office, escorted by an agent, and if an influential Belgian Democrat had not interposed, she would certainly have been obliged to leave. But all this is nothing. The persecutions against working men, the spreading of rumors about such and such an individual to be arrested, or about a general chase after the Germans to be made in all public houses of the town on Tuesday evening, all this is nothing compared with what I have now to report. On Friday evening, Dr. Marx, amongst others, received a royal ordinance, ordering him to quit the country within 24 hours. He was engaged in arranging his trunks for the journey, when, at 1 o'clock in the morning, and in spite of the law which forbids the violation of the dwelling of a citizen from sunset to sunrise, 10 police agents, armed, headed by a commissary of police, broke into his house, seized upon him and led him to the town hall prison. No reason was given but that his passport was not in order, though he presented them at least 3 passports, and though he had resided in Brussels for 3 years. He was led off. His wife, seized with terror, instantly ran to see a Belgian lawyer, who always offered his services to persecuted foreigners, the same whose friendly interposition has been mentioned above. M. Jotrand, president of the Democratic Association. On her return, she met a March 3. The Northern Star reported this erroneously as Saturday.ed. 562 Friedrich Engels. With a friend, a Belgian, M. Gigot. He accompanied her home. At the door of Dr. Marx's house, they found 2 of the policemen who had arrested her husband. "Where have you taken my husband?" asked she. "Why, if you will follow us we will show you where he is." They led her, along with M. Gigot, to the town hall, but instead of fulfilling their promise, they delivered up both of them to the police, and they were put into prison. Mrs. Marx, who had left her 3 little child Rena at home, with a servant only, was led into a room where she found a set of prostitutes of the lowest order, with whom she had to pass the night. Next morning she was led into a room where she had to stay 3 hours without fire, shivering with cold. M. Gigot was also detained. M. Marx had been put into a room with a raving madman, whom he was obliged to fight every moment. The most brutal treatment on the part of the jailers was joined to this infamous conduct. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at last, they were conducted before the judge, who very soon ordered their liberation. And of what had Mrs. Marx and M. Gigot been indicted? Of vagabondage, because neither of them had a passport in their pockets. M. Marx was equally liberated, and ordered to leave the country the same evening. Thus, after having been wantonly imprisoned during 18 of the 24 hours left him to settle his affairs, after having had not only himself, but also his wife, separated for all that time from his 3 children, the eldest of whom has not attained her 4th year, he was sent away without a minute to put his affairs in order. M. Gigot, on his arrest, had only left the prison the day before. He had been seized, along with 3 Democrats from Liege, at 6 o'clock on Monday morning, in an hotel, and arrested for vagabondage, because they had no passports. They were ordered to be liberated on Tuesday, but yet detained till Thursday against all law. One of them, M. Tedesco, is yet in prison, accused of nobody knows what. Both he and M. Wolf will be either liberated or placed before the tribunal in the course of this week. I must say, however, that the Belgian working men and several other Democrats of that nation, particularly M. Jotrand, have behaved exceedingly well towards the persecuted Germans. They have shown themselves quite above all petty sentiments of nationality. They saw in us not foreigners but Democrats. I hear that there is an order of arrest out against a Belgian working man and brave Democrat, M. de Guasco. Another, M. Dassey, arrested. Jenny, Laura, and Edgar ed. 563. On Sunday last, for rebellion, was before the tribunal yesterday, his judgment is not yet pronounced. I am daily and hourly expecting my order of expulsion, if not worse, for nobody can foretell what this Belgo-Russian government is about to dare. I hold myself ready to leave at a moment's notice. Such is the position of a German Democrat in this free country, which, as the papers say, has nothing to envy in the French Republic. Salutation and fraternity. Your old friend Brussels, March 5. First published in the Northern Star. Number 544, March 25, 1848. Reprinted from the newspaper. Karl Marx. To the editor of L.A. Reform. Dear Sir. At the present moment the Belgian government is aligning itself entirely with the policy of the Holy Alliance. Its reactionary fury falls on the German Democrats with unprecedented brutality. Were we not too distressed by the persecution directed specifically against us, we would openly laugh at the ridiculous attitude assumed by the Rogier ministry when it accuses a few Germans of wishing to impose a republic on the Belgians against their wishes, but it so happens that, in the special case to which we refer, the hateful aspect of it outweighs the absurd. First of all, sir, it is as well to know that almost all the Brussels newspapers are edited by Frenchmen, most of whom escaped from France to avoid the ignominious punishments which threaten them in their own country. These Frenchmen now have the utmost interest in protecting the Belgian independence which they all betrayed in 1833. 319 The King, 3 The Ministry and their supporters have used these rags to give credibility to the idea that a Belgian revolution, in the republican sense, would merely be an imitation of a Francoquilinerie, and that all the democratic hostility which is now making itself felt in Belgium has only been provoked by some hot-headed Germans. The Germans do not in the least deny that they openly associated with the Belgian Democrats, and this without the slightest degree of a Leopold ed. A scornful expression in Flemish, meaning stupidly copying anything that is French ed. To the editor of the Northern Star 565. Hot-headedness. In the eyes of the King's prosecutor this means arousing the workers against the bourgeois, making the Belgians suspicious of a German king they so dearly love, and opening the gates of Belgium to a French invasion. Having received, on March 3 at 5 o'clock in the evening, an order to leave the Kingdom of Belgium within 24 hours, I was busy, that same night, with preparing for the journey when a commissary of police, accompanied by 10 municipal guards, burst into the place where I was living, searched the whole house, and ended by putting me under arrest on the pretext that I was without papers. Apart from the quite proper papers sent me by M. Duchatel in expelling me from France, 320 I had at hand the expulsion papers delivered to me by Belgium only a few hours earlier. I would not have spoken to you, sir, about my arrest and the brutalities I suffered, were these not connected with an incident which would be difficult to understand even in Austria. Immediately after my arrest, my wife went to the home of M. Jotrand, President of the Democratic Association of Belgium, to urge him to take the necessary measures. On returning home she found at her door a policeman who told her, with perfect politeness, that if she should wish to speak to M. Marx, she need only follow him. My wife accepted the offer with alacrity. She was taken to the police station, and the commissary at first told her that M. Marx was not there, then he brutally demanded who she was, why she had gone to M. Jotrand's house, and whether she had her papers with her. A Belgian Democrat, M. Gigot, had followed my wife to the police station with the municipal guard, and when he protested strongly against the commissary's absurd and insolent questions he was silenced by guards who seized him and threw him into a cell. My wife, under the charge of vagabondage, was taken to the prison at the Hôtel de Ville and locked up in a dark room with prostitutes. At 11 o'clock in the morning she was taken, under police escort and in broad daylight, to the office of the examining magistrate. For 2 hours she was held in close custody, despite the most vigorous protests from all sides. She stayed there, in bitter cold, exposed to the most shameless remarks by the gendarmes. Finally she appeared before the examining magistrate, who was surprised that the police, in their solicitude, had not at the same time arrested the young children. The interrogation was naturally a sham, and my wife's only crime consists in the fact that, although belonging to the Prussian aristocracy, she shares the democratic opinions of her husband. 56.6 Karl Marx. I have not entered into all the details of this revolting affair. I merely add that, when we were released, the 24 hours had just ended, and we had to leave without being able to take even the most essential of our belongings. Karl Marx, Vice President of the Brussels Democratic Association. Written about March 6, 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Réforme, translated from the French March 8, 1848. Published in English for the first time. Karl Marx. Persecution of Foreigners in Brussels 321. On Sunday, February 27, the Brussels Democratic Association held its first public meeting since the news of the proclamation of the French Republic. It was known in advance that an immense crowd of workers, determined to lend their active help to all measures that the association would judge it proper to undertake, would be present. The government, for its part, had spread the rumor that King Leopold was ready to abdicate the moment the people wished it. This was a trap set for the Belgian Democrats to make them undertake nothing decisive against such a good king, who asked nothing better than to shed the burden of royalty, provided that he was honorably left a reasonable pension. At the same time, the king's government had ready a list of people whom it considered proper to arrest that very night as disturbers of public order. It had agreed with M. Hody, the chief of public security, to have on this list the foreigners as chief instigators of an artificial riot, as much to cover the arrest of Belgians known as resolute Republicans as to awake national susceptibilities. This explains why, later on, His Excellency M. Rogier, who is no more Belgian than His Majesty King Leopold is French, had published an ordinance which commanded the authorities to watch carefully the French and the Germans, the former compatriots of M. Rogier, the latter compatriots of Leopold. This ordinance recalls, in its form of wording, the laws on suspects. 322. This clever plan was executed in a manner the more perfidious and brutal in that the people arrested on the evening of February 27 had abstained from any provocation. It might be said that pleasure had been taken in arresting these persons in order to maltreat and abuse them at leisure. 568. Karl Marx. Immediately after their arrest they were showered with punches, kicks, and saber blows, they were spat in the face, these Republicans. They were maltreated in the presence of the philanthropist Hody, who was delighted to give these foreigners proof of his powers. As there were no charges against them, it only remained to release them. But no. They were kept in the cells for 6 days. Then the foreign prisoners were separated from the rest and taken directly in Black Marias to the railway station. There they were again put into vans, each in a separate cell, and sent in this way to Quievrain, where Belgian police received them and dragged them to the French frontier. When at last they were able to collect themselves on the soil of liberty, they found they had in their pockets nothing but expulsion papers, dated the eve of their arrests. One of the expelled persons, M. Allard, is French. At the same time the government of the petty king proclaimed, in the Chamber of Representatives, that the Belgian kingdom, including the 2 Flanders, 3 was the best of all possible republics, and that it possessed a model police force, directed by a man such as M. Hody, at one and the same time an old Republican, a phalansterist, and a rejoined Leopoldist. The chamber wept with joy. The Catholic and liberal papers were in ecstasies about the domestic virtues of King Leopold and the public virtues of his servant Rogier. The Belgian people are Republicans. The only Leopoldists are the big bourgeoisie, the landed aristocracy, the Jesuits, the officials, and the ex-Frenchmen who, chased out of France, now find themselves at the head of the Belgian administration and the press. Metternich is delighted to find so opportunely at the French frontier a Coburg, a born enemy of the French Revolution. But he forgets that the Coburgs of today no longer count except in questions of marriage. Written about March 10, 1848, printed according to the newspaper first published in La Réforme, translated from the French March 12, 1848, published in English for the first time. A West and East Flanders, 2 provinces of the Belgian Kingdom, ed. Friedrich Engels. The situation in Belgium. Brussels, March 18. The Belgian bourgeoisie refused a republic to the people 15 days ago, now it is preparing itself to take the initiative in the republican movement. It cannot yet be proclaimed out loud, but it is whispered everywhere in Brussels, really, Leopold must go, really, only the republic can save us, but what we need is a good solid republic, without organization of labor, without universal suffrage, without the workers meddling in it. This is already some progress. The good bourgeoisie of Brussels who, only a few days ago, desperately denied any intention of wanting to copy the French Republic, have felt the results of the financial crisis in Paris. While still decrying political imitation, they submit to financial imitation. While still singing the praises of Belgian independence and neutrality, they found that the Brussels Stock Exchange was completely and most humiliatingly dependent on the Paris Stock Exchange. The cordon of troops which holds the southern frontier has not stopped the lowering of share prices from invading, unimpeded, the guaranteed neutral territory of Belgium. Indeed, the consternation which reigns in the Brussels market could not be more general. Bankruptcy is decimating the middling and small traders, snares are finding no buyers, quotations are only nominal, money is disappearing more quickly than in Paris, trade is completely stagnant, and most manufacturers have sacked their workmen. Here are a few examples of the general depression. A few days ago a dealer offered to sell 150 shares of the Dendre Railway at 100 francs each, which were quoted above par on the London Stock Exchange before the February Revolution. The first day he refused 45 francs, the second 35 francs. 570 Friedrich Engels. And the third day he sold them at 10 francs per share. Land sold for 6,000 francs 2 years ago no longer finds buyers for one-third this price. And now, at this moment of general panic, the government demands, firstly, 2/3 of direct taxes in advance, and then a forced loan of 50 to 60 millions, measures which terrify the taxpayers already dissatisfied with an ever-increasing budget. This is a state of affairs which has not failed to persuade our good bourgeoisie that, in being enthusiastic for the monarchy, they have gained only full and complete participation in the troubles in France without having shared any of the advantages. This is the real cause of the growing republicanism. Meanwhile, the workers are not quiet. Ghent has had several days of disturbances. Here 2 days ago there were meetings of many workers, ending in a petition to the king, which Leopold in person came to receive from the calloused hands which presented it to him. More serious demonstrations will soon follow. Every day puts more workers out of work. If the industrial crisis continues, if feelings in the working class warm up a little, the Belgian bourgeoisie, like that of Paris, will make its mariage de raison with the Republic. Written on March 18, 1848, printed according to the manuscript first published in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, Abteilung, BD 6, Berlin, 1932, translated from the French, published in English for the first time. From the preparatory materials. Karl Marx. Protectionists 324. 1. Have never protected small industry, only machine industry. Example, the School of Liszt in Germany. Gillich. 3. 2. If we believe what the protectionists say, they merely preserve the status quo. Protection will never affect sales of the protected product on foreign markets. Hence reactionary. 15. 3. The last consolation of the protectionists is that the country is not exploited by foreign but by domestic capitalists. 4. It is said, indeed, that internal reforms must first be made before one can think of free trade. See, the power to reform the position of the classes is not ascribed to the protective system itself. But they say it would be foolish to reform international relations before domestic relations have been reformed. But what is the protective system? It is proof that the class which carries it into effect has power in its hands. Therefore, given the protective system, the capitalists will not concede anything. Moreover, gentlemen, great social and historical reforms are never made by concessions, by the generosity of the ruling classes, but only through the nécessité des choses. They must therefore be forced through. It is therefore ridiculous to believe that in a country where the protective system prevails, the relations between capital and labor are reformed in any way. I shall say no more of the protectionists, of the question, written about September 18, 1847, printed according to the manuscript first published in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, Abteilung, BD 6, Berlin, 1932, published in English for the first time. In the original Jülich ed. After reactionary the following is written between the lines, conservateurs, and if conserved, conservateurs homs reactionaires. Ed. C. Marx uses the English term ed. Karl Marx. Demand 325. Asterisk, demand. Most economists treat it almost exclusively from the individual standpoint. The world historic development of demand, its first universal development, depends firstly on the products of the various countries of the world becoming known to each other. If in the further course of development demand creates intercourse, initially it is intercourse which creates demand. Demand is the material content of intercourse, the totality of the objects of exchange, of the commodities which come into exchange and trade. Wars, voyages of discovery, etc., all historical events whereby nations are brought into contact, are also many conditions of expanding demand, of the formation of the world market. The growth of demand consists directly in the first place in the fact that already existing products of various countries are being exchanged. Demand gradually loses its local etc. character and becomes cosmopolitan. The production of all countries thus enters more and more into the consumption of the individuals of all regions, of a country. The Crusades, for example, by making known the products of the Orient, greatly increased the demand for such products in Western Europe. CFJ, Notebook 3, p. 106. Places where these products stream together for exchange constitute the world market towns. The world market appeared in this form in particular before the discovery of America. In the 14th and 15th centuries Constantinople, the Italian cities, Bruges, and London. Also still at the same time like fairs, namely the caravan-like streaming together of merchants. In the 19th century, for example, fairs are of quite subordinate significance. CFJ, Notebook 3, p. 106. Demand 575. How much less these marketplaces depend on their own industry than the latter, and its prosperity depends simply on their being the general stores, is proved by the decay of the trade of the Italian cities after 1498, from the moment when Lisbon became the chief market for Indian fabrics and spices. Antwerp, too, still had the same limited character in the 16th century as Bruges etc. earlier. Trade supremacy. The first dominant trading nation are the Dutch, from end of the 16th to the middle of the 17th century. Until then there were only first trading towns. The Spaniards and Portuguese form the transition from dominant trading towns to dominant trading nations. Carrying trade and fisheries nevertheless still form a decisive constituent of Dutch supremacy. The European Northeast in the relation of an agricultural country to the European West. In the same measure in which here industry and shipbuilding increase, the demand for the raw products of the Northeast increases and with it their production. Holland as the first trading and industrial nation, from the end of the 16th to the middle of the 17th century, is also the first nation for whom its domestic agriculture is insufficient and where the population is growing in far too great a proportion to domestic agriculture. Therefore carries on the first large-scale trade in grain. Amsterdam becomes the chief granary of Western Europe. CFJ, Notebook 3, p. 107. Written in December 1847, printed according to the manuscript first published in French in the book Karl Marx, Ouvres d'Economie. 2. Published in English for the first Paris 1968 time. Karl Marx. Draft Plan for Section 3. Of the Manifesto of the Communist Party 526. First Draft. 1. Critique, a critical utopian systems, communist. 2. Second Draft 1, reactionary socialism, feudal, religious petty bourgeois. 2. Bourgeois socialism. 3. German philosophical socialism. B4, critical utopian systems of literature. Owen, Cabet, Whiteling, Fourier, Saint-Simon, Babeuf. 5. Direct party literature. 6. Communist literature. 327. written at the end of December 1847 or the beginning of January 1848, first published in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, Iabteilung, BD 6, Berlin, 1932. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. This word is struck out in the manuscript ed. Marx added this point in the left-hand margin and accordingly altered the original numbering from 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. Karl Marx. Page from the rough draft of the Manifesto of the Communist Party 528. 13. Proletarians, for the 10-hour bill without sharing their illusions about the results of this measure. 3. We have seen, moreover, the Communists do not put forward a new theory of private property. They merely state the historical fact that but do not argue with us because you oppose, the abolition of bourgeois property by your bourgeois ideas of freedom, culture, etc. Your ideas themselves, are products of the existing bourgeois production and property relations, as your legal system is merely the will of your class elevated into law. Your a will whose content is determined by the material living conditions of your class. You share with all ruling classes that have perished the biased idea of transforming your bourgeois production and property relations from historical and merely transitory relations corresponding only to a certain stage in the development of the productive forces, into eternal laws of nature and reason. The first two lines are in Jenny Marx's hand. The rest in Marx's ed. B. Deletions in the original are given here in angular brackets ed. 57 8 page from the rough draft of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. What you comprehend for feudal property, you no longer comprehend for bourgeois property. And yet, you cannot deny the fact that they state a fact. You deny the most striking facts. You have to deny them. You are backward-looking utopians. Written in December 1847 to January 1848. First published as a facsimile in the Journal der War Jacob No. 565, 6, March 17, 1908. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. In the MS the whole sentence including deleted words is struck out ed. N*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** R asterisk I. L dash asterisk, F sharp T caret 5 dash caret jib pound backslash caret. Caret ujajnel JSNN asterisk ik. Caret asterisk underscore hashtag percent caret F. KL caret J77. Bottom of the page from Marx's manuscript, Protectionists with drawings by Engels. 4 asterisk pound phi asterisk tofs L plus or minus dots DC caret J backslash. Percent T. Lel for L, NV dot N caret. A page of the rough draft of the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Karl Marx. Notes on the arrest, maltreatment and expulsion of Wilhelm Wolff by the Brussels police. February 27 to March 1, 1848 A. Petits Carmes. 329 5 étrangers, 34 Belge. Wolff's right eye is so injured it will hardly regain sight. Sunday, February 27, between 10 and 11 o'clock in the evening. Real maltreatment in the Hotel de Ville, blows with the fist from all directions. The real maltreatment first in the police station where there were a number of drunken gardes civiques. Police punched Wolff in the right eye so that the sight. They tore off his glasses, spat in his face, kicked him, punched him, abused him, etc. One of the gardes civiques proved his valor by joining in these manifestations. They tortured him. In the meantime Hody arrived, chef de la Sûreté publique, notorious philanthropist, hypocritical scoundrel. Wolff had an interview of 2 hours with him in the presence of the scoundrel who had arrested him amidst frightful maltreatment. Hody's indignation at Wolff's visiting him. Spoke furiously against the German Workers' Society. 330 I knew, he said among other things, that there would be about 2/3 Germans among those arrested tonight. Wolf said ironically, we, insofar as they were already marked in advance for arrest. Taken from the Permanence to the Amigo. 331 Wolf, T evening, the whole thing that evening was a provocation organized by the police. The ministry needed prisoners at any cost, including also Germans. See this volume, pages 567-68 ed. EO*. 582 Notes on the arrest, maltreatment, and expulsion of Wilhelm Wolff. At the Amigo, soon more arrested persons arrived, those who were placed with Wolff, a Belgian. He was so maltreated and injured by the police that he lost at least a quart of blood. A third person CP2. On Monday etc. taken to the Petits Carmes. On Wednesday the 6 arrested foreigners received their expulsion passports. But Wolff's was dated Sunday, February 27, before his arrest. In prison horribly maltreated. Written early in March 1848. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamtausgabe, Abteilung, BD 6, Berlin, 1932. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. Appendices. Rules. Of the Communist League. Working men of all countries, unite. Section I. The League. Art. 1. The League aims at the emancipation of humanity by spreading the theory of the community of property and its speediest possible practical introduction. Art. 2. The League is divided into communities and circles, at its head stands the central authority as the executive organ. Art. 3. Anyone who wishes to join the League is required, a. to conduct himself in manly fashion, b. never to have committed a dishonorable action, c. to recognize the principles of the League, d. to have acknowledged means of subsistence, e. not to belong to any political or national association, f. to be unanimously admitted into a community, and g. to give his word of honor to work loyally and to observe secrecy. Art. 4. All League members are equal and brothers, and as such owe each other assistance in every situation. Art. 5. All members bear League names. Section 2. The Community. Art. 6. A community consists of at least 3 and at most 12 members. Increase above that number will be prevented by division. Art. 7. Every community elects a chairman and a deputy chairman. The chairman presides over meetings, the deputy chairman holds the funds, into which the contributions of the members are paid. Art. 8. The members of communities shall earnestly endeavor to increase the League by attracting capable men and always seek to 586 Appendices. Work in such a way that principles and not persons are taken as guide. Art. 9. Admission of new members is effected by the chairman of the community and the member who has introduced the applicant to the League. Art. 10. The communities do not know each other and bear distinctive names which they choose themselves. Section 3. The Circle. Art. 11. A circle comprises at least 2 and at most 10 communities. Art. 12. The chairman and deputy chairman of the communities form the circle authority. They elect a president from among themselves. Art. 13. The circle authority is the executive organ for all the communities of the circle. Art. 14. Isolated communities must either join an already existing circle authority or form a new circle with other isolated communities. Section 4. The central authority. Art. 15. The central authority is the executive organ of the whole League. Art. 16. It consists of at least 5 members and is elected by the circle authority of the place where it is to have its seat. Section V. The Congress. Art. 17. The Congress is the legislative authority of the League. Art. 18. Every circle sends one delegate. Art. 19. A Congress is held every year in the month of August. The central authority has the right in important cases to call an extraordinary Congress. Art. 20. The Congress in office decides the place where the central authority is to have its seat for the current year. Art. 21. All legislative decisions of the Congress are submitted to the communities for acceptance or rejection. Appendices 587. Art. 22. As the executive organ of the League, the central authority is responsible to the Congress for its conduct of its office and therefore has a seat in it, but no deciding vote. Section 6. General Regulations. Art. 23. Anyone who acts dishonorably to the principles of the League is, according to the circumstances, removed, either removed or expelled. Expulsion precludes readmission. Art. 24. Members who commit offenses are judged by the Supreme Circle Authority, which also sees to the execution of the verdict. Art. 25. Every community must keep the strictest watch over those who have been removed or expelled. Further, it must observe closely any suspect individuals in its locality and report at once to the Circle Authority anything they may do to the detriment of the League, whereupon the Circle Authority must take the necessary measures to safeguard the League. Art. 26. The communities and Circle Authorities and also the Central Authority shall meet at least once a fortnight. Art. 27. The communities pay weekly or monthly contributions, the amount of which is determined by the respective Circle Authorities. These contributions will be used to spread the principles of the community of property and to pay for postage. Art. 28. The Circle Authorities must render account of expenditures and income to their communities every 6 months. Art. 29. The members of the Circle Authorities and of the Central Authority are elected for 1 year and must then either be confirmed anew in their office or replaced by others. Art. 30. The elections take place in the month of September. The electors can, moreover, recall their officers at any time should they not be satisfied with their conduct of their office. Art. 31. The Circle Authorities have to see to it that there is material in their communities for useful and necessary discussions. The Central Authority, on the other hand, must make it its duty to send to all Circle Authorities such questions whose discussion is important for our principle. Art. 32. Every Circle Authority and failing that the community, even every League member, must, if standing alone, maintain regular correspondence with the Central Authority or a Circle Authority. 588 Appendices. Art. 33. Every League member who wishes to change his residence must first inform his chairman. Art. 34. Every Circle Authority is free to take any measures which it considers advisable for the security of the Circle and its efficient work. These measures must, however, not be contrary to the general rules. Art. 35. All proposals for changes in the rules must be sent to the Central Authority and submitted by it to the Congress for decision. Section 7. Admission. Art. 36. After the rules have been read to him, the applicant is asked by the 2 League members mentioned in Art. 9 to reply to the following 5 questions. If he replies yes, he is asked to give his word of honor, and is declared a League member. These 5 questions are: A. Are you convinced of the truth of the principles of the community of property? B. Do you think a strong League is necessary for the realization of these principles as soon as possible, and do you wish to join such a League? C. Do you promise always to work by word and deed for spreading and the practical realization of the principles of the community of property? D. Do you promise to observe secrecy about the existence and all affairs of the League? E. Do you promise to comply with the decisions of the League? Then give us on this your word of honor as guarantee. In the name and by the order of the Congress. Heidi, 3. The President. Secretary Karl Schilb. London, June 9, 1847. First published in the book, Grundungsdokument der Bundsder-Kommunisten, Juni bis September 1847, Hamburg, 1969. A Wilhelm Wolff ed. H. Karl Schapper eder. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. A circular of the First Congress of the Communist League to the League members, June 9, 1847, 333. The Congress to the League 3. Dear Brothers. The First Congress of the League, which was called last February by the Central Authority, Halle, 334 and opened on June 2 here in London, has concluded its deliberations. In view of the whole position of our League, its sessions could not be public. 335 But it is incumbent on us, members of the Congress, to make them public for you in retrospect, by at least giving you a survey of our proceedings. This is all the more our duty as the central authority in office up to now had to render account to us, and we, therefore, have to tell you how far the Congress was satisfied with this rendering of account. We must also do so, because we have added an article to the new rules which makes all legislative decisions of the Congress subject to the vote of the individual communities. 0. Hence, for this part of our decisions at least, there are 2 reasons why we owe you a statement of the grounds for them. After checking credentials, the previous Halle had first to give the Congress an account of its conduct of office and to report on the state of the League. The delegates declared themselves completely satisfied with the way in which the Halle had looked after the interests of the League and had made a start with its reorganization. That point was thereby disposed of. We take the following brief summary from the report of the Central Authority and from the original letters submitted to the Congress. Joseph Moll added afterwards in the original, in Hamburg.ed. The reference is to Art. 21 of the Draft Rules of the Communist League, see this. Volume, p. 586. ed. 590 appendices. In London our League is strongest. Freedom of speech and of association immensely facilitates propaganda and gives opportunities to the many able members to use their character and talent for the greatest good of the League and the cause. For this purpose the League uses the German Workers' Educational Society, and also its branch in Whitechapel. Members of the League also take part in the Fraternal Democrats, 336, the French Communist Discussion Clubs, 337, etc. The previous Paris Halle itself realized in how much better a position the London League would be to take over the central leadership of the affairs of the League. The security of all documents and of members of the central authority itself is nowhere else as great as here. During its proceedings the Congress had opportunity enough to see that the London communities have a sufficient number of competent people who can be entrusted with the supreme executive authority of the League. It therefore decided that the central authority should remain in London. In Paris the League has much declined in recent years. 338 The regional and Halle members have for a long time occupied themselves only with quarrels about formalities and alleged breaches of the rules instead of looking after the affairs of the whole League or of its goss. In the communities similar time-wasting, superfluous and divisive trifles were dealt with. At most they discussed the old questions which have been talked over again and again, ever since Whiteling's Garantien * to the point of boredom. In the Paris League itself there was no sign of the slightest progress, not the slightest concern with the development of the principle, or with the movement of the proletariat as it was proceeding in other localities of the League, and outside the League. The consequence was that all those who were not satisfied with what they were offered inside the League looked outside the League for further enlightenment. This need for enlightenment was made use of by a literary knight of industry and exploiter of workers, the German writer Karl. This individual had sided with communism when he noticed that there was money to be made by communist waitings. After some time he found that it was dangerous to continue to declare himself a communist and found occasion to resign in the new book by Proudhon on the economic contradictions, which he himself had translated into German. This Grun used the economic statements in this otherwise quite insignificant book as the basis of lectures which a regions or districts ed. W. Weitling, Garantiender Harmonie und Freiheit ed. P.J. Proudhon, System de Contradictions Economiques. Ed. Appendices 59-1. He gave in Paris for League members. These lectures were attended by two kinds of people, one those who had already enough of communism in general, two those who hoped perhaps to get from this Grun enlightenment on a number of questions and doubts never resolved for them in the community meetings. The latter were fairly numerous and consisted of those members of the Paris communities who were the most useful and the most capable of development. For a time this Grun succeeded in dazzling even a number of these with his phrases and his alleged immense learning. The League was thus split. On one side was the party which had exclusively dominated the Halle and the region, the party of the Weitlingians. On the other side were those who still believed one could learn something even from Grun. These soon saw, however, that Grun expressed definite hostility to the communists and that all his teaching was quite unable to replace communism. Heated discussions took place during which it became clear that almost all League members remained loyal to communism and that only 2 or 3 defended this Grun and his Proudhonist system. At the same time it was revealed that this same Grun had defrauded the workers, as was his wont, by using 30 francs, the sum collected for the Polish insurgents, 339 for his private purposes, and had also wheedled several hundred francs out of them for the printing of a miserable pamphlet about the dissolution of the Prussian Provincial Diet. 3 but enough, the majority of Grun's former listeners stayed away and formed a new party which was mainly concerned to develop further the communist principle in all its implications and in its connection with social relations. By this split, however, the organization of the League fell to pieces. In the course of the winter the central authorities sent an emissary who restored the organization as far as possible. But soon the quarrels arose again, the 3 different parties and principles were irreconcilable. The Party of Progress succeeded with the aid of the Weitlingians in removing from the League the 3 or 4 stubborn Grunians who had declared themselves openly against communism. But then, when it came to the election of a delegate to the Congress, the 2 parties clashed in the regional meeting. The split became incurable, and in order at least to achieve an election, the 3 communities in which the Party of Progress was most strongly represented resolved to separate from the 2 communities on which the main strength of the Weitlingians rested and to elect a Congress delegate for themselves at a general meeting. This was done. The Weitlingians. A.K. Grun, Die Prussischen Landtagsabschied ed. B. Joseph Moll ed. 592 appendices. Were thereby provisionally removed from the League and the number of League members was reduced by 1/3. After examining the reasons advanced by both parties, the Congress declared its agreement with the action of the 3 communities, because the Weitlingian party had everywhere held up the League in its development. This had also been experienced both in London and in Switzerland. The Congress resolved unanimously to remove the Paris Weitlingians from the League and to admit the delegate of the Paris majority 3 to the Congress. Hence, the number of League members in Paris has been greatly reduced, but, at the same time, obstructive elements have also been removed, and, through the struggle, minds have been quickened to renewed activity. A new spirit is making itself felt, and a completely new energy. The police persecutions seem more or less to have ended. They were in any case not directed against the party which is now victorious and from which only 1 member was expelled, but struck Grun's party almost alone, proved that information of the Prussian government was at the bottom of the whole persecution, as will be shown presently. And if the government has dispersed the public meetings at the barrier, this too mainly hits the Grunians who made loud speeches there and inveighed against the communists, because here, of course, the communists could not freely reply to them. Hence, the League is in far better shape in Paris now than at the time when the Halle resigned. We are less numerous but we are united and have capable people there. In Lyons the League has regular members who seem to be very active for the cause. In Marseilles we are also established. We have received the following letter about the membership there. The position of the Marseilles League is not too good. Encouragement by letters would not help much. We shall try to arrange for some of us to go there this autumn and to organize the League anew. The League has succeeded in gaining a firm footing in Belgium. Brussels has a competent community whose members are Germans and Belgians and who have already founded a second community in Liège among the Walloon factory workers. In that country the prospects for the League are quite encouraging, and we hope that at the next Congress Belgium will already be represented by several delegates. In Germany we had several communities in Berlin which this spring were suddenly dispersed by the police. League members will. Engels ed. Appendices 593. Have seen from the newspapers that a meeting of workers directed by League members was cancelled by the police, an inquiry was held, and as a result several leading members were arrested. Among the arrested was a certain Friedrich Mentel, a tailor born in Potsdam, about 27 years old, of medium, stocky build, etc. This man, who had formerly been in London and Paris, and in the latter place had belonged to Grian's party and turned out to be a maudlin sentimentalist, and had, by the way, in the course of his travels got to know the situation in the League pretty accurately, was unable to stand up to this little ordeal. This time too it was seen that the weak-mindedness and vagueness of such sentimentalists can find final satisfaction only in religion. Within a few days this Mentel let himself be completely converted by a priest and twice during his arrest took part in the farce of Holy Communion. A Berlin member writes to us as follows: he told in court about the communities in Paris, London, Hamburg, and Kiel, all of which he had visited himself, and gave the addresses to which Herrn Krieg sent his Volkstribune to Berlin. To somebody else, he said to his face, "Did I not sell you these books? Did we not go to meetings at such and such an address? Are you not a member of the League of the Just?" And when the answer to everything was no, Mentel said, "How can you answer for this before God the Almighty and All-Knowing," and other such stupidities. Fortunately, Mentel's baseness did not succeed in confusing the other accused, so the government had no alternative but to let the arrested be acquitted for the time being. Clearly, this Mentel's denunciations are closely connected with the persecutions of the German communists in Paris. We can only congratulate ourselves that the Grunian Mentel regarded the Grunians themselves as the real leaders of the League and denounced them. Thereby the real communists were in general protected from the persecutions. Naturally, the entire Berlin circle was disorganized by these events. However, knowing the competence of the members there, we are hopeful that the reorganization of the League will soon be effected. Hamburg is also organized. But the members there have let themselves be somewhat intimidated by these persecutions in Berlin. The contacts were not broken for a single moment, however. The League is also established in Altena, Bremen, Mainz, Munich, Leipzig, Königsberg, Thorn, Kiel, Magdeburg, Stuttgart, Mannheim, and Baden-Baden. In Scandinavia it is also already established in Stockholm. The position of the League in Switzerland is not as satisfactory as we might wish. Here the party of the Weitling Ions was dominant. 594 appendices. From the beginning, the lack of development in the communities in Switzerland was particularly evident, on the one hand in their inability to bring the long-standing struggle with the young Germans 340 to a conclusion, and on the other hand in their religious attitude to the young Germans and in the fact that they let themselves be exploited in the vilest manner by most despicable knights of industry, such as, for instance, the solemn George Coleman of Holstein. As a result of police measures the League was so disorganized in Switzerland that the Congress decided to take extraordinary measures for its reconstitution. The success and the nature of these measures can, of course, only later be made known to the communities. Concerning America, we must wait for more detailed news from the emissary whom the central authority has sent there, before a precise report can be given of the final shape of the League's conditions there. 3. From this report and from the League letters produced two things emerge: firstly, that when the London Halley took over the leadership, the League was indeed in a difficult position, that the previous central authority had not at all attended to the duties incumbent on it, that it had utterly neglected to hold the whole together, and that in addition to this disorganization of the League, elements of opposition had gradually germinated even in the individual communities themselves. In these circumstances, which threatened the existence of the League, the London Central Authority at once took the necessary measures, sent out emissaries, removed individual members who were jeopardizing the existence of the whole, re-established contacts, called the General Congress, and prepared the questions to be discussed there. At the same time it took steps to draw into the League other elements of the communist movement who until then had stood aside from it, 341 steps which were highly successful. After settling these questions the Congress had to make a review of the rules. The result of these deliberations lies before the communities in the new rules, all the articles of which were accepted unanimously, and which the Congress moves should be finally adopted. In justification of the changes made, we make the following observations. Down to here the handwriting is Wolf's, from the following paragraph. Somebody else's, either J. Mal's or H. Bauer's ed. The Halley of the League of the Just, which before its transfer from Paris to London consisted mainly of supporters of Whiting ed. Appendices 595. The change of name from League of the Just to Communist League was adopted because, firstly, the old name had become known to the governments through the infamous treachery of that Mantel, and that in itself made a change advisable. Secondly, and chiefly, because the old name had been adopted on a special occasion in view of special events 342 which no longer have the slightest bearing on the present purpose of the League. This name is therefore no longer suited to the time and does not in the least express what we want. How many there are who want justice, that is, what they call justice, without necessarily being communists. We are not distinguished by wanting justice in general. Anyone can claim that for himself, but by our attack on the existing social order and on private property, by wanting community of property, by being communists. Hence there is only one suitable name for our League, the name which says what we really are, and this name we have chosen. In the same spirit we have altered the traditional names Gau and Halley, which we took over from the political societies and the German character of which produced a disturbing impression given the nature of our anti-nationalist league which is open to all peoples. These names have been replaced by words which really mean what they should mean. The introduction of such simple, clear names serves also to remove from our propagandist league the conspiratorial character which our enemies are so keen to attach to us. The necessity to recall the Congress, now called for the first time, to recall it regularly and to transfer to it the entire legislative power of the League subject to confirmation by the communities, was unanimously recognized without discussion. We hope that in the provisions laid down in this respect we have hit on the points which mattered and through which the effective work of the Congress is ensured in the interest of the whole. As to the omission of the headings, which insofar as they contained legal provisions are replaced by certain articles of the rules, and insofar as they contained general communist principles are replaced by the communist credo, this gives the rules a simpler and more uniform shape and has at the same time led to a more precise definition of the position of each particular authority. 343 After the rules had been dealt with, various proposals were discussed which had been prepared either by the central authority or put forward by individual delegates. First of all, there was discussion of one delegate's proposal to call a new Congress in 6 months' time. The Congress itself felt that, as the first Congress, which has been called and had met at a time when the organization of the League was flagging, it had to regard itself above 596 appendices, all as an organizing and constituent assembly. It felt that a new Congress was needed to deal thoroughly with the most important questions before it, since at the same time the new rules had fixed the next Congress for the month of August, so that there would be barely 2 months' interval, and since it was also impossible to defer the second Congress until August 1848, it was decided to call the second Congress for Monday, November 29 of this year, here in London. We did not let ourselves be deterred by the bad time of the year any more than by the new costs. The League has survived a crisis and must not fight shy of an extraordinary effort, for once the new League rules contain the necessary provisions for the election of delegates, and so we hope that a large number of circles will send delegates to the Second Congress. The proposal of the same delegate to set up a special fund for emissaries also found general approval. The point was made that our League has at its disposal two kinds of emissaries. Firstly, those who are sent out at the expense of the League with special missions to certain localities, either to establish the League in areas where it does not yet exist, or to organize it again where it is in decline. These emissaries must necessarily be under the direct control of the central authority. Secondly, workers who are returning to their own homes or have to make other journeys. Such workers, often very capable men, could be used to the greatest advantage of the League for visits to many communities not far from their travel route, if they are reimbursed on behalf of the League for the additional expenses caused thereby. Such occasional emissaries can, of course, only be under the direct control of the Circle Authority and only in special cases be placed under the control of the Central Authority. Hence, the Congress decided to instruct the Central Authority to demand from every Circle Authority a certain financial contribution every 3 months, and from these contributions to set up a fund for sending out emissaries of the first kind. Further, to instruct the Circle Authorities more than previously to use capable members leaving on journeys as occasional emissaries in the manner described and to pay the additional traveling expenses in advance from their own funds. In very special cases the Circle Authorities can apply to the Central Authority for a contribution for this purpose. Whether this financial application is granted, is, of course, decided by the Central Authority. Every emissary is responsible to the authority which has supplied him with funds and must report to it. All of you will see how necessary it is to organize propaganda through emissaries and to subject it to central leadership. We hope. Appendices 597. That our decisions, taken after mature consideration, will meet with your approval and that they may be attended by good success for the cause. The next question was that of the organ of the League. It was recognized without discussion how necessary such a publication is. It was also readily understood that the paper could appear only in London, and that it should not appear more often than weekly and not less often than monthly. Title, motto, and format were agreed, and you will be acquainted with them through the specimen number to be published in July. A commission is in existence to act for the editorial board pending the journal's publication, then an editor, who also has already been appointed. 3 will take over the direction in cooperation with the Commission. This considered, the Congress came to the question of costs. Firstly, various things are needed to complete the printing equipment, in particular an iron press, for which the Central Authority was instructed to call for a contribution from the circles. But then the costs were calculated. It was found that at 2 pence, equals 4 sous, equals 2 Silbergroschen, equals 6 kreutzers for every weekly issue of 1 sheet, the number of subscribers required to cover the costs would be greater than we can rely on with certainty at present. A monthly paper without an editor would be able to exist with fewer subscribers, but would not fulfill the League's requirements. But whether we would be able to get the number of subscribers needed for a weekly paper was, as we have said, too uncertain for us to enter into the necessary engagements. We therefore resolved as follows: to start with, a specimen number will appear in July free of charge. Then the individual communities will have to send word through their circles how many members they have, for the Congress has decided that at least as long as the journal is a monthly, every member pays for 1 copy, but every community receives only 1, and the remainder are distributed free. League members must, moreover, make inquiries regarding the number of copies which can with certainty be sold in their area, gather subscribers, and report on this, too. Then in November, taking account of the notices received by the Central Authority, the Congress will take further decisions and if possible launch the journal before the new year. In the meantime the London printing press will be used to print pamphlets. 344. Finally, the question of the Communist Credo. The Congress realized that the public proclamation of the principles of the League was a step of the greatest importance, that a credo which in a few. A Wilhelm Wolff ed. 598 appendices. Years, perhaps months, might no longer suit the times and no longer correspond to the spirit of the majority, would be as harmful as a suitable credo would be useful, that this step had to be considered with particular care and must not be taken too hastily. Here, just as on the question of the League organ, the Congress became aware that it could not act definitively but only in a constituent role, that it had to give new food to the reawakening life in the League by discussion on the plan of a credo. Hence, the Congress resolved to draft this plan and to submit it to the communities for discussion, so that proposals could be formulated for amendments and additions to be submitted to the central authority. The plan is appended. 3. We recommend it for serious and mature consideration by the communities. We have tried on the one hand to refrain from all system-making and all barrack-room communism, and on the other to avoid the fatuous and vapid sentimentality of the tearful, emotional communists. 345. We have, on the contrary, tried always to keep firm ground under our feet by the constant consideration of the social relations which alone have given rise to communism. We hope that the central authority will receive from you very many proposals for additions and amendments, and we will call on you again to discuss the subject with particular zest. This, dear brothers, is the survey, the outcome, of our deliberations. We would very much have liked to have definitively settled the items before us, to have founded the League organ, to have proclaimed the communist principles in a credo. But in the interest of the League, in the interest of the communist movement, we had to set limits to ourselves here, we had to appeal anew to the majority, and to leave it to the Second Congress to carry through what we have prepared. It is now for you, dear brothers, to prove that you have the cause of the League, the cause of communism, at heart. The League has emerged victorious from a period of decline. Apathy and laxity have been overcome, the hostile elements which had arisen in the League itself have been eliminated. New elements have joined it. The future of the League is secure. But, dear brothers, our position is not yet such that we can for one moment relax our efforts, all wounds are not yet healed, all gaps have not yet been filled, many painful effects of the struggle we have gone through can still be felt. Therefore the interest of the League, the communist cause, still demands of you a short period of the most strenuous activity. See this volume, pages 96-103 ed. From the following paragraph the handwriting is again Wilhelm Wolff's ed. Appendices 599. Therefore for a few months you must not even for a moment weary in your work. Extraordinary circumstances demand extraordinary effort. A crisis such as our League has gone through, a crisis in which we had first to fight the fatigue caused by the heavy pressure of German and other police harassments and, even more, caused by the hope of an early improvement in social conditions apparently receding ever further from fulfillment, a crisis, furthermore, in which we not only had to fight the persecutions of our enemies, of governments either dominated by or allied to the bourgeoisie against us, but in which we found enemies in our midst who had to be fought and rendered harmless, with regard only for the threatened position of the League, for the menacing disorganization of the entire German-speaking Communist Party, without any consideration of persons. Brothers, one does not recover from such a crisis overnight. And even if the existence of the League, the strength of the organization, is re-established, there will have to be months of unceasing work before we can say, we have done our duty as communists, our duty as League members. Brothers, in the firm conviction that you will feel the importance of the situation as much as we do, in the firm conviction that you will nevertheless be fully equal to these difficult circumstances, we confidently appeal to you, to your enthusiasm for the cause of the community. We know that the bourgeoisie's infamous lust for gain leaves you hardly a moment to work for the cause, we know that it presses down to the lowest limit even the miserable wage it gives you for your hard work, we know that just now famine and the slump in business weigh on you especially heavily, we know that it persecutes you, imprisons you, ruins your health and endangers your lives if you find time and money despite all to work for the interest of the community, we know all that, and in spite of everything we have not hesitated for one moment to appeal to you for new financial sacrifices, to call on you to redouble your activity. For we ourselves would have to withdraw from the whole movement, blushing and ashamed, if we did not know that the men who elected us to decide on the good of the whole, will vigorously and unhesitatingly put our resolutions into practice, if we did not know that there is no one in our league for whom the interest of the Communist Party, the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the victory of the community is not his very own, his dearest interest, if we did not know that people with sufficient determination to organize a league which exposes them to great dangers are also determined and steadfast enough to defy these dangers and to make this league great and mighty over the whole of Europe, if we did not know. 600 Appendices. Finally, that such people are the more courageous, the more active, the more enthusiastic, the greater the obstacles they face. Brothers, we represent a great, a wonderful cause. We proclaim the greatest revolution ever proclaimed in the world, a revolution which for its thoroughness and wealth of consequences has no equal in world history. We do not know how far it will be granted to us to share in the fruits of this revolution. But this we know, that this revolution is drawing near in all its might, this we see, that everywhere, in France as in Germany, in England as in America, the angry masses of the proletariat are in motion and are demanding their liberation from the fetters of money rule, from the fetters of the bourgeoisie, with a voice that is often still confused but is becoming ever louder and clearer. This we see, that the bourgeois class is getting ever richer, that the middle classes are being more and more ruined, and that thus historical development itself strives towards a great revolution which will one day burst out, through the distress of the people and the wantonness of the rich. Brothers, we all hope to live to see that day, and even if last spring we did not get the chance to take up arms, as the letter of the Halt predicted we might, do not let that disconcert you. The day is coming, and on the day when the masses of the people with their solid ranks scatter the mercenaries of the capitalists, on that day it will be revealed what our league was and how it worked. And even if we should not live to see all the fruits of the great struggle, even if hundreds of us fall under the grape shot of the bourgeoisie, all of us, even the fallen, have lived to be in the struggle, and this struggle, this victory alone is worth a life of the most strenuous work. And so, farewell. In the name of the Congress. Heidi, H. the President. Secretary Karl Schill 0. London, June 9, 1847. First published in the book, printed according to the Monugründungsdokument de Bundsschrift der Kommunisten, Juni bis September 1847, Hamburg 1969. Published in English for the first time a Ansprache der Volkshalle de Bunds der Gerechten und den Bund, Februar 1847 ed. B. Wilhelm Wolff ed. Karl Schapper ed. Note by Marx. On the formation of the Brussels Community and Circle of the Communist League. August 5, 1847. August 5. Constitution of the new community. Elected, President Marx. Secretary and Treasurer, Gigot. Circle Authority, Gigot, Jung, Marx, Wolff. First published in Russian in the book. Y.P. Kandel, Marx and Engels, Organizers of the Communist League, Moscow, 1953. Printed according to the manuscript. Published in English for the first time. The central authority to the League. Working men of all countries, unite. Brothers, degree. 3 months have now passed since the Congress was held and its circular too was dispatched to you. We therefore now send you another report on our activity since then, and give you a summary of the present state of the League. We regret that we are unable to send you very encouraging news, but we have resolved to tell you the plain truth, be it encouraging or disheartening. Some of you may well think that emphasis should always be placed on the bright side of the situation so that people should not lose heart. We on the contrary are of the opinion that all should know the enormous and diverse difficulties with which we have to contend. Real men will not be deterred by this, but on the contrary spurred on to new activity. As long as our League is not strongly and firmly established, as long as it fails to intervene effectively in the course of events, our influence will be insignificant. Admittedly, we now have a new basis, and in some places people seem to work with new enthusiasm, but on the whole we are still far from the position we should have reached long ago. When the Congress circular was dispatched, we hoped we would receive favorable and definite replies to it from all quarters. The central authority had enclosed with it an accompanying letter calling attention once more to the points requiring a response and requesting prompt and definite replies. 347. See this volume, pages 589-600 ed. The original has knocknicked, still not, ed. Appendices 603. So far we have only received a definite reply from the Brussels Circle, other places have only acknowledged receipt of the circular, thanked us for our efforts, made some general comments, and no more. What is the cause of this negligence and where is it going to lead us? Many German proletarians are anxious to liberate themselves, but, if they do not set about the task more energetically than they have done so far, they will indeed not make much progress. We can't wait for things to fall into our lap. Many people are hindered in their activity by their mental sluggishness, others talk a great deal but when money contributions are requested they pull long faces, make all manner of excuses and give nothing. Others again possess a large share of bourgeois cowardice, see policemen and gendarmes at every turn and never believe it is time to act. It gives one the gripes to see all the goings on. The majority of the proletarians, and the most active at that those in Silesia, Saxony, Rhenish Prussia, Westphalia and Hesse have poor or indeed no leadership, at least no communist one. We therefore call upon all members of our league once more to rise up at last out of their sleep and set to work, and we demand that first of all definite replies to the Congress circular be sent in so that we can at least know whom we can count upon. After the Congress was over we sent the Congress circular, the new rules, 3 the Communist Creed and an accompanying letter from the central authority to 10 towns in Switzerland, France, Belgium, Germany and Sweden where we have communities. In addition we sent out from London 2 authorized emissaries to America, 1 to Norway, 1 to Germany and 1 to Holland. 0 All promised the central authority to work to the best of their ability and to set up new communities in the places in which they settled and to put them in touch with us. In accordance with the resolution adopted at the Congress, the League's new newspaper 0 should have begun to appear in August 348 and we had been promised articles and also financial support for it. All League members were moreover requested to give all the help. Yesterday we received a letter from Leipzig, for details see below. See this volume, pages 585-88 ed. See this volume, pages 96-103 ed. See Johann Dole ed. Kommunistische Zeitschrift ed. 604 appendices. They could. Unfortunately here again most promises have been confined to words alone. Apart from the Brussels Circle, which for the time being made a monthly allocation of £1 for printing expenses and 5 francs for propaganda, and Brother Heidi 3 who sent us an article, we have received nothing so far. The editorial commission, which from one week to the next was being promised the necessary articles, was finally compelled to do everything itself, so as at least to be able to get the specimen issue out. If we do not receive better support in the future than we have received so far, we shall not make any progress here either. In order to set up our printing press properly, so that besides the League newspaper we can also print leaflets and small pamphlets, we still need another 600 francs. We are not in a position to raise this sum in London alone. Since the Congress circular was sent out we have received news from the following places. Sweden. We received a letter dated UPS, May 23 from our emissary who traveled to Sweden via Helsingør, crossing the whole country on foot. Here in London, having nothing else, he had filled his kit bag with communist leaflets which he successfully took over the border into Sweden. He writes that in all towns where there are German workers, he called on them in their workshops, distributed our leaflets among them and found their response to our ideas most enthusiastic. Unfortunately, since he did not find any work he was unable to stay in any one place long enough to set up a community. In Stockholm he transmitted to the local community, our communist outpost in the north, the first 2 circulars from the central authority, 349 and his news lent the brothers their new heart. From Stockholm he went to UPS, from there on to Gavel, where he worked for a time, and is now on the way to Omea and Tornia. A communist emissary among the Lapps. A member of the League who arrived in London from Karlskrona informed us, Brother C, who was previously working in Paris and London, has set up communities in W and there are already over 100 League members there now. The brother from Karlskrona gave us C's address and we shall be sending him this circular together with the new rules and a special appeal for the League members there. From Stockholm we have received a letter dated July 8 saying that our brothers there are most zealous supporters of our A. Wilhelm Wolff ed. B. Albert August Anders ed. Appendices 605. Principles. A public attack on communism made by a local priest was countered by a League member, Brother Forsell, in a pamphlet written in Swedish in which he expounded our principles to the people as well. 3. Sweden's biggest newspaper, the Aftonbladet, also defends communism against the clerics. We were also told in the letter, the educational society here in Stockholm, which we were formerly able to regard as a gateway to communism has now unfortunately landed in the clutches of the Philistines. On the other hand, the democratic element within the local Scandinavian society, 350 of which we are all members and which has one of us as president, is pure and unsullied, and it is from this society that we recruit our members. Immediately on receiving this letter we made handwritten copies of the Congress circular, the Communist credo and the rules in Latin characters, since most Swedes cannot read German letters, and then sent them everything by post. We are now waiting for their reply to this dispatch. Germany. Approximately 6 weeks ago an emissary from here went to Berlin taking with him letters from us for the brothers there, and, in order to put new heart into them, exhorting them to be steadfast. He was to spend only about a week there and then travel to Leipzig, from where he was to send us a report. We are expecting news shortly. The brothers in BRB acknowledged receipt of our letters and promised to send us a detailed reply in the immediate future, which they have not yet done. The brothers in Hamburg acknowledge receipt of our letters and express their regret that the name League of the Just has been changed and wish the former name restored. They also inform us that it is not at all to their liking when the supporters of W. Weitling and Grun are exposed to such hostile criticism, as was the case in the Congress circular. They call for moderation and unity and right. Whether someone stands one rung higher or lower as regards the main principle, that is no reason for us to persecute him and cause a split, for how do you think we can make an impact if we take such a one-sided approach? We attract all forces who wish for progress and then seek to win them over to our ideas gradually by persuasion. We must reply to the brothers in Hamburg that the reasons for the change in the name notified in the Congress Circular 0 are Karl Daniel Forsell, Kommunismen och Kristendomen, ed. Probably Breslau or Bremen ed. cc. This volume, p. 595 ed. 606 appendices. Significant ones, and that if no important counter-arguments are put forward, the central authority will defend the retention of the name Communist League at the next Congress. This latter name says clearly what we are and what we want, which the previous one did not. League of the Just says everything and nothing, but we must be definite. The Hamburg brothers would do well to read the reasons given in the Congress circular once more. If they can refute those arguments, then we shall agree with them. We have no right to take mere emotions into consideration. As regards the second point, we stress that we are in no way persecuting Weitling's and Gryen's supporters, but purely and simply representing them in their true colors. It is time we came to our senses, and therefore we can no longer waste time on dreamers and system-mongers who have no energy for action. We will drag no corpse along behind us. Grun's supporters are people who chatter a great deal about equality without knowing what the word means, who criticize everything except themselves, in other words, opinionated men who talk a great deal, but do nothing. We are no elegant bourgeois and therefore do not beat about the bush but say what we think, i.e., call things by their names. For over 10 years moderation, forbearance, and unity have been preached in the League, and with all this preaching, with all this brotherly love, we have accomplished virtually nothing, and last year the League almost collapsed entirely. We must put an end to this, it is wrong to demand that we should spend our whole life on trifles and idle dreams. Our opinion is that 100 active members are better than 1,000 of whom half are indecisive and lukewarm. Instead of looking back and helping the lame to catch up, we march boldly forward, which will probably get others to their feet somewhat more nimbly as well. The brothers in Hamburg incidentally do not seem to have got very far with their moderation, for they make no allusion to the dispatch of money for propaganda and printing, and as for the League's newspaper, they declare that they are only in a position to take a few copies in view of growing unemployment. We must make it clear here that every member of the League is bound to take a copy of the newspaper. If he is not able to pay for it, then the community he belongs to must do so for him. Once more, brothers, let us not allow all our strength to be undermined through untimely moderation, through lumping together opposing forces and thus become a laughing-stock for the other parties. We can make a powerful impact, if we only have the will, and if we do have the will there is only one thing we need: courage. Courage. And once again courage. If people are unable or Appendices 607. Unwilling to go as far as we do, all well and good. If their intentions are honest, we shall not cease to respect them, but when we are called upon to step backwards in order to join up with such people, then we reply, never. Not long ago our brothers in Leipzig wrote that several members who had been intimidated by the somewhat stark terms of the Central Authorities' circular had withdrawn their membership. The others promised to remain loyally united and work to the best of their ability. We can only congratulate the brothers in Leipzig on having rid themselves of people who lacked the courage to behave as men. The letter which we received from Leipzig yesterday was already written in a quite different and more forceful style than previous letters, which shows that the community there is no longer dogged by indecisiveness. First of all, the community in Leipzig believes that it was necessary to phrase the credo in terms more scientific and more suitable for all social classes. They suggest an almost complete recast and give their reasons for this. We shall put the suggested changes before the next Congress for discussion. The Central Authority agrees with the majority of the points listed in their letter. The community states further that apart from copies of our newspaper for all the members, they wish to take an extra 12 for distribution. If all communities were to follow the example provided in Leipzig, the League's newspaper could appear weekly and at half the price. We request that all contributions for propaganda and printing that have been collected should be sent in as soon as possible. We hope that a second community can soon be set up in Leipzig. If this does not however take place, this community could adhere to those in Berlin 351, we shall take the necessary steps for this. From No we have received no news, nor do we know any address there, for our correspondent in that town is supposed to have left for Paris. We shall try to restore contact with the communities there as soon as possible. We were unable to send the Congress circular to Mainz by post. It was not until 4 weeks ago that a member from here left for that destination with whom we dispatched everything. Thus we could not have received an answer from there yet. In a letter which we received from the Mainz members some time back, we were informed that a second community was about to be set up, which means a circle will be formed. Our brothers in Mainz are being constantly subjected to probably Munich or Mannheim. The Congress circular to the Communist League, June 1847, mentions communities in both cities. Ed. 608 appendices. Police harassment, but this only serves to spur them on to work all the more energetically for our cause. Credit is due to the gallant proletarians in Mainz. If people were as active as that all over Germany, our prospects would be brilliant. Holland. In Amsterdam an educational society has been set up which is in touch with us and has competent men. 3 weeks ago we sent an authorized emissary there to set up a community. 352 America. The emissary who this spring set out for New York from here paints us a sad picture of the state of the League in the New World. In New York the League had already made remarkable progress when Weitling arrived and sowed discord there. The meetings were soon the scene of violent disputes and the result was that the whole setup collapsed. The communities in New York had earlier always been urging us to be moderate and begging us most earnestly to be reconciled with Weitling. After they themselves, a fortnight after Whiteling's arrival, entered into a bitter conflict with him, our correspondents there lost heart to such an extent that they no longer wished to write to us any more so as not to have to reveal the sad state of the League there. This is what the emissary sent to New York writes. In this situation he himself was unable to do anything in New York and has now left for the state of Wisconsin, where he promises to promote our cause to the best of his ability. In Philadelphia there are still several League members whom we have earnestly begged to set up communities there again. We have instructed the two emissaries who left from here for New York and Philadelphia to do their utmost so that the League may be restored in the above-mentioned places, in accordance with the improved rules. France. In Marseilles things are as before. A number of members from Lyons have gone there, promising to do their very best to inject new life into the League. From Lyons we have received word that the League members are sparing no effort in our work and are discussing the Credo. The Lyons Circle endorses the new rules with the exception of Section 7, concerning conditions of membership. 15. The Lyons members believe it to be unnecessary to demand that new members take an oath, for there are countless cases of people taking all manner of oaths and not keeping any of them. Attention should be paid mainly to conduct. We call the Lyons members' attention to the fact that no oath is demanded, but only the new member's word of honor. The Lyons members also write. Early in 1847 ed. B.C. This volume, p. 588 ed. Appendices 609. Since now in September we are again in a critical position, we beg you to ask the Parisians if they could not spare a few competent members, who would be ready to make a sacrifice for the common cause and settle in Lyons for a time. The old members all want to leave here and we are therefore short of people who can take over the leadership. So try to prevent the possibility of this community breaking up. As for the newspaper which you will be putting out, we cannot yet stipulate how many copies we can take, because everything will change. Not a word about money for printing and propaganda. We urgently request our brothers in Paris to send a few competent members to Lyons as soon as possible. From Paris we have been informed that the rules have been unanimously endorsed there, that the Credo is being discussed in the various communities and that the membership has increased considerably. We have not yet heard anything about the results of their discussions or any news as to whether money is being collected for printing and propaganda. But it must be said to the credit of the Parisians that they recently made significant money contributions by sending a delegate to the Congress 3 and an emissary to Switzerland. 0. It unfortunately emerges from a private letter written by a Parisian League member and handed to the central authority, that there are still many people in the Paris communities who have not yet shaken themselves free of Grun's nonsense and Proudhon's most strange ideas. Oddly enough, these people, who are members of the Communist League, seem to reject communism, they want equality and nothing else. This inner split also seems to be the reason why we so seldom receive any news from Paris. Proudhon has become such a truly German philosopher that he no longer knows himself what he wants. Grun has made Proudhon's ideas still more obscure. 353. So it is now clearly impossible to demand that the people who follow these two really know where they are going. We urge Proudhon's and Grun's supporters to read Marx's Mesures de la Philosophie, which we have heard has already been translated into German. 354. Then they will see that their state where all are equal and which they demand with a great deal of talk and fuss is no different from that of today. This leads people round and round in circles, chasing false ideas, only to end up where they started. Friedrich Engels ed. B. Stefan Born ed. See probably Friedrich Engels ed. 610 Appendices. We call upon the communists in Paris to stand firm together and to work to rid their communities of these false ideas. If Grun's and Proudhon's supporters insist on their principles, then, if they wish to remain men of honor, they should leave the League and start working on their own. There is only room for communists in our League. As long as there are followers of Grun in our communities, neither they nor we can conduct effective propaganda. Our forces will be divided and our young people low in spirits, so separation is better than an internal split. 355 Whitelings expelled supporters have again sent us a long letter in which they inveigh against us and the Paris communities, maintaining that it is they who are the real communists. At the end of their letter they ask for a reliable address, for they have further instructions for us. Yet they make no reference to the fact that they, although in the minority, appropriated the whole Paris League's treasury which one of them had in his keeping. Such behavior most certainly accords with their leader's theory on theft. 3. We wrote to them in very polite terms saying that we had acted in accordance with our duty and convictions and would also insist on what we considered to be right. Their abuse could not therefore hurt us. We sent them the address they asked for but have not heard anything more from them since. Switzerland. The central authority informed the brothers in La Chaux-de-Fonds of the imminent arrival of an emissary zero and urged them to work with all their might towards a reorganization of the League in Switzerland. The Bern community has of late appeared in a somewhat dubious light. We were informed that they were planning to bring out a communist newspaper, Der Wanderer, and our support was requested. We sent off 25 francs and a remittance for 50 francs to Lausanne and La Chaux-de-Fonds. However, this money was used by the Bern members to print leaflets by Karl Heinzen, who even then had already shown himself to be the bitterest enemy of the communists. On June 29 we received another letter from Bern which informed us that the Young Germany 356 group were making use of all possible means to work against the communists in Switzerland and urged us to found a press organ as soon as possible. At the same time they sent us a small leaflet entitled Der Deutsche Hunger und die Deutschen Fürsten. An allusion to W. Whiteling's book, Das Evangelium eines armen Sunders, in which he acquits theft as a means of struggle against capitalism, S. 126-33, ed. Stefan Born ed. Appendices 611. And asked for voluntary contributions so that the Kriegsartikel, 3 Vorbereitung, etc., might be more widely distributed. It was stated, certain members of the Republican Party may well have noble intentions, our worthy Heinzen for example, but his hands are tied, he is not the soul of the German Republican movement but its right hand for the moment, etc. Heinzen attacks the communists most violently, yet the Bern community is printing and circulating his pamphlets and seems to be in close touch with him. This appeared to us suspicious and indeed still does so. We do not want to let ourselves be led by the nose, every honest man must hold up his banner for all to see today. So we wrote a serious letter to the Bern community asking for a prompt explanation, but as yet have received no reply. Our emissary writes from Geneva that our affairs are progressing in a most heartening way there. 2 League members succeeded in setting up a community in Geneva this spring. While the emissary was there, a second came into being and a third was planned. In addition, there is a public society there which is being used to train efficient communists. In Geneva our party seems once again to have found a firm footing, and if our brothers there continue to work as hard as before, then the communists in Switzerland will soon be stronger than ever. Whiteling's expelled supporters, our emissary writes, have already sent to La Chaux-de-Fonds several letters full of the most shameful personal insults to several League members and calling upon the local members to join them. However, the communities in La Chaux-de-Fonds have not complied with those people's solicitation and are waiting till our emissary arrives before giving them a final answer. From Geneva the emissary contacted Peterson in Lausanne, who still enjoys quite significant influence among the communists in Switzerland. We hope the former will succeed in winning him over for our movement. Whiteling's followers in Paris have sent a certain Hornschuh as their emissary to Switzerland with the money stolen from our league, in order to bring the communities there over to their side. This Hornschuh is at present in Lausanne. Before that he was in London, we therefore know precisely what he is and can assure you that he is quite incapable of any kind of propaganda work. He is a horribly tedious windbag and in other respects worth precious little as well. When he left London he asked his community for a small advance for the journey, promising to pay the money back in the very near. A Karl Heinzen, Dreierside Kriegsartikeln der Neuen Zeit für Offizier und Gemein.ed. 21 1826. 612 Appendices. Future. the community granted him 25 francs. 2 years have passed since then, and Hornschuh, despite frequent reminders, has not paid anything back yet. It is really sad that people like Hornschuh, whose sole purpose is to indulge their laziness and self-conceit, still find opportunities to squander away the proletarians' hard-earned money. Our emissary is now touring the towns on Lake Geneva and will then visit La Chaux-de-Fonds, etc. He asked us for additional funds to be able to make this journey, and we immediately sent him 50 francs, which we were obliged to borrow, however, since our resources are exhausted. Belgium. In Belgium our prospects are good. Since the Congress 2 circles have been set up in that country, we have not yet established direct contact with the one based in Liège, but are expecting letters from them any day. The Brussels Circle is in touch with the Rhenish Prussia People 357 and working most energetically. It has already set up a singing and an educational society 358, both are led by League members and serve as a preparatory school for the League. The rules were adopted in Brussels, however 2 alterations were proposed for discussion at the next Congress. The first concerns letter E, Article 3, Section I, and the second Article 21, Section V. The Brussels members write, "We hold it for unpolitic to forbid League members to belong to any political or national organization, since by doing so we deprive ourselves of all opportunities for influencing such organizations." Further on, in connection with Article 21, they add, "If the present period were a more revolutionary one, the whole activity of the Congress would be hindered by this restriction." We recall that in 1794 the aristocrats put the same demand before the convention, in order to paralyze all action. 359. We request the communities to consider these proposals more closely and to give their delegates to the next Congress appropriate instructions. As regards the Communist credo, a good number of important alterations were suggested, which we shall put before the Congress for discussion. As was mentioned above, the Brussels Circle allocated 25 francs for printing and has agreed to send 5 francs for propaganda work each month. We call upon the other circles to follow this example as soon as possible. See this volume, p. 585 and p. 586 ed. Appendices 613. London. The new rules were unanimously adopted in London, and lively discussion of the credo is in progress in all communities. The local circle authority will be sending us all suggestions for amendments and additions as soon as the discussions are over. During the last 2 months a large number of League members have left London, but we shall have filled the resulting gaps soon. The educational societies provide us with preparatory schools, whose great benefit makes itself felt more and more with each passing day. In the London Circle a remarkable sense of unity reigns, and members are keen to devote all their energies to our cause. In the last 6 months we have spent here over 1,000 francs for pamphlets, etc., for the journal, 3 postage and printing costs, Congress expenses, emissaries, etc. In addition, each member has to pay 3 pence a week into the Educational Society 360 fund, and, besides, hardly a meeting goes by without private collections being made for the needy. Over half our members are out of work and in dire straits, which means it is becoming impossible for us to bear all these expenses alone as we have done hitherto. We are therefore forced to request all circles and communities most earnestly to contribute as much as they can and as soon as possible to the complete installation of the League printing press, continued publication of our paper and propaganda work. At the present moment our resources are completely exhausted. In the past we always used to send out money as soon as it was requested, and so we believe we can rely on you not to leave us in the lurch now. The specimen number of our League newspaper sells well in London and arouses great interest among the foreigners living here. We have displayed it for sale in several bookshops and newsstands. We have sent copies to all our regular addresses and have another 1,000 still available, so that we shall be able to send off copies wherever they are required. With this we come to the end of our report on the state of the League and our work. You can judge now for yourselves how things stand and whether the central authority has done its duty as the executive body of the League over the last 3 months. You will appreciate that although active work is being carried on here and there, As we noted at the beginning of this letter, in general we are still far from the point we should have reached long since. We therefore hope, brothers, that you will now muster all your strength so that we shall make rapid steps forward, and that in the next report, a Kommunistische Zeitschrift ed. L. * 614 appendices, we shall be able to give you more encouraging news than has been the case so far. However, before closing this letter we must ask you to pay particular attention to the following points. We earnestly request that, 1. All circles and independent communities, if it is at all possible, must elect a delegate to the next Congress and see to it that he will be able to come to London on November 29 of this year. You know that we were unable to adopt any definitive decisions at the first Congress 361, and that it was thus considered necessary to hold a second one this year. The second Congress will be most important because it has not only to formulate the communist credo but also to determine the final organization of the League and its press organ and the future pattern of our propaganda work. It is therefore absolutely essential that as many delegates as possible attend this Congress. Brothers, we hope that you will not shrink from any sacrifices which the fulfillment of your duty may require. 2. All circles and communities, which have not yet made any collections for printing and propaganda work, must do so without delay. If everyone contributes something, then we shall be in a position to engage in forceful action. Without money we cannot carry on any propaganda work. Those circles and communities which have already made collections should dispatch the same to us as soon as possible. 3. All circles and communities, which have not yet sent indefinite replies to the Congress circular, should do so without delay. 4. All circles and communities, which have not yet informed us how many copies of our newspaper they wish to take, should do so at once. In addition, they should inform us of the best and most reliable ways of dispatching the paper to their respective localities. 5. All circles and communities should inform us whether communist propaganda is being carried on in their particular region, and if so, what form it takes. Point 6. All members of the League should send to the editorial office essays and poems. Several members promised essays for the first issue, as observed earlier, but these promises have not been kept. We can only attribute this to negligence, which definitely ought not to be prevalent in our organization. Hoping to receive favorable and definite news from you soon, we greet you in the name and on behalf of the Central Authority. Karl Schapper, Henry Bauer, Joseph Mall, London, September 14, 1847. Appendices 615. P.S. Just as this letter was to be printed, letters arrived from our emissaries in Germany and Switzerland. From Germany it was reported that the enthusiasm of our brothers in Berlin is extraordinary, particularly since the important events there. 362. The government has indeed played straight into our hands. Our principles were made public through the uproar about the communists, and the people, instead of being scared away by these principles, became enthusiastic for them. The emissary concludes his letter with the words, "Brothers, we can look to the future with confidence. There are efficient men on every side who are championing the just cause." The news from Switzerland also sounds highly favorable. The League is organized there and now established in more than 10 different localities. Peterson has been won over. The emissary writes, "In La Chaux-de-Fonds and Le Local I believe we have the best and most devoted members of our League. Their courage is unshakable. Bravo, brothers, forward. Whiteling's expelled followers have been turned away wherever they went. The misunderstanding with the Bern community has been clarified. We now declare that we were unjust towards the brothers there. They adhere firmly to our principles. We are extremely happy to be able to announce this. More details will be supplied in the next report. The Central Authority, Karl Schapper, Joseph Mall, Henry Bauer. First published in the book, printed according to the Manugründungsdokument de Bundesschrift der Kommunisten, Juni bis September 1847, Hamburg 1969, published in English for the first time. The Northern Star. On the meeting in London on November 29, 1847, to mark the 17th anniversary of the Polish insurrection of 1830 milliseconds. The anniversary of the Polish insurrection of 1830 was celebrated on Monday last, the 29th of November, by a public meeting, at the German Society's Hall, Drury Lane. The meeting had been called by the Society of Fraternal Democrats, in conjunction with the Democratic Committee for Poland's Regeneration. The room was crowded with natives of England, Scotland, Ireland, France, Germany, Belgium, and Poland. Mr. John Arnott was elected president. Having stated the object of the meeting, the chairman called on Mr. Stallwood to move the first resolution. Mr. Stallwood, after recounting the heroism of the brave Poles at Warsaw, and their unbounded devotion to the cause of liberty, and eulogizing the Krakow Manifesto 364 as a model for democratic creeds, moved the first resolution as follows: that we regard the dismemberment of Poland as an atrocious crime worthy of the everlasting execration of the human race. That we remember with grateful admiration the heroic efforts made by the Polish people in 1830–31 for the recovery of their country's independence. That we honor the sacred memories of the martyrs who have perished in the glorious struggle to redeem their nation from slavery, and that we sympathize with all the victims of oppression at present suffering in dungeons, chains, and exile. The chairman then introduced Mr. Ernest Jones, to second the resolution. Mr. Jones said, "Tonight, 17 years ago, Poland woke from her death sleep, for her death struggle. Tonight, 17 years ago, she strained her bleeding limbs on the Russian rack, and burst her cords. Tonight, 17 years ago, she rose from a province into a nation." Cheers. Warsaw was silent. Russia nevertheless expected insurrect. Appendices 617. When the flame burst forth. Mr. Jones then gave a vivid description of the progress and triumph of the insurrection in Warsaw, particularly dwelling on the circumstance, that until the populace were armed, the issue was doubtful. Then the effect was electrical, and in a few hours, Constantine, the mighty prince, had passed the barrier of Mokszto, with his 11,000 Russians, and spent the night a shivering outcast, beneath a leafless tree. Applause. The speaker then alluded to the subsequent course of the insurrection, and expressed his belief that it would have been successful, had it been an insurrection of the people, instead of the aristocracy, had it been based on a manifesto, like the glorious one of Krakow. Cheers. But still we need not despond. Poland is ready for a fresh struggle. We have an army of martyrs to canonize, we have an army of heroes to come, and the aspect of Europe forebodes their triumph. The speaker then showed how every country in Europe was on the brink of internal change, analyzed the secret weakness of the great powers, and, after a forcible and stirring allusion to Ireland, concluded by calling on his hearers to prepare for the approaching struggle at home and abroad. Mr. Jones' speech was one of great force and eloquence, and excited enthusiastic applause. M. Michelet, in an energetic speech, delivered in the French language, supported the resolution, which was carried unanimously. Karl Schapper rose, amidst great applause, to move the second resolution, and said, "Citizens, when men struggle onwards for truth and liberty in a great cause, though they may not at first succeed, they must ultimately prevail, and such men were worthy of all honor, and hence he said, honor to the brave Poles." Loud cheers. Honor to those who died before Warsaw, honor to those who died by the hand of the public executioner, honor to those who perished in the mines of Siberia, and to those who fell at Krakow, and to all the martyrs for liberty. Great applause. In July 1830, France had her revolution, and in the November following, the cry for universal liberty prevailed, and many wished Poland free from Russia, but did not wish Polish serfdom abolished, and he verily believed, had it not been for this desire on the part of the Polish nobles to perpetuate the slavery of the masses, the revolution would have succeeded, and the whole Slavonic race would now have been free. Loud cheers. But the Polish proletarians asked, "What is it to us if Poland be free from Russian domination, whilst I am subject to the knout of the Polish noble?" Hear, hear. Well, the revolution failed, and Poland's sons emigrated, carrying the seeds of freedom with them to Germany, to France, to England, and other nations, and returned with renewed spirit to the Polish soil in 1845, and 618 appendices issued their famous and ever-glorious Manifesto of Democratic Sentiments from the Republic of Krakow. Great applause. But, alas, the effort was futile. The bad seed sown in 1830 produced a bad harvest. The tyrants were enabled to employ the peasantry against the patriots, 365, and the revolt was crushed, and the black spirit of Metternich again gloated in the blood of the fallen martyrs of Poland. Here. But happily fraternity was fast spreading, the principles of political and social equality were abroad. Loud cheers. Look at Switzerland. 366, great applause. And liberty would progress in spite of the old bloodless spider of the Tuileries. Groans for the spider. The Swiss radicals had beaten Louis Philippe and Guizot. Then came the beautiful Lord Palmerston, who said, "Let us have the thing settled amicably." "I," responded the helpless old spider of Paris, "that's just what I wanted." Laughter. And not a single regiment had entered Switzerland, the old spider dared not send them. Loud cheers. Well, this was the progress of democracy. Who were the conspirators now? Why, Metternich, the bloodless old spider in France, Lord Palmerston, and the Jesuits. Loud cheers. But the people would very quickly put down their conspiracy. Great cheering. He had some glorious news for them. A democratic society, 367, that is a society of fraternal democrats, had been established in Brussels, and that society had sent a deputy, the learned Dr. Marx, to represent them at this meeting. Great applause. Citizen Schapper, here read the following document. To the members of the Society of Fraternal Democrats assembling in London, we, the undersigned members of the Committee of the Democratic Society, established at Brussels, for advancing the union and fraternity of all nations, have the honor to delegate to you, Dr. Charles Marx, Vice President of this committee, for the purpose of establishing relations of correspondence and sympathy between the two societies. M. Marx has full power to act in the name of this committee for the purposes above mentioned. We present to you our fraternal salutations. Melinet, General, Honorary President. Jotrand, President. Imbert, Vice President. Picard, Secretary. George Weirth. Leliwell. Brussels, November 26, 1847. Appendices 619. The above address was received with enthusiastic applause. C. Schapper, after highly complimenting the great Polish patriot Leliwell, and the grey-haired veteran, the child of the French Republic, General Melinet, concluded by proposing the following resolution: that in pledging all the aid in our power to the Polish patriots, we desire to express our unqualified dissent from the aristocratic spirit which so fatally influenced THC struggle of 1830. We recognize in the Krakow Manifesto of 1846 the manifestation of Polish progress, embracing the broad principles of political democracy and social justice, on which alone can be founded veritable liberty and public happiness. T. Lucas, in seconding the resolution, expressed his pleasure in meeting so many of his brother Democrats. Certain he was that when the English Democrats, the Chartists, obtained their liberty, they would be enabled to say to the old spider in Paris, and all other tyrants, thus far shall ye go but no farther. Cheers. The resolution was then unanimously adopted. Dr. Marx, the delegate from Brussels, then came forward, and was greeted with every demonstration of welcome, and delivered an energetic oration in the German language, the substance of which was as follows: he had been sent by the Democrats of Brussels to speak in their name to the Democrats of London, and through them to the Democrats of Britain, to call on them to cause to be holden a Congress of Nations, a Congress of working men, to establish liberty all over the world. Loud cheers. The middle classes, the free traders, had held a Congress, but their fraternity was a one-sided one, and the moment they found that such congresses were likely to benefit working men, that moment their fraternity would cease, and their congresses be dissolved. 368, here. The Democrats of Belgium felt that the Chartists of England were the real Democrats, and that the moment they carried the 6 points of their charter, the road to liberty would be open to the whole world. Effect this grand object, then, you working men of England, said the speaker, and you will be hailed as the saviors of the whole human race. Tremendous cheering. Julian Harney moved the next resolution as follows: that this meeting rejoices to learn of the establishment of a society of fraternal Democrats in Brussels, and responding to the alliance offered by that society, receives its delegate, Dr. Marx, with every feeling of fraternal regard, and this meeting hails with exultation the proposition to hold a Democratic Congress of all nations, pledging itself to send delegates to that Congress whenever. 620 Appendices. Summoned by the Fraternal Democratic Societies of London and Brussels. The mover of the resolution then proceeded to address the meeting at considerable length, on the Polish insurrection of 1830, the progress of Chartism, the prospect of an energetic movement in this country for the obtainment of the Charter, the importance of the Society of Fraternal Democrats, and the vast utility q. the suggested Democratic Congress of all nations. His remarks were enthusiastically cheered. Mr. Stallwood seconded the resolution, which was carried unanimously. 3 thundering cheers were then given for the glorious Leluel, 3 for the heroic General Melinet, and 3 for the Democrats of Brussels. Charles Keene moved the 4th resolution as follows: that recognizing the brotherhood of all men, we consider it our duty to struggle for the triumph of democratic principles in all countries, and believing that the establishment of the People's Charter would enable the people of Great Britain to afford aid to the Polish cause, more effective than the paper protests hitherto employed by the British government, we hail with joy the prospect of an energetic effort on the part of the British people to obtain the legislative recognition and parliamentary enactment of their long-withheld rights and franchises. The speaker said they taught universal brotherhood, because they felt the evils resulting from the want of it. Very true, at churches and chapels on a Sunday, they were told that we are all brethren, but should it rain on their leaving such churches or chapels, and they were to attempt to get into some of their wealthy brethren's carriages, what a row there would be. Loud laughter. Yet, 10 minutes before those very same men would have been responding to the sentiment, all men are brethren. Here. Notwithstanding this, fraternity was a great truism, and before any great lasting and practical good could be accomplished, it must be universally acknowledged, and practiced too. Loud cheers. They had met to celebrate the Polish Revolution, and the question was, what could they do to aid Poland? Without power nothing. Let them get the charter and they would have power. Cheers. Citizen Engels, from Paris, in seconding the resolution said, fellow citizens, this commemoration of the Polish Revolution is not only an advantage to Poland, but to the whole world, as it causes the principles of democracy to be spread far and wide. Here. He, as a German, had great interest in Polish success, as it would much. Appendices 621. Hasten liberty in Germany, and freedom Germany had resolved to obtain sooner or later. Loud cheers. And he firmly believed that no one nation could become free without benefiting all others. He had resided for some time in England, and was proud to boast himself a Chartist name and all. Great cheering. Who were now their chief oppressors? Not the aristocracy, but the wealth-takers and scrapers, the middle classes. Loud cheers. Hence, it was the duty of the working classes of all nations to unite and establish freedom for all. Rapturous applause. Citizen Tedesco, from Brussels, who addressed the meeting in the French language in most eloquent terms, which the following abstract does anything but justice to, said the men of Belgium looked on the English Democrats as a leading party, and trusted they would obtain that great measure, the People's Charter. He was delighted with the spirit that prevailed. He should return to Brussels, and relate the good and enthusiastic feeling with which the proletarians of this country were imbued, and their determination to proceed until they had obtained their charter, and sure he was, that that measure would carry with it a fair day's wages for a fair day's labor. Here, and give such an impulse to the cause of progress, that the whole continent would follow, and universal liberty be established. Loud cheers. Colonel Oberski, a Polish exile, said, at the outbreak of the Polish Revolution, 200 non-commissioned officers had kept 3 Russian regiments at bay, and when some of the regiments found it was against Poland they were fighting, they turned their arms and fought against their oppressors. Although old Poland was dead, young Poland would arise, and become far mightier than her ancestor. Loud cheers. He yet hoped to see Poland the first battlefield for liberty. With grateful thanks to the English people he would shout hurrah for democracy. Great applause. Citizen Engels here said, that he had but recently come from Paris, and that the real Democrats in that city were in favor of a Congress of Nations. Loud cheers. The resolution was then carried unanimously. Julian Harney again came forward and read extracts from the defense of Louis Miroslavsky, one of the chiefs of the insurrection of 1846, and now lying in the dungeons of Berlin under sentence of death. 369 The reading of the said extracts excited great sensation in the meeting. J. Harney then said, he had been particularly gratified by the remarks of his friend Engels. He was glad to see that the feeling of fraternal sympathy for the Poles was strong amongst the Germans. He was sure that if once the Germans obtained their 622 appendices liberties, they would hasten to perform a great act of national reparation, by undoing the work which the Austrian and Prussian despots helped Catherine to accomplish, the destruction of Poland. He knew that if Frenchmen were free, if they had broken down that disgraceful despotism which had prostrated their country to the lowest depths of shame, their first thought would be the liberation of Poland. Cheers. The next time France marched in the direction of Moscow it would not be with an emperor for her leader. It was a maxim of Napoleon's that a political blunder was worse than a political crime. He was guilty of both crime and blunder of the worst character, when on reaching Warsaw on his march to Russia, he refused to proclaim the restoration of Poland. Had he proclaimed the Republic of Poland to the full extent of its ancient boundaries, he would have recreated the soul of a nation, and 20 millions of people would have formed his army of reserve, an army animated by an unconquerable spirit of enthusiasm and devotion to their emancipator. But no, Napoleon, though the scourger of kings, was the tyrant of the people, though the most deadly enemy of divine right, he was not less the enemy of popular sovereignty. He desired to dictate terms to the northern autocrat, 3 but for himself, not for Poland, and the other nations trampled under that autocrat's iron heel. His selfishness found the reward it merited. When flying before the avenging lance of the Cossack, and the still more dreadful shafts of the icy tempest and the snowstorm, with their auxiliaries, famine and pestilence, then Napoleon found Poland no rampart of defense, behind which he might have thrown himself to give his stricken hosts time to breathe, and turn upon their pursuers. He had refused to recall Poland to life, and so when he needed her living arm to save him from the blows of the Muscovite, that arm was not. But the coming republic would repair the political crime of the emperor, and the day was nigh at hand when France would be a republic and the people of England have their charter. Great applause. The speaker concluded by moving a vote of thanks to the chairman. Karl Schapper seconded the vote of thanks, which was supported by Mr. Isaac Wilson, who expressed how much more pleased he was with the proceedings he had just witnessed, than he was with those of a meeting held some fortnight since under the presidency of Dr. Bowring, at the Crown and Anchor, at which he was necessitated to 3 Alexander I. ed. John Arnott ed. Appendices 623. Move an amendment. Cheers. The vote of thanks was then carried by acclamation. The chairman having acknowledged the compliment, 3 cheers were given for the heroic martyr Miroslavsky, 3 for the Reform and the French Democrats, 3 for the Northern Star and the German Brussels Gazette 3, and 3 dreadful groans for the Times, Journal de Débats, and Austrian Observer *. The Marseillaise hymn was then sung in splendid style by Citizen Moll, and closed these interesting proceedings. First published in the Northern Star, reprinted from the newspaper number 528, December 4, 1847. 3 Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. Reported erroneously in the Northern Star as Universitäre Saal-Gazette.ed. Österreichischer Beobachter ed. Address of the Democratic Association of Brussels to the Swiss people. The Democratic Association, established in Brussels, Belgium, whose aim is the union and fraternity of all peoples, to the Swiss people. Swiss brothers. An unhappy struggle has just ended for you. 370 All the nations have watched it with the anxiety, blended with sorrow, that generous hearts always feel at the sight of a civil war. We shall not here discuss the causes of this quarrel. The two parties decided to resolve it alone, without calling for intervention from anyone. Those who, not having been asked, claimed to set themselves up as the official judges of your domestic quarrels must incur the reproach of a culpable imprudence. But this imprudence threatens to change in character. All the friends of liberty have the right to be indignant, if not alarmed by it. More or less ardent, more or less sincere good wishes, and even offers of service for one or other cause, could be explained without resort to any other motives than those of the diversity of human opinions on political or religious matters. Today it is a question of something else. The intervention of a Congress of Royalty 371 in your affairs can only be understood in the sense of an open or hidden attack on your institutions, and above all on the development that you have given them in law during the last 15 years. Guardians, for nearly 6 centuries, of the repository of liberty which was exiled by usurping feudalism successively from nearly all other parts of Europe, you owe it to us, Swiss brothers, you owe it to Appendices 625. Yourselves, to defend one last time more this precious heritage, at this supreme hour when all nations are preparing to claim it from you and divide it. If you let it be seized from your guardianship, the 6 centuries of persistent vigilance for which we would soon have owed you full gratitude would be lost for you and for the rest of Europe. Exiled beyond the sea, on the soil of a new world, democratic institutions would have ceased for a long time to be a model for our constant study and imitation. Government of the state by universally elected leaders, state administration without crippling financial debts, without the ruin of the worker for the profit of hosts of useless bureaucrats, the defense of the state without standing armies, the commercial and industrial prosperity of the state without tariffs, freedom of belief without theocratic domination, where shall we find these again, and be able to copy the model of this regime for which all Europe yearns today, if Switzerland allows a concert of kings, bankers, ministers, mercenaries, monopolists, sectarians, to intervene in its affairs? Their interference can have no other aim but to wipe out once for all from the center of Europe this example so fatal for them of a nation which governs itself without them. We understand this so well, Swiss brothers, that, assembled here from all parts of Europe by the political hazards of recent times, and mingling with a small free nation like yours, and rather in your manner, we felt it essential unanimously to express the wish to see you resist the diplomatic intrigues which are contemplated against you. We urge you therefore not to listen to those treacherous offers of intervention made to you by 5 courts, we will not say 5 peoples, combined to tempt you into a fatal trap. Fear of their threats, if they carried them out, cannot exist in your hearts. It is only their cunning that you must guard against. And if their threats were serious, your forces would without boasting be equal to those which the courts in fact control in the midst of the domestic embarrassments increasing for them every day. Moreover, if they dreamed of constraining you by force, allies would not fail you. Once more, we recommend into your hands, Swiss brothers, the sacred repository of European democratic liberty which you have guarded so well up to now, and which in recent times you have been able to make flourish to the benefit of the rights and interests of the greatest number. 626 Appendices. We offer you, with the future tribute of our gratitude for the firmness which you will show the world, the expression of our most sincere sympathy. On behalf of the above-named Democratic Association, and by virtue of its deliberations in the General Assembly of November 29, 1847, after the Polish commemoration celebrated this day at the Hôtel de Ville of Brussels, the Committee of the Association. General Melinet, Chief of the Civic Legions in 1830, Hahn. President. L. Jotrand, Barrister, former member of the National Congress of Belgium in 1830, President. Maines, Barrister at the Court of Appeal at Brussels. Imbert, Vice President, former editor of the Peuple Souverain of Marseilles. Karl Marx, former editor of the Rheinische-Zeitung, Vice President. 3. Leluel, Joachim, member of the national government. George Weirth, the Secretary of the Society, A. Picard, Barrister at the Court of Appeal at Brussels. Spildhoorn, Barrister at the Court of Ghent. Leader of the Provisional Government of Flanders in 1830. Pellering, shoemaker. A. von Bornstedt, editor of the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. The German workers assembled in the Society at Brussels 372 have joined in the present address. This is attested by the undersigned members of the committee of this society. Chairman Wallau. Vice Chairman Hess. Wolf, Secretary. Riedel, Treasurer. Printed according to the newspaper. Translated from the French. Published in English for the first time. Written on November 29, 1847. First published in La Réforme. December 5, 1847. A Marx's name was presumably put by proxy, for he was in London at that time. Ed. Minutes of Engels' lecture. To the London German Workers' Educational Society. On November 30, 1847. 373. Citizens. When Christopher Columbus discovered America 350 years ago, he certainly did not think that not only would the then existing society in Europe together with its institutions be done away with through his discovery, but that the foundation would be laid for the complete liberation of all nations, and yet, it becomes more and more clear that this is indeed the case. Through the discovery of America, a new route by sea to the East Indies was found, whereby the European business traffic of the time was completely transformed. The consequence was that Italian and German commerce were totally ruined and other countries came to the fore. Commerce came into the hands of the Western countries, and England thus came to the fore of the movement. Before the discovery of America, the countries even in Europe were still very much separated from one another and trade was on the whole slight. Only after the new route to the East Indies had been found and an extensive field had been opened in America for exploitation by the Europeans engaged in commerce, did England begin more and more to concentrate trade and to take possession of it, whereby the other European countries were more and more compelled to join together. From all this, big commerce originated, and the so-called world market was opened. The enormous treasures which the Europeans brought from America, and the gains which trade in general yielded, had as a consequence the ruin of the old aristocracy, and so the bourgeoisie came into being. The discovery of America was connected with the advent of machinery, and with that the struggle became necessary which we are conducting today, the struggle of the propertyless against the property owners. Before machines were invented, almost every country produced as much as it needed, and commerce consisted only of such products as 628 appendices. One or another country was quite unable to produce, but when machinery came in, so much was produced that in many places it became necessary to stop working, and that even people who had previously performed similar work with their own hands bought machine-made goods for their own use. The position of the former workers was thereby completely altered, and the whole of human society, which formerly consisted of 4 to 6 different classes, was divided into 2 mutually hostile classes. Since the English seized world commerce and raised their manufacturing business to such a height that they could provide almost all the civilized world with their products, and since the bourgeoisie came to political power, they have also succeeded in making further progress in Asia, and the bourgeoisie has risen there also. Through the rise of machinery, the barbarian condition of other countries is constantly being done away with. We know that the Spaniards found East Indies at the same stage of development as the English did, and that the Indians nevertheless went on living in the same way for centuries, i.e., they ate and drank and vegetated, and the grandson worked the land just as his grandfather had done, except that a number of revolutions took place, which, however, were nothing but a struggle of various peoples for domination. Since the English came and spread their manufactures, the livelihood of the Indians was torn from their hands, and the consequence was that they abandoned their stable condition. The workers are already emigrating from there, and through mixing with other nations they become accessible for the first time to civilization. The old Indian aristocracy is completely ruined, and people are there set against one another just as here. Later we have seen how China, a country which for more than 1,000 years has defied development and all history, has now been turned upside down and drawn into civilization by the English, by machinery. Austria, the China of Europe, the only country whose internal institutions were not shaken by the French Revolution, and where even Napoleon could do nothing, cannot stand up to steam. Everything there has suddenly been changed by machinery. Protective tariffs have brought machinery into the country. Thereby the petty bourgeoisie has raised itself up and overthrown the high aristocracy. Thereby something has happened to Metternich which he certainly never anticipated. At the last Bohemian Diet 50,000 guilders in taxes were denied him by the bourgeoisie. The classes of society have been changed. The small craftsmen are being ruined and forced to become ordinary workers, whereby an element. Appendices 629. Has entered which can become dangerous to Metternich. In Italy also industry has raised itself up. The bourgeoisie everywhere sits on Metternich's neck, so that the government has got into such a dilemma that Metternich has to concede to the Bohemians that they need not pay taxes of 50,000 guilders. Thus, through the discovery of America, all society has been divided into two classes, and without the rise of the world market this would not have happened. The workers of the whole world have everywhere the same interests, everywhere the different classes disappear and the different interests coincide. When, therefore, a revolution breaks out in one country, it must necessarily affect the other countries, and only now can real liberation take place. First published in Archiv für die Geschichte, printed according to the Archiv des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung, TG 8, Leipzig 1919, published in English for the first time. Minutes of Marx's report. To the London German Workers' Educational Society. On November 30, 1847. From Belgium I have to report that a workers' society has been formed there which at present has 105 members. 374 the German workers in Brussels, who formerly were quite isolated, are now already a power, and whereas formerly they were not asked to take part in anything, this year they have already been requested to send a representative of the society to the celebration of the Polish Revolution being arranged in Brussels by the city to speak in the name of this society. Should the government press for the suppression of the society, because it is certainly bound to exercise an influence on the Belgian workers themselves, the society has decided to hand over its library, which consists of 300 volumes, and other objects to the London Society. I will now add a few remarks on literature. Louis Blanc now proves in one of his works 3 that in the French Revolution, at the same moment when the proletariat stormed the Bastille, the prison for the bourgeois, the bourgeoisie took decisions against those who bought the victory for them with their blood. All the leading figures of the revolution are now presented in their true character. A mass of leaflets are being written in the spirit of the proletariat, which are exercising considerable influence on society. The French work more in the interest of a party than for gain. Before the July Revolution 0 leaflets circulated in the spirit of the bourgeoisie just as they do now in the spirit of the proletariat. Of all that has been achieved by German philosophy, the critique of religion is the most important thing. This critique, however, has not. A. L. Blanc, Histoire de la Révolution Française ed. B. of 1830 ed. Appendices 631. Proceeded from social development. Everything that has been written hitherto against the Christian religion has limited itself to proving that it rests on false principles. How, for example, the authors have used one another, What had not yet been examined was the practical cult of Christianity. We know that the supreme thing in Christianity is human sacrifice. Dahmer now proves in a recently published work 3 that Christians really slaughtered men and at the Holy Supper ate human flesh and drank human blood. He finds here the explanation why the Romans, who tolerated all religious sects, persecuted the Christians, and why the Christians later destroyed the entire pagan literature directed against Christianity. Paul himself zealously argued against the admission to the Holy Supper of people who were not completely initiated into the mysteries. It is then also easy to explain where, for example, the relics of the 11,000 virgins came from. There is a document dating from the Middle Ages in which the nuns of a French convent made a contract with the abbess to the effect that without the consent of all no further relics must be found. The occasion for this was given by a monk who was constantly traveling from Cologne to Paris and back and every time left relics behind. Everything that happened in this respect has been regarded as a fraud of the priests, but that would be to attribute to them a skill and cleverness far beyond the time in which they lived. Human sacrifice was sacred and has really existed. Protestantism merely transferred it to the spiritual man and mitigated the thing a little. Hence there are more madmen among Protestants than in any other sect. This story, as presented in Dahmer's work, deals Christianity the last blow. The question now is, what significance this has for us. It gives us the certainty that the old society is coming to an end and that the edifice of fraud and prejudice is collapsing. First published in Archiv für die Geschichte, printed according to the Archiv des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung, TE8 Leipzig 1919, published in English for the first time. A.G.F. Dahmer, Die Geheimnis des Christlichen Altertums ed. Minutes of Engels lecture. To the London German Workers' Educational Society. On December 7, 1847. Citizen Engels gives a lecture in which he proves that commercial crises are caused only by overproduction and that the stock exchanges are the main offices where proletarians are made. First published in Archiv für die Geschichte, printed according to the Archiv des Sozialismus und der Arbeiterbewegung, TG8, Leipzig, 1919, published in English for the first time. Rules of the Communist League 375. Working men of all countries, unite. Section I. The League. Art. 1. The aim of the League is the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the rule of the proletariat, the abolition of the old bourgeois society which rests on the antagonism of classes, and the foundation of a new society without classes and without private property. Art. 2. The conditions of membership are, a way of life and activity which corresponds to this aim, b. revolutionary energy and zeal in propaganda, c. acknowledgement of communism, d. abstention from participation in any anti-communist political or national association and notification of participation in any kind of association to the superior authority, e. subordination to the decisions of the League, f. observance of secrecy concerning the existence of all League affairs, g. unanimous admission into a community. Whosoever no longer complies with these conditions is expelled, see Section 8. Art. 3. All members are equal and brothers and as such owe each other assistance in every situation. Art. 4. The members bear League names. Art. 5. The League is organized in communities, circles, leading circles, central authority, and congresses. Section 2. The community. Art. 6. The community consists of at least 3 and at most 20 members. 634 appendices. Art. 7. Every community elects a chairman and deputy chairman. The chairman presides over the meeting, the deputy chairman holds the funds and represents the chairman in case of absence. Art. 8. The admission of new members is effected by the chairman and the proposing member with previous agreement of the community. Art. 9. Communities of various kinds do not know each other and do not conduct any correspondence with each other. Art. 10. Communities bear distinctive names. Art. 11. Every member who changes his place of residence must first inform his chairman. Section 3. The circle. Art. 12. The circle comprises at least 2 and at most 10 communities. Art. 13. The chairman and deputy chairman of the communities form the circle authority. The latter elects a president from its midst. It is in correspondence with its communities and the leading circle. Art. 14. The circle authority is the executive organ for all the communities of the circle. Art. 15. Isolated communities must either join an already existing circle or form a new circle with other isolated communities. Section 4. The leading circle. Art. 16. The various circles of a country or province are subordinated to a leading circle. Art. 17. The division of the circles of the League into provinces and the appointment of the leading circle is effected by the Congress on the proposal of the central authority. Art. 18. The leading circle is the executive authority for all the circles of its province. It is in correspondence with these circles and with the central authority. Art. 19. Newly formed circles join the nearest leading circle. Art. 20. The leading circles are provisionally responsible to the central authority and in the final instance to the Congress. Appendices 635. Section V. The central authority. Art. 21. The central authority is the executive organ of the whole League and as such is responsible to the Congress. Art. 22. It consists of at least 5 members and is elected by the circle authority of the place in which the Congress has located its seat. Art. 23. The central authority is in correspondence with the leading circles. Once every 3 months it gives a report on the state of the whole League. Section 6. Common regulations. Art. 24. The communities, and circle authorities and also the central authority meet at least once every fortnight. Art. 25. The members of the circle authority and of the central authority are elected for 1 year, can be re-elected and recalled by their electors at any time. Art. 26. The elections take place in the month of September. Art. 27. The circle authorities have to guide the discussions of the communities in accordance with the purpose of the League. If the central authority deems the discussion of certain questions to be of general and immediate interest, it must call on the entire League to discuss them. Art. 28. Individual members of the League must maintain correspondence with their circle authority at least once every 3 months, individual communities at least once a month. Every circle must report on its district to the leading circle at least once every 2 months, every leading circle to the central authority at least once every 3 months. Art. 29. Every League authority is obliged to take the measures in accordance with the rules necessary for the security and efficient work of the League under its responsibility and to notify the superior authority at once of these measures. Section 7. The Congress. Art. 30. The Congress is the legislative authority of the whole League. All proposals for changes in the rules are sent to the Central. 636 Appendices. Authority through the leading circles and submitted by it to the Congress. Art. 31. Every circle sends 1 delegate. Art. 32. Every individual circle with less than 30 members sends 1 delegate, with less than 62, less than 93, etc. The circles can have themselves represented by League members who do not belong to their localities. In this case, however, they must send to their delegate a detailed mandate. Art. 33. The Congress meets in the month of August of every year. In urgent cases the central authority calls an extraordinary Congress. Art. 34. The Congress decides every time the place where the central authority is to have its seat for the coming year and the place where the Congress is next to meet. Art. 35. The central authority sits in the Congress, but has no deciding vote. Art. 36. After every sitting the Congress issues in addition to its circular a manifesto in the name of the party. Section 8. Offenses against the League. Art. 37. Whoever violates the conditions of membership, Art 2, is according to the circumstances removed from the League or expelled. Expulsion precludes readmission. Art. 38. Only the Congress decides on expulsions. Art. 39. Individual members can be removed by the circle or the isolated community, with immediate notification of the superior authority. Here also the Congress decides in the last instance. Art. 40. Readmission of removed members is effected by the central authority on the proposal of the circle. Art. 4L. The circle authority passes judgment on offenses against the League and also sees to the execution of the verdict. Art. 42. Removed and expelled members, like suspect individuals in general, are to be watched in the interest of the League, and prevented from doing harm. Intrigues of such individuals are at once to be reported to the community concerned. Appendices. Section 9. League Funds. Art. 43. The Congress fixes for every country the minimum contribution to be paid by every member. Art. 44. Half of this contribution goes to the central authority, the other half remains in the funds of the circle or community. Art. 45. The funds of the central authority are used, 1 to cover the costs of correspondence and administration, 2 to print and distribute propaganda leaflets, 3 to send out emissaries of the central authority for particular purposes. Art. 46. The funds of the local authorities are used, 1 to cover the costs of correspondence, 2 to print and distribute propaganda leaflets, 3 to send out occasional emissaries. Art. 47. Communities and circles which have not paid their contributions for 6 months are notified by the central authority of their removal from the League. Art. 48. Circle authorities have to render account of their expenditure and income to their communities at least every 3 months. The central authority renders account to the Congress on the administration of League funds and the state of the League finances. Any embezzlement of League funds is subject to the severest punishment. Art. 49. Extraordinary and Congress costs are met from extraordinary contributions. Section X. Admission. Art. 50. The chairman of the community reads to the applicant Art. 1 to 49, explains them, emphasizes particularly in a short speech the obligations which the new member assumes, and then puts to him the question, do you now wish to enter this League? If he replies yes, the chairman takes his word of honor to the effect. 638 Appendices. That he will fulfill the obligations of a League member, declares him a member of the League, and introduces him to the community at the next meeting. London, December 8, 1847. In the name of the Second Congress of the Autumn of 1847, the Secretary the President signed. Engels signed. Karl Schapper. First published in the appendix printed according to the book, Wermuth und Steiber, Die Kommunisten Verschwörungen den 19. Jahrhunderts, Erste Artikel, Berlin, 1853. From the report of the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung on the New Year's Eve celebration of the German Workers' Society in Brussels. December 31, 1847. Then Karl Marx took the floor and proposed a toast in French to the Brussels Democratic Association, emphasizing in an acutely drawn, clear analysis the liberal mission of Belgium in opposition to absolutism, forcefully expressing appreciation of the benefits of a liberal constitution, of a country where there is freedom of discussion, freedom of association, and where a humanitarian seed can flourish to the good of all Europe. Loud applause. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, printed according to the Neueste Zeitung No. 2, January 6, 1848 paper published in English for the first time. The Association Démocratique of Brussels. To the Fraternal Democrats. Assembling in London. We received your letter of December last, 3. The proposals contained in which concerning the Democratic Congress of all nations and the establishment of a monthly correspondence between your society and ours were immediately taken into consideration. 376. The propositions of holding the first Democratic Congress here in Brussels, with a view of calling the second in London, the first Congress to be called by our society for the anniversary of the Belgian Revolution in September next, and the program of business to be prepared by the committee of this society, these propositions were agreed to unanimously and enthusiastically. The offer of entering into a regular and monthly correspondence with our society was equally hailed with the greatest enthusiasm. We now proceed to give you an abstract of our progress and general situation. The state of our society is as prosperous as can possibly be desired. The number of our members is increasing weekly, and the interest taken by the public in general, and by the working classes in particular, in our proceedings is equally on the increase. The best proof, however, of our progress is the interest excited in the provinces of the country by our movements. From the most important towns of Belgium we have received summons to send delegates for the purpose of establishing democratic societies similar to ours, and keeping up constant relations with the Metropolitan Association. The Fraternal Democrats assembling in London to the Democratic Association for Promoting the Fraternity of All Nations, assembling in Brussels. Ed. Appendices 641. We have given to these appeals our immediate attention. We sent a deputation to Ghent to call a public meeting with a view of establishing a branch society. 377. The meeting was exceedingly numerous, and received our deputation, consisting of members belonging to several nations, with an enthusiasm hardly to be described. The foundation of a democratic society was immediately decided upon, and the names of members taken down. Since then we have received from Ghent the news that the society is definitively constituted, and has held a second meeting exceeding the first in numbers and enthusiasm. More than 3,000 citizens were present, and, we are happy to say, they mostly consisted of working men. We consider the ground gained at Ghent as a most important progress of our cause in this country. Ghent is the chief manufacturing town of Belgium, numbering above 100,000 inhabitants, and being in a great measure the center of attraction for the whole laboring population of Flanders. The position taken by Ghent is decisive for all working class movement of the country. Thus we may accept the adhesion of the factory workers of that Belgian Manchester to the revival of a pure democratic movement, as implying and foreboding the adhesion of the generality of the Belgian proletarians. We hope to report in our next further progress in other towns of the country, thus arriving by and by at the reconstitution of a strong, united, and organized democratic party in Belgium. We entirely share in the view which in your recent address to the working people of Great Britain and Ireland you have taken of the question of national defences. 3. We hope that this address will contribute in a great measure to the enlightenment of the people of England as to the question who are their veritable enemies. We have equally seen with great pleasure the steps taken by the mass of the English Chartists to arrive, at last, at a close alliance between the Irish people and that of Great Britain. We have seen that there is a better chance now than ever before to break down that prejudice which prompted the Irish people to confound in one common hatred the oppressed classes of England with the oppressors of both countries. We hope to see very shortly united in the hands of Feargus O'Connor the direction both of the English and the Irish popular movement, and we consider this approaching alliance of the oppressed classes of both countries, under the banner of democracy, as a most important progress of our cause in general. We conclude by offering to you our fraternal salutations. The Committee of the Association Démocratique. L. Jotrand, Chairman. K. Marx, Vice President. A. Picard, AVT, Secretary. Brussels, February 13, 1848. First published in the Northern Star, reprinted from the newspaper number 541, March 4, 1848. From the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung's report. On the meeting of the Democratic Association of February 20, 1848. Brussels. Meeting of the Democratic Association of February 20. President, Herr Marx Friedrich Engels first took the floor to reply to an article concerning his expulsion from France, published by the French government in the Moniteur Parisien. He related briefly the circumstances in which his expulsion took place. 378 The association was completely satisfied with the explanations of Friedrich Engels. Several speakers expressed this satisfaction and further added remarks concerning the behavior of the French government already on the occasion of earlier expulsions of foreigners. These proceedings were entered in the official report of the Democratic Association. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, printed according to the Neueste Zeitung No. 16, February 24, 1848 paper published in English for the first time. 22/1826. From the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung's report. On the Brussels celebration of the second anniversary of the 1846 Krakow insurrection 3. The Krakow Revolution was celebrated by a numerous gathering on the evening of the 22nd in the hall of the Old Court at Brussels, Rue des Sœurs Noires, which was festively illuminated and decorated with Polish and Belgian flags. Several speakers, including Leliwell, Karl Marx, F. Engels, Wallau and Lubliner, the lawyer, took the floor and spoke passionately for the purely democratic character of the Krakow insurrection. We shall report this celebration in detail in our next issue of, and only remark here that after the public meeting a dinner was held in which about 100 persons took part and at which several toasts were raised by Belgian and German Democrats. Nor was the dinner lacking in song. First published in the Deutsche Brüsseler, printed according to the Neueste Zeitung No. 16, February 24, 1848 paper published in English for the first time. See this volume, pages 545-52 ed. This report was never published in the Deutsche Brüsseler Zeitung. The 17th and last issue of the paper appeared on February 27, 1848 ed. To the citizens, members of the Provisional Government of the French Republic 379. Brussels, February 28, 1848. Citizens. The Democratic Association, having as its aim the union and brotherhood of all peoples, established a few months ago at Brussels, and composed of members of several European nations which enjoy with the Belgians on their soil institutions which have long allowed the free and public expression of all political and religious opinions, hereby offers you the homage of its congratulations upon the great task the French nation has just accomplished, and of its gratitude for the immense service which this nation has just rendered the cause of humanity. We have already had occasion to congratulate the Swiss for having led, as they did not long ago, in the work for the emancipation of the peoples to which it has fallen to you to promote with the vigor which the heroic population of Paris always displays when its turn comes. We were counting before long on repeating to the French the message we had addressed to the Swiss. But France has greatly advanced the time when we counted on addressing her. This is only one reason why all the nations should hasten to follow in your footsteps. We believe we can be sure in surmising that the nations nearest to France will be the first to follow her in the career on which she has just entered. This conjecture is all the more certain in that France has just made a revolution destined rather to strengthen the bonds which link it to all nations than to menace the independence of any of them. We see this volume, pages 624-26 pound 646 appendices. Salute in the France of February 1848, not the mistress of the peoples but an example for them. France will henceforward look for no other homage. We already see the great nation whose destinies you direct today, your sole authority, the trust of all. We already see it, citizens, forging again, even with peoples whom she has for long regarded as rivals for power, an alliance which the hateful policy of certain men succeeded in shattering. England and Germany stretch out their hands once more to your great country. Spain, Italy, Switzerland, and Belgium are going either to rise or to remain quiet and free under your threefold aegis. Poland, like Lazarus, will rise again to the appeal you will make in a threefold language. It is impossible that Russia itself should not join in, with accents as yet only slightly known to the ear of Western and Southern peoples. Yours, Frenchmen, yours is the honor, yours is the glory to have laid the main foundations of this alliance of peoples so prophetically sung by your immortal Berenger. We offer you, citizens, in all the flow of feelings of an immutable fraternity, the tribute of our deepest gratitude. The Committee of the Democratic Association, whose aim is the union and brotherhood of all peoples, at Brussels. L. Jotrand, Barrister, President Ch. Marx, Vice President General Melinet, Honorary President Spildhoorn, Barrister, President of the Democratic Association at Ghent Mainz, Professor at Brussels University Leluel F. Baliou, Treasurer A. Badail, Vice Secretary J. Pellering, Workman Labiaz, Merchant. First published in the newspapers printed according to La Réforme Le Débat Social, March 1, 1848 and La Réforme, March 4, 1848 translated from the French published in full in English for the first time. To M.R. Julian Harney, Editor of the Northern Star. Secretary of the Fraternal Democrats Society, London. Brussels, February 28, 1848. You already know of the glorious revolution which has just been carried out in Paris. We have to communicate to you that, as a result of this important event, the Democratic Association has initiated here a peaceful but vigorous agitation, to obtain through the ways proper to Belgian political institutions the advantages which the French people have won. The following resolutions have been passed, with enthusiastic acclaim. 1. The Democratic Association will hold meetings every evening and the public will be admitted. 2. An address will be sent in the name of the Association to the Provisional Government of France. 3. With the aim of expressing our warm feelings for the revolution of February 24. 3. An address will be presented to the Municipal Council of Brussels, inviting it to maintain public peace and to avoid all bloodshed by organizing the municipal forces generally composed of the civil guard, that is to say, the bourgeois who are armed in normal circumstances, and the artisans who can be armed in abnormal times, according to the laws of the country. Arms will thus be entrusted equally to the middle class and the working class. We will inform you as often as possible of the measures we shall take later, and of our progress. We hope that you will soon succeed, on your side, in having the People's Charter passed as a law of your country, and that it will serve you in making further progress. See this volume, pages 645-46 ed. 648 appendices. Finally, we invite you, in this important crisis, to keep in frequent communication with us, and to transmit to us all news of your country of a nature to exercise a favorable effect on the Belgian people. Signatures of committee members follow. First published in Le Débat Social, printed according to the News March 1, 1848 paper translated from the French published in English for the first time. Ferdinand Flocon to Marx. In Brussels. Provisional French Republic. Government liberty, equality, fraternity. In the name of the French people. Paris, March 1, 1848. Good and loyal Marx. The soil of the French Republic is a field of refuge and asylum for all friends of liberty. Tyranny exiled you, now free France opens its doors to you and to all those who are fighting for the holy cause, the fraternal cause of all the peoples. Every agent of the French government must interpret his mission in this sense. Fraternal greetings. Ferdinand Flocon. Member of the Provisional Government. First published in the book, printed according to the Manuquet. Marx, Hervoit, London, 1860 script translated from the French published in English for the first time. Order of Leopold I. King of the Belgians. For Marx's expulsion from Belgium. Leopold, King of the Belgians. To all present and to come, greetings. Considering the laws of September 22, 1835, December 25, 1841, and February 23, 1846 On the proposition of our Minister of Justice, we have decreed and now decree. Article 1 and only. The here named Marx, Charles, Doctor of Philosophy, aged about 28 years, born at Treves, Prussia, is ordered to leave the Kingdom of Belgium within 24 hours, and forbidden to return in the future under the penalties contained in Article 6 of the aforecited law of September 22, 1835. Our Minister of Justice is charged with the execution of the present order. Done at Brussels on March 2, 1848. Signed Leopold. By the royal hand certified true copy. The Minister of Justice. The Secretary-General signed de Haussy. Signed de Crassier. Published for the first time. Printed from the original. Translated from the French. Decision of the Central Authority of the Communist League. March 3, 1848. 380. Working men of all countries, unite. The Central Authority of the Communist League, meeting in Brussels, in accordance with the decision of the former London Central Authority to move the seat of the Central Authority to Brussels and to dissolve itself as Central Authority, by which decision the Circle Authority of the Brussels leading circle is therefore constituted the Central Authority, considering, that in the present circumstances any association of League members, in particular of Germans, is impossible in Brussels, that the leading League members there have already been either arrested or expelled or are hourly expecting expulsion from Belgium, that at the present moment Paris is the center of the entire revolutionary movement, that present circumstances require a thoroughly energetic leadership of the League, for which temporary discretionary power is indispensable, decides, Art. 1. The central authority is transferred to Paris. Art. 2. The Brussels Central Authority confers on League member Karl Marx full discretionary power for the temporary central direction of all League affairs with responsibility to the Central Authority to be newly constituted and to the next Congress. Art. 3. It instructs Marx, in Paris, as soon as circumstances permit, to constitute a new Central Authority from the most suitable League members selected by him, and for that purpose even to call to Paris League members not resident there. 652 Appendices. Art. 4. The Brussels Central Authority dissolves itself. Resolved at Brussels, March 3, 1848. The Central Authority. Signed, Engels, F. Fischer, Gigot, H. Steinjens, K. Marx. First published in the book, Wermuth printed according to the book Und Steiber, Die Kommunisten Verschwörungen den 19. Jahrhunderts, Erste Artikel, Berlin, 1853. Travel document issued to Marx. On his expulsion from Belgium. Ministry of Justice. Administration of Prisons and Public Security 2nd Section 2nd Bureau Number 73946. Description. Age. Haiti 1 metre. Hair. 28 years 3 centimeters. Black forehead, eyebrows average, black eyes, brown nose, mouth average do. Beard black, side whiskers black, mustache black, chin round, face do. Complexion tanned, built distinguishing marks heavy. Travel document. Law of May 30 to June 13, 1790, Decree of May 11, 1815, A. The Administrator of Public Security invites the civil and military authorities to allow free passage from Brussels to Quievrain, destination France, to M. Marx, Charles, profession Doctor of Philosophy, born at Trier, Prussia, residing at, and to give him aid and protection in case of need. The present travel document is valid for exit from the kingdom today. Done at Brussels, March 4, 1848. Signature of bearer. Dr. K. Marx C. For the Administrator of Public Security. The head of the Passport Office. Beckett. First published as a facsimile in the book, S.Z. Leviova, Marx in the German Revolution, 1848-49. Moscow, 1970. Printed from the original. Translated from the French. Published in English for the first This is followed by the Belgian National Coat of Arms ed. B. Inaccurate, Marx was born in 1818 ed. See signature in Marx's hand ed. Minutes of the meeting of the Paris Community of the Communist League of March 8, 1848. Minutes of the Community Meeting of March 8, 1848. Elected Chairman, K. Schapper. Secretary, K. Marx. Schapper proposes to constitute ourselves the Paris Circle, no longer a single community. Supported by Marx and others. Agreed. Admitted, Herman. Discussion on the readmission of removed community members. Born gives a report on the meeting in the Café l'Europe, so does Sturbatsky. Resolved by a large majority not to go into this café, where Decker and Venede hold a meeting. Engler, Buchfink, and Vogler, Weitling Ions, unanimously admitted. Unanimously resolved, the three above-named League members instructed to admit members of the Weitling community whom they consider suitable. Schilling unanimously admitted. Admitted to the Public Workers' Society as President, H. Bauer. Vice President, Herman. 2 secretaries, Born and Vogel. Treasurer, Moll. 3 organizers, Buchfink, Schapper, Home. Agreed that the President shall use the form of address, friends, anybody else as he likes. Marx to submit draft rules for the Workers' Society. The public society shall be called German Workers' Club. 3S1 Wilhelm Hoger admitted as League member, proposed by Schapper, supported by H. Bauer. Appendices 655. The meeting place of the public society shall be in the center of the city. Some members are instructed to look for suitable premises. The League meeting is to be held at number 6, St. Louis St. Honore. Sturbatsky proposes Herman, who is admitted. Secretary K. Marx, Chairman K. Schapper. Written by Karl Marx on March 8, 1848, printed according to the manuscript. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, published in English for the first Ausgabe, Abteilung, BD 7, 1935. Time. Minutes of the meeting of the Paris Circle. Of the Communist League of March 9, 1848. Meeting of March 9, 9 p.m. Marx submits his draft rules, 3 which are discussed. Article 1 adopted with a minority of 2 against. Article 2 adopted unanimously, also Art. 3, Art. 4, Art. 5 and Art. 6. The draft rules are therefore adopted without amendments. The rules of the Communist League are read out by the Secretary. After hearing the rules, the members newly to be admitted declare that they enter the Communist League. Marx proposes that all members shall give their names and addresses. This is discussed and it is finally resolved that every League member shall give the name by which he is known here, and his address. Schapper proposes to add another 5 members to the President and Secretary, so as to form the Circle Authority of Paris. 1 is to be elected from each of the 4 communities. The elections to be postponed to the next meeting. Schapper gives a report on the Central Authority. On Schapper's proposal resolved that everybody who speaks rises and removes his hat. On Marx's proposal, the Central Authority will give at the next meeting a report on the situation of the League in general. Born, who was sent to give a report on the meeting in the Manège, returns after 3/4 of an hour and describes the miserable state of this society. 382 The next meeting will be held next Saturday at 8 o'clock, Café Belge, Rue Grenelle Saint Honore. A draft rules of the German Workers' Club, see this volume, p. 654, ed. Appendices 657. At the conclusion of the meeting, the members give the Secretary their names together with their addresses. Marx proposes that all League members shall wear a red ribbon. Agreed unanimously. On Schapper's proposal, it is agreed that 1 member shall buy a blood-red ribbon for all. B. Sachs is instructed to do this. Written by Karl Marx on March 9, 1848, printed according to the manuscript. First published in Marx/Engels, Gesamt, published in English for the first Ausgabe, Abteilung, BD 7, 1935 time. Announcement. By the German Workers' Club in Paris. The committee of the German Workers' Club will announce in the newspaper La Réforme the arrangements that it considers to make in order to hold its meetings in public. H. Bauer, shoemaker; Hermann, cabinet maker; J. Moll, watchmaker; Wallau, printer; Charles Marx, Charles Schapper. First published in La Réforme, printed according to the newspaper March 10, 1848, translated from the French. Published in English for the first time. Announcement of the regular meeting of the German Workers' Club in Paris.